Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Fass, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the Agreement on the Environment between Canada and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and the Agreement on Labour Cooperation between Canada and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Fass, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. Monsieur Fass, appuyé.
Mr. Fass, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce the bill entitled An Act to Implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the Agreement on the Environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the Agreement on Labour Cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Fass.
By Mr. Van Loan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of introducing in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on National Defence.
On Friday, November 4th, 2011, the committee has considered Bill C-16, an act to amend the National Defence Act military judges, and agreed on Tuesday, November 15th, 2011, to report it without amendment.
Présentation du rapport du comité.
Presenting committee reports.
Members' bills. Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Mr. Patry, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Special Benefits. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce legislation that would amend the Employment Insurance Act to extend the maximum period for which special benefits for catastrophic illness, injury, or quarantine may be paid from 15 to 52 weeks. This bill was inspired by Natalie Thomas, a cancer survivor from Coquitlam, whose story touched me personally and made me realize the importance and necessity of changing the Employment Insurance Act. Another cancer survivor, Marie-Hélène Dubé from Montreal, has gathered hundreds of thousands of signatures for a petition that calls for these changes. Canadians who are struck with catastrophic illness should be focusing on recovery, not on how they survive financially. Families throughout the country have been touched with illnesses such as cancer that is difficult enough to cope with without worrying about their medical benefits expiring. This is why I'm introducing this bill today, and I encourage all members of the House to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Donnelly, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Mr. Patry, moves that this bill be read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
Projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, questions number Q161, 162, and 163 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
It is the pleasure of the House that questions number 161, 162, and 163 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. The Honourable the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today further to the comments of the Honourable Chief Government Whip in response to the point of order raised yesterday by the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh respecting proceedings in the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, as well as the comments added by the Honourable Members for Winnipeg North and Sandwich Gulf Islands. At the conclusion of his very lengthy submissions, the official opposition House Leader asks you to declare proceedings on the Ethics Committee study in respect of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation to be, if I might summarize, null and void. In the alternative, he asks you to direct that the study be suspended for the time being. From the outset, Mr. Speaker, the core of my arguments will be that the request from the honourable member is premature. It is well established that in this House that our committees are, quote, masters of their own proceedings, unquote. Following from that premise is the equally well-established principle that the Speaker does not ordinarily intervene in committee proceedings. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh referred to page 1048 of O'Brien and Bosk, which refers to committees having the freedom to organize their work as they see fit, and that these freedoms are not total or absolute. While I would agree that in certain situations the Speaker ought to intervene, the member did not present any argument that would meet that standard in this particular case. That standard of intervening in the absence of a committee report might be gleaned, for instance, from the decision of Mr. Speaker Parent on November 7th, 1996, at page 6225 of Debates. In that decision, a bona fide substitute member had sought to give notice of a motion at a committee meeting, but had been ruled out of order because he was not a regular member of the committee. When satisfaction could not be reached in the committee, a point of order was raised in the House. The Chair found that there was an evident breach of the standing orders in respect of the rights of substitute members. It might also be worth noting, by the way, that Mr. Speaker Parent's self-styled clarification and, quote, statement, end quote, was made when the standing orders respecting associate membership in standing committees were only a couple of years old. So it was as much an effort to add clarity to what was then a relatively novel area of the House procedures than it was a decision to set aside a committee's place as the master of its own proceedings. The bulk of the arguments made in the point of order centred on a letter from the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel, Robert Walsh, to the honourable member for Timmins James Bay. While that letter delves into the sub judice convention, it largely speaks to questions of law about potential, and let me repeat that, potential, consequences of hypothetical scenarios that are not presently before us. I would note that page 4 of Mr. Walsh's letter observes that, quote, subject to my comments in response to your fourth point below, if the documents are considered by the Ethics Committee at in-camera meetings, the sub judice convention would not be offended, end quote. In his arguments, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh premises much of his concern around the notion that the Ethics Committee would not be successful in keeping its proceedings in camera. I would like to give all honourable members from all parties on the Ethics Committee more credit than that, Mr. Speaker. Moving on, the NDP House Leader cited a ruling of Mr. Speaker Fraser from March 26, 1990, which is found at pages 9756 to 9758 of Debates, and he quoted from part of it. I would also quote for you the following passage from that ruling. Quote, if I am cautious in not acting now, it is simply because the Chair does not supervise standing committee chairmen. That function belongs to the members of each committee, and they have obvious avenues to pursue other than invoking privilege in the House, end quote. With respect to the facts of this particular case, the Ethics Committee, acting as master of its own proceedings, has passed a motion seeking production of certain documents from the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation further to a study it has commenced in relation to access to information. I understand that the CBC has complied in part with the committee's motion. Whether the CBC's response is satisfactory to the committee will be a matter for the committee to decide, again, acting as the master of its own proceedings. As you know, Mr. Speaker, committees of this House possess the power to send for papers and records. However, they do not have the power to enforce an order for production. Paragraph 848 sub 2 of the 6th edition of Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Forms tidily articulates the process here. Quote, the procedure for obtaining papers is for the committee to adopt a motion ordering the required person or organization to produce them. If this order is not complied with, then the committee may report the matter to the House, stating their difficulties in obtaining the requested documents. It is then, and I emphasize the word then, for the House to decide what action is to be taken, end quote. So let's revert back briefly to my comment a moment ago about the Ethics Committee's place to decide whether the CBC's production, a voluntary response I would add, is satisfactory to the committee. Should the committee decide that the documents do not sufficiently answer the request, it can make a decision to report these facts to the House, or it could decide just to move on and drop it. That, Mr. Speaker, would be yet another instance of the committee acting as master of its own proceedings. I don't mention all of these incidents of the committee acting as master of its own proceedings just for the sake of being repetitive. is actually key to the point that I want to make. Should the situation with respect to the Ethics Committee's motion for production of documents not be resolved to the committee's satisfaction through the corporation's productions to date, the only way to, for lack of a better word, escalate the matter further is through a report to be tabled to this House. To put it another way, in the absence of a report from the committee, there would effectively be a continuation of the status quo. A report advising of the refusal to honour an order of the committee, a contempt in other words, would undoubtedly be accompanied by submissions to you, Mr. Speaker, seeking a finding of a prima facie contempt of Parliament and for permission to move an appropriate motion. Alternatively, someone opposed to the proceeding might then challenge the committee report and the acceptability of a concurrence motion tabled in the ordinary course. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would submit that the appropriate time to be raising points about the proceedings of the Ethics Committee and how they may intersect with the sub judice convention would be at that time. That is to say, after any report from the Ethics Committee is presented. Accordingly, I would defer making further submissions on behalf of the government respecting the sub judice convention and how it would and would not apply in the circumstances until a report from the Ethics Committee is presented on the circumstances, if one is even forthcoming. To reiterate my earlier line of argument, such a report coming forward would be, I suggest, a matter for the Ethics Committee to decide, acting as a matter of its own proceedings. Whether a report will or won't be presented is not for me to say. After all, it could be possible, again, for the committee to find itself satisfied with the voluntary disclosures provided by the CBC in response to the motion. The comments of your immediate predecessor, Mr. Speaker Middleton, in his March 14, 2008 ruling at page 4181 of debates might offer some perspective here. Quote, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary goes on to caution against presuming on the direction that the committee's study might take and jumping to conclusions about the nature of any report it might present. I must acknowledge the validity of that argument. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, there is one additional thought I would like to add from the 1990 decision of Mr. Speaker Fraser, which both the official opposition House Leader and I quoted. The passage I cited earlier made reference to the committee as the most appropriate venue respecting proceedings in committees. Later in his ruling, Mr. Speaker Fraser added, quote, I remind honourable members that endless points of privilege on what goes on in committee, when they fall short of that extreme situation where a speaker might have to intervene, take up a great deal of time in the House, end quote. That point is instructive, I think, in that it should put a caution on the NDP House Leader's invitation to the Chair to find such a, quote, extreme situation, unquote, here. In the circumstance, for the reasons I have just outlined, this argument is premature because the Chair could have more relevant timing down the road to entertain these issues if and when this matter evolves through a report from the Ethics Committee. To borrow from a common cliché, the toothpaste is not out of the tube here yet, Mr. Speaker. To intervene at this stage would, I suggest, move the so-called line delimiting what are the extraordinary circumstances when committees may not be master of their own proceedings, and in turn possibly lead to a series of other points of order, striving to seek greater definition to where that line lies in future cases where the minority of a committee disagrees with the studies chosen by the majority for a standing committee's focus. Therefore, I would conclude by asking that you find the point of order raised by the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh is not well taken. Given that the Chair of the Ethics Committee has cancelled meetings on this matter until such time as you give a ruling, I would ask that you come back to the House at your earliest opportunity so that the Ethics Committee may take up consideration of the documents submitted by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. However, should the Chair wish to make a ruling on the applicability of the sub judice convention in the current circumstances and prior to the House receiving any report from the Ethics Committee on point, I would ask for you to indulge me or one of my colleagues in the government an opportunity to make further submissions on those aspects. Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Government House Leader for his comments on the issue currently before the Chair. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Ordre du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders.
Stage of Bill C-13, Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act.
There are 4 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-13. The motions will be grouped for debate as follows. Group number 1, la motion numéro 1. Group number 2, motions numbered 2 to 4. La façon de mettre au voie les
The voting patterns for the motions within each group are available at the table. The chair will remind the House of each pattern at the time of voting.
Motion number 1 in group number 1 to the House. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Stewart, moves that Bill C-13 be amended by deleting Clause 162. Debate. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on this important matter relating to Bill C-13 because our amendment today being deleting Clause 162 really revolves around asking the government to keep its promises made in the last election campaign. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the government, of course, during elections in May 2012, made a number of promises, and the Canadian public has seen on a number of occasions that the government has not kept its promises. And we, on this side of the House, feel that it is important for the government to honor its word, and that is why we are bringing forward this first amendment to Bill C-13. What is, in fact, in Clause 162? Well, Madam Speaker, as you know full well, it relates to Securities Office, and of course, this transition office would receive funding to begin its operations. Well, Madam Speaker, given the fact that in the last election campaign the government promised the exact opposite of this, it's our responsibility as official opposition to tell the government, well, you know, you told the public when you ran for elections on May 2nd, you said quite clearly, and I'll quote the promise, in their 2011 election platform, that is the Conservative platform, the same platform that says that they will be moderate, that they will take care of the economy, create jobs, and of course, further to that, we've seen that they've not kept any of those promises. But in their platform, they said this: we will not go forward on this matter of establishing a transition office for securities so long as the Supreme Court has not decided that that falls within our purview. So that is an election promise that was made, that was quite clear. The government said it clearly. We will not be going forward with it, is what they said, because we have to wait for the Supreme Court ruling on this matter. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, we've seen the reaction of a number of provinces with respect to this government action to want to push and impose on the provinces something that falls under their area of jurisdiction. It's not just the Quebec nation, but the Canadian provinces, and the majority of Canadian provinces that have said, well, that falls within our area of jurisdiction. You should not proceed. Well, Madam Speaker, the Conservative government, before the elections, said, we will not proceed. And here we are, Madam Speaker. Well, what is happening? We see this brick that came out after the elections saying the opposite, saying that the Conservative government is prepared to proceed regardless of the reaction of Quebec, regardless of the reaction of the majority of Canadian provinces, regardless of the very promise they made to the Canadian people. They want to proceed, they want to impose this office, and they want taxpayers throughout this country, from coast to coast to coast, to fund this office. Madam Speaker, quite clearly, when the government makes clear promises, they're very clear, these promises, there's no ambiguity to them. The Conservatives said they would not go forward with this. That was quite clear. And the Canadian public voted 62% of Canadian people said they didn't believe the Conservatives, but there's a small minority, 38% of Canadians, that did vote for the Conservative Party. But despite these promises, in the bill, the Conservative government wants to proceed. So, what can be said today? We want to have this clause removed or withdrawn. It's a strange thing, Madam Speaker, that the official opposition, the NDP, the 102 NDP members, should be compelling the government to hold its promises. But we have to say, Madam Speaker, that under normal circumstances, when it's a matter of ethics, when a political party runs for election, then it has to keep its promises.
It needs to keep its word to Canadians. And I think that the government should show a bit more respect for the Canadian public. It should keep its promise. It should allow the Supreme Court to study that question. It should allow the Supreme Court to rule as to whether this is under the federal government's jurisdiction. But that's not what they did. They decided by tabling this brick, which, it includes a few things like a tax credit for volunteer firefighters. And of course, we support measures like that and certain other aspects that we're going to discuss today. And in coming days, we're going to discuss other things, raise things that we don't agree with, like Clause 162, that raises a major contradiction between the Conservative Party's promises and reality. The reality of this Conservative government that does not keep its word. And that is why we want to have this clause removed at report stage. It's an important element. It is something that I think, Madam Speaker, that even the Conservative members should be in agreement with, because during the last election campaign, they campaigned saying exactly this thing. They promised not to proceed, so I'd like to know why they inserted in Bill C-13 these very clauses that run counter to what was promised during the last election campaign. And obviously, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about Bill C-13 and these very aspects that contradict the promises made by the Conservative government, we can see that the Conservative government was so concerned with trying to circumvent certain things. They wanted to make sure that certain things serve the Conservative Party, but they forgot that their responsibility is the Canadian public, the Canadian economy. And we look at the figures that have come back, that have come out. They're very concerning. There were 62,000 full-time jobs that were lost during the month of October. These are very concerning figures. So that is over 2,000 jobs per day, Madam Speaker. The Conservative government lost 2,000 jobs per day. Now, if we continue at this pace, because today is November 15th, now we won't get the figures until the end of this month, but maybe we'll have lost another 30,000 jobs just during the first half of November. We don't know yet, Madam Speaker, because the figures that the Conservatives present in the House are not accurate. When we see the reality on the ground concerning job losses, we realize that these job losses could have been averted if a Bill C-13 had been moved in the form that we had proposed, if there had been true investment in job creation, if there had been true investment to help poorer Canadian families. If the government had taken action in this regard, then we would not have shed so many jobs during the month of October, and we would not be in the process of losing more jobs over the course of the month of November. But instead of taking that action with regard to jobs, as we proposed, the Conservative government inserted clauses like Clause 162, which means that they are going back, they are reneging on a solemn promise that they made to the Canadian public during the last election campaign. So for that reason, we want to have Clause 162 removed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague, who is also on the Finance Committee. I'd like to thank him for his speech, but I'd like to begin by saying that everything he has just said is false. He repeated 2 or 3 times that in the Conservative platform, our party promised to go ahead with leave and a decision by the Supreme Court. And currently, the Supreme Court of Canada is studying that very case, the very case that my colleague referred to, and we are waiting for the Supreme Court's ruling. So our Conservative government continues to keep our promises. We continue to protect Canadians. But I'm wondering whether my colleague's true intention and that of his party is to avoid solving the problem posed by this Securities Commission. Why don't they want to protect Canadians who are negatively affected? The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague on the Committee of Finance for her question. And I would just like to quote, because she did say something that hurt my feelings, Madam Speaker, that we said something that wasn't true. So, well, I guess I'm going to have to quote something from the Conservative Party's platform, because we can often see in this House, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I'm not talking about the member in particular, but in general, what we do see in this House is that the Conservatives don't do their homework. They don't read the bills properly. And it shows, Madam Speaker. It shows that they did not read their own election platform. So to help them out in this debate, I'm going to quote from page 22 of the French version in the Conservatives' election platform. We will not go forward until the Supreme Court rules that this is under our jurisdiction. In the English version, of course, Madam Speaker, it is on page 20. So the Conservative platform could not be any clearer. And what astonishes me, Madam Speaker, is that the Conservative candidates did not read their own election platform. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Burnaby New Westminster. Thank you for his very eloquent and truthful speech. We could continue talking about things that are true and false. I heard our Prime Minister speaking last week on Radio-Canada saying that job losses in Canada are a direct consequence of the economic situation in Europe. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say in that regard. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Montmorency. He does excellent work in the House. And even though it has only been a few months that he has been here in this House, he does very good work, and I would like to commend him. What we are seeing here, Madam Speaker, indeed, are massive job losses here in Canada. We can't deny this. The month of October was a disaster for Canadian families. 62,000 full-time jobs that were lost by this government. And this government doesn't even want to take action because they're so focused on singing the praises of Conservative policies that they have not even noticed the number of jobs that have been shed, and the fact that that Canadians are suffering the consequences of their inaction. Now, yes, of course, we are influenced by the European context, but the reality is that this government and its inaction have created a context in which tens of thousands of jobs have been lost across the country. Since May 2008, the Conservative government have created barely 200,000 jobs on the Canadian labour market. So it increased by 450,000 jobs. So people who are looking for jobs means that 250,000 jobs are lacking in Canada. Resuming debate, the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me and a pleasure as well to rise in this House to support Bill C-13.
And this is a wonderful opportunity for me to speak on behalf of Bill C-13, the Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. I was happy to support this bill when it was referred to the Finance Committee for study earlier this month, and am pleased to stand in this place and speak to it once again. Our government has introduced the next phase of our Economic Action Plan, which keeps us on track to return to balanced budgets in the medium term. This legislation builds on the success of our stimulus plan by creating the right conditions for business to create jobs and grow our economy through low taxes and a clear plan for sustainable economic prosperity. As we know, Madam Speaker, these are troubled financial times. Bank of Canada Governor and newly appointed Chairman of the Financial Stability Board, Mark Carney, warns us that Europe is headed for a second recession. Sovereign debt and the undercapitalization of European banks threaten economic stability. While Canada's strong regulation and prudent fiscal policy keep us strong in the face of crisis, we are not an island. We are not immune. Global events demand sound decision-making to be certain that we do not succumb to the mistakes of others. The best way to ensure that our economy remains productive is with a fair, efficient, and competitive tax system. Lower taxes support Canadian business by providing entrepreneurs with the freedom to grow, and reductions in corporate taxes increase incentives for firms to invest in new equipment, undertake innovative research, and create high-quality jobs. That's why I'm pleased to stand here today and support Bill C-13, because it gives employers the advantage they need to keep our economy strong. And, Madam Speaker, I am proud that this legislation continues to build on the success of Canada's Economic Action Plan, especially through the support it provides for small business. Local enterprise is the engine of our economy, creating opportunity not just for owners, but for those that they employ. The government agrees with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business when they say, and I quote, "Small businesses are indispensable in their role as job creators and innovators all across Canada," end quote. To hedge against resurgence in global economic uncertainty, it is important that small businesses are able to hire new workers so they can take advantage of emerging opportunities. That's just one reason why Bill C-13 includes a temporary, one-time hiring credit for small business, which provides up to $1,000 against an employer's increase in its 2011 employment insurance premiums over those paid in 2010. This temporary credit will be available to approximately 525,000 employers, reducing their 2011 payroll costs by about $165 million. Again, I'd like to quote the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, who told us that, and here's the quote, "This credit will be a major help to small firms in growing their workforce. This credit will exempt some small employers from having to pay premiums on an increase in their payroll in 2011 over 2010 levels. As an example, this credit will allow a new firm with less than $413,000 in payroll to create one new $40,000 per year job without paying any EI on that new position," end quote. These businesses may be small, but their impact on the Canadian economy is anything but. They represent almost half of Canada's economic output, and we are grateful for their resilience in supporting our economic recovery. Our government's support for the job-creating power of business extends beyond Main Street to a growing number of international markets. Now, Canada business owners need the ability to compete, not just next door, but with partners all around the world. we are opening these markets through an ambitious trade agenda, including mutually beneficial deals with the European Union and India. To maximize the benefits of these agreements, we are improving our trade policies and regulations. By simplifying and streamlining the Customs Tariff Act, we are lowering the administrative burden for business and government. Less red tape will result in lower customs processing costs for Canadian businesses, ensuring that they are more competitive both at home and in the global marketplace. Madam Speaker, our government understands that Canada is a trading nation. This measure recognizes the importance of remaining globally competitive in order to sustain a fragile economic recovery. While we have made great strides in improving our open and efficient trading system, we know that global competitiveness demands highly skilled workers. That's why the Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act invests in education and training by making occupations, trade, and professional examination fees eligible for the tuition tax credit. It is estimated that more than 30,000 individuals will benefit each year from this measure. This includes foreign-trained workers who are often required to complete additional examinations in order to obtain their professional status here in Canada. This tax relief builds on the support provided to apprentices through the Apprentice Incentive Grant provided in Budget 2006 and the Apprenticeship Completion Grant, which was introduced in Budget 2009. Furthermore, this legislation makes important enhancements to the Canada Student Loans Program to ensure that large numbers of full and part-time students have access to financial assistance. We are expanding eligibility for Canada student loans and grants by allowing students to earn more money without impacting their loans, allowing part-time students to have higher family income without affecting their eligibility for support, and reducing the in-study interest rate for part-time students to 0%. Madam Speaker, these measures will save part-time students approximately $5.6 million per year, making part-time study more affordable for more Canadians. Not only that, but they will ensure that Canada's workforce remains highly skilled and internationally competitive, helping to lay the foundation for sustainable economic growth. In keeping with our investments to strengthen our global competitiveness in uncertain economic times, this legislation offers targeted tax reductions to further encourage business to drive our economy forward. We are expanding tax support for clean energy generation to encourage green investments because we know that clean energy, technology, and innovation are essential to realizing economic opportunities, creating employment, and enhancing the Canadian economic advantage. We are extending the mineral exploration tax credit for flow-through share investors by 1 year to support Canada's mining sector because we understand the importance of promoting the exploration and development of Canada's rich mineral resources. And we're extending the accelerated capital cost allowance treatment for investments in manufacturing and processing equipment for 2 years because we realize that our manufacturing sector needs our support now more than ever in adapting to the demands of the recovery. As recent world events demonstrate, there remains considerable risk and uncertainty in the global economy, and too many Canadians remain out of work. For these reasons, the government is building on the achievements of Canada's Economic Action Plan with Bill C-13, designed to secure the recovery, create jobs, and preserve Canada's fiscal advantage. Our government knows this is the right action to take, and I urge the members of this House and all Canadians to remember that the alternative, which is the NDP's massive tax hikes, would kill jobs, stall our recovery, and set Canadian families back. Now, I take a moment, Madam Speaker, to address something that my colleague said earlier, something that was misleading to Canadians. When it comes to this Conservative government, we have made a promise to make sure that jobs are protected. We have made a promise to protect Canadians, and we have said that to protect Canadians, a securities regulator, an Office for Securities Regulator, is important to prevent things like the Earl Jones tragedy in Quebec. And I would implore the Quebec MPs on that side of the House, who were elected by Quebecers who want this to happen to support that decision, if that in fact is the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, to allow the jurisdiction to be recognized by the Government of Canada. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to underline another contradiction that was raised in my colleague's speech with regard to the Conservatives' budget. They talked about securities lately in the Securities Commission. And only last week, or rather they were talking about public security, and I met with some RCMP officers in my office because my riding is practically on the border. Now, when we talk about employment credits, we talk about that for public security as well, and in my riding, we have been calling for many years. There was the Franklin border crossing that was closed. And I'm going to quote the RCMP officer who said that harms police officers on the part of the RCMP, in addition to harming those operations. There's an entire portion of my riding that is not covered by the RCMP police forces, and there is more and more smuggling. There is organized crime that has moved into that region. So in addition to shedding jobs, there is increasing violence, and security is not ensured in my region. So what do the members on the other side have to say to defend themselves? They say that their budget is excellent, but it does not help the citizens in my riding.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her question. However, my colleague is new here in the House of Commons. And on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, the Conservative government knows that the police from one end of the country to another really trust this government. Now, how do we know that? Because we have tabled several bills, and for years we've been tabling bills that will provide them with new tools that will assist the police services in doing their job to protect Canadians. Now, every time we have set out these bills to assist the police, well, the NDP has voted against them. Furthermore, I would invite Canadians to acknowledge that it is these Conservatives in this House who have members who are police officers. We actually have a caucus of police officers in this party, here in this House. These are members of Parliament who are police officers, and they can provide us with information that allows us to come up with bills that are useful to the police. The NDP has no police officers on their side, so we have no lessons to learn from them. We're going to assist police officers throughout the country. Okay. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marcotte-Fortin. Brief question, very brief. Well, once again, it's obvious that the member from Saint-Boniface does not understand the Canadian economy. She's talking about things that just don't exist. She's talking about creating jobs. Well, since 2008, job creation in Canada has been less than 200,000. So we're not talking about 650,000 jobs. We didn't even have 200,000 during the recession, and a lot of those jobs are actually part-time jobs. So when you're talking about unemployment, there are over 1,800,000 Canadians who are out of a job. So deliver the goods. And you're not delivering the goods, so do something. I would just remind the members to address their comments through the speaker, please. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was a little startled by the reaction of the member opposite. I can tell you
that in committee he doesn't act like that. I just hope it was a moment in passing. I hope that won't happen again in the House of Commons. Anyway, when we're talking about the economy and jobs that have been created, just look at the facts, Madam Speaker. Since July, 600,000 new jobs have been created within our economy. Why? Because our government has created an environment that supports business, that supports employers here in Canada. What does the NDP want to do? It wants to increase taxes on all businesses, about $10 billion worth. It wants to double the pension, Canada pension. Once again, that will affect our businesses because there will be much higher taxes on our businesses. Furthermore, let's just address the point that he raised. He said there were no full-time jobs. 90% of the jobs are full-time jobs. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Seychelles. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On Bills C-13, the Budget Implementation Bill. Traditionally, in this House, we have budget implementation bills are introduced to legislatively implement either budget initiatives, and then at times will include some of the failures with past budgets. But normally they're only technical failures and nothing major, and that's why we end up with these 600-page documents that contain everything but the kitchen sink, and I think it's normal. But the amazing part about this government is the fact that it's about, 7 budgets, normally on average 2 budget implementations a year. That's about 14, almost 14, I think that's 14 budget implementation bills, and this government to date is still not willing to concede that amendments are a totally acceptable fashion in which Parliament can do business. The Finance Minister, even before appearing at a committee, will make a statement saying no changes, no amendments. The budget bill is going to go ahead with what's in it. The Finance Committee, who is usually responsible for reviewing the bill, hears from witnesses, hears both good things and bad things, and they'll decide whether the budget bill will require an amendment or not an amendment. They'll weigh the positives and the negatives. And a lot of times there'll be discussions between government members and opposition members, and there'll be some agreement that changes need to be made. But then once we come into this House and the proposed amendments are put forward, and we see that the government members no longer want to make any amendments, and I think that it's very sad, Mrs. Speaker, because we just saw one particular amendment which I think is very positive.
So here we are, once again, with the bill. And the Conservatives are deliberately excluding low-income Canadians. The bill was tabled in May, and I don't know how many times we have asked for certain amendments. The Conservatives are introducing measures like tax credits for caregivers, for volunteer firefighters, and for artistic activities for children. How could low-income families benefit from this type of tax credit when often they don't even have enough money to even pay taxes, period? Why have the Conservatives decided to exclude the most vulnerable members of our society when we're in a precarious economic situation? Recently, Madam Speaker, we've witnessed an economy that isn't the same as it was several years ago, even several months ago. So why does this government not be a little more flexible and make these tax credits reimbursable rather than non-reimbursable? For example, if you have a person who leaves their job to be able to take care of someone in their home, how can they possibly use a tax credit when they no longer have any income? They've had to leave their job to be a caregiver. That's just one example amongst many where the proposed measures will not benefit those who really need them. If someone's not working full-time and is not earning enough income in order to be able to pay taxes, then how can they benefit from those tax credits? I'll give another example. For people in the West and the East, where there are lots of volunteer firefighters, in rural areas, for example, some of these firefighters are retired.
While I was on the Finance Committee, many of the volunteer firemen came before committee and said that they did this, they were volunteer firemen and did this for contribution towards their community, not for pay, because they weren't getting paid, but they spent time, whether it be for training, spent time making sure that everything was functional in case there was ever going to be a fire, and all they wanted was a credit, put a little bit of money back in their pockets to pay for the money that they spent to get to the fire station or to go around on these inspections. And here we are, we have a great initiative by the government to introduce Canadian impôt. I can't even find the term in English, but it's not reimbursable. So some of these volunteer firemen have given up their time. They may be retired or they may be low income, and we can't even get them money in their pockets to pay them back for some of the gas expenses that they've incurred in getting to do their volunteer work. So I think, Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Chair, it would be an appropriate thing for this government to reconsider and perhaps make these credits refundable instead of non-refundable. So again, they're playing politics. Ils ont décidé de faire la petite politique.
They've just decided to play politics with these tax credits rather than making them refundable so that low-income Canadians can also benefit from them. We proposed that several times. And the Conservative government is simply ignoring Canadians in need. The Liberal Party wants to work with the government in order to improve this bill. But it is clear the Conservatives are not listening and don't listen to advice given to them in this House, nor does it listen to advice from the population. This government has to start thinking about the problems that Canadians are confronted with rather than attempting to create divisions and conflict amongst them. A responsible government should not be picking winners and losers as they are doing. And it should not be ignoring a large part of the population, nor should it choose to ignore facts purely for ideological reasons.
In the budget, there's the deduction for the mining and exploration tax credit, but again, it's only been extended for 1 year and it's only temporary. So mining companies that need to make decisions over a 5 to 10 year period, horizon, sorry, Mrs. Chair, are not sure how long they can rely on this tax credit. Again, extending the accelerated capital cost allowance. Great initiative. It's something that's they've been doing for the last couple of years, but they extended it for 2 years. Again, we see that the productivity of companies in Canada are one of the lowest in the world. Why? Because they can't plan for the future. And as a member of the Finance Committee for many years, we kept hearing we need the accelerated capital cost, but we need to know how long it's going to be effective for. Because if we're going to invest in capital equipment, the investment is going to take a period of 5 to 10 years to pay off some of these heavy equipment. So again, good initiative, but just not good on the follow-through. We talked about an amendment. There's an amendment from the NDP that they no longer want to authorize or provide this government with the $30-odd million for a transitionary office for the National Securities Regulator. I think we're all in agreement in the House that we're going to wait for the Supreme Court ruling, right? That's what we had all said, National Securities Regulator, we're going to wait. But instead, they decided to give a $30 to $40 million, $33-odd million to a transitory office that is waiting for the ruling of the Supreme Court on whether the National Securities Regulator is going to be accepted or not. So we're throwing away money for friends of the Prime Minister, all these professionals that are just sitting there waiting for a ruling from the Supreme Court, which we can use for other purposes. We have the hiring credit for small businesses. Here we are on one hand, the government is increasing the EI premiums, and the EI premiums, if we add them all up, they're going to be costing over $1 billion. The government is going to be bringing into their coffers over $1 billion in EI premiums. If not this year, next year, over the next couple of years, it's going to be in the billions. And meanwhile, they're providing a credit worth $135 million to small businesses if they hire an extra person. But wait, Mrs. Speaker, they can only hire an extra person and get this credit if they have less than 10 people, whereas the majority of small and medium-sized businesses have more than 10 employees. So this will be, this credit will only be eligible for a very small portion of the employers out there. The other problem is this credit is only worth $1,000, and they have to apply for the credit at the end of the year when they've already spent the money on the premiums that have been increased on a monthly, that they've paid out on a monthly basis. So, Mrs. Chair, I find that non-acceptable. And again, we're looking to see if this government is willing to make some amendments and increase the tax, the hiring tax credit for small businesses to include some medium-sized businesses that have over 20 employees, say between 20 and 50. I'm just going to end here on the gas tax again. The gas tax was introduced by the previous Liberal government. It was based on a percentage of the GST. And again, they're capping it. Instead of putting a minimum, if it's a percentage of the GST collected, if the GST collected it goes up, I don't see why the municipalities would not be entitled to receive their fair share. And we don't understand why there should be a ceiling of 20, I think it's $2 billion, why there should be a ceiling instead of having it continue to be a percentage of the gas tax collected. Thank you, Mrs. Chair, and I'll be looking forward to questions.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions or comments?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I take this opportunity to thank my constituents in Pickering Scarborough East for the trust bestowed on me to represent them here in the House. As you might know, Madam Speaker, a particularity of this riding is that it encompasses two cities united by diversity, 416-905, phone code. One of the largest in Canada, Toronto, and the other much smaller, the city of Pickering. Dividing and at the same time uniting the communities in my riding is the magnificent Rouge River, which is with its unique park, which contains unique biodiversity, such as the remnants of the Carolinian boreal forest. The Rouge Park will become soon the first urban national park in North America, with 20% of the Canadian population in its immediate proximity. My riding also has the Pickering nuclear power plant and several strongly research-oriented establishments, such as the University of Toronto Scarborough campus and Centennial College, and companies such as Purdue Pharmaceuticals and others on the high technology end. Certainly, we need more in the future. In this context, Madam Speaker, I am delighted on behalf of my constituents to speak in support of Bill C-13. This bill provides the means to continue the recovery and the stability phase of our economy in these complicated world circumstances, which are very important for my constituents from Pickering Scarborough East. Availability of jobs, economic stability and growth are important for the families in my riding. Our responsible conservative government continues to be focused on what matters to Canadians, creating jobs and promoting economic stability and growth. Canada is recognized to have the strongest job growth record in the G7, with nearly 600,000 net new jobs created since July 2009. And the International Monetary Fund projects that we will have among strongest economic growth in the G7 over the next 2 years. However, we are not immune from global economic turbulence. That's why we need to stay the course and implement the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan. Bill C-13 really supports Canada's economic recovery and outlines also a vision for the future by proposing action on the following pillars of good governance and stability, such as promote job creation and economic growth, support communities, help families, invest in education and training, and respect taxpayers. Promote job creation and economic growth. This bill is providing a temporary hiring credit for small business to encourage additional hiring, expanding tax support for clean energy generation to encourage green investments, extending the mineral exploration tax credit for flow-through share investors by 1 year to support Canada's mining sector. Is simplifying customs tariffs in order to facilitate trade and lower the administrative burden for business. Is extending the accelerated capital cost allowance treatment for investments in manufacturing and processing machinery and equipment for 2 years to support the manufacturing and processing sector. Is eliminating the mandatory retirement age for federally regulated employees in order to give older workers wishing to work the opinion to remain in the workforce. Being an engineer with extensive Canadian and international experience, both public and private service, I know well that the creation of safe, secure, and inviting environment for business is paramount for economic development. Support communities. The bill is legislating permanent gas tax funding for municipalities, putting into law the permanent annual investments of $2 billion in gas tax funding for cities and towns to support infrastructure priorities. This provision, Madam Speaker, is of utmost importance for our infrastructure. It provides for payments to be made to provinces, territories, municipalities, First Nations and other entities for municipal infrastructure improvements on a continuous basis and is predictable. The bill is enhancing the wage earner protection program to cover more workers affected by employer bankruptcy or receivership. Is increasing the ability of Canadians to give more confidently to legitimate charities by introducing a package of integrity measures designed to help combat fraud and other forms of abuse. Help families. This bill is introducing a new family caregiver tax credit to assist caregivers of all types of infirm dependent relatives. Is removing the limit on the amount of eligible expenses caregivers can claim under the medical expense tax credit in respect of financially dependent relatives. Is introducing new children's arts tax credit for programs associated with children's artistic, cultural, recreation and development activities. Is introducing a volunteer firefighters tax credit to allow eligible volunteer firefighters to claim 15% of non-refundable tax credit based on an amount of $3,000. Invest in education and training. The bill is forgiving loans for new doctors and nurses in underserved rural and remote areas. Is helping apprentices in the skilled trades and workers in regulated professions by making occupational, trade and professional examination fees eligible for the tuition tax credit. As a member of the regulated profession of engineering, myself, I know how much are the annual fees and certification examination. I take this opportunity to cite some of the remarks from my professional bodies. Engineers Canada, making professional examination fees eligible for tuition tax credit demonstrates a real commitment to fostering the highly skilled and qualified talent the country needs to compete. It will help in the pursuit of a strong, diverse and modern economy. Polytechnics Canada welcomes the 2011 federal budget for its recognition of the role of which our members play in advancing innovation through applied research and commercialization activities. These budget measures demonstrate ways to use existing programs with modest new investment to encourage Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises to generate smart, long-lasting jobs. The bill is improving federal financial assistance for students. It is making them easier to allocate registered education saving plan assets among siblings without incurring tax penalties or forfeiting Canada's education savings grants. And finally, is respect for the taxpayers, ladies and gentlemen. Is phasing out the direct subsidies of political parties. Is closing numerous tax loopholes that allow a few businesses and individuals to avoid paying their fair share of tax. My constituents especially like this provision. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues from opposition to support this bill. It is good for our country in our common quest to keep Canada as the best place in the world to live. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Fiol. Madam Speaker, this summer I met with mayors in my riding, including the mayor of Centre-du-Nord, who told me about one of the issues in his municipality, a lack of federal investment in the municipality's infrastructure. So the needs in that municipality are significant, and he raised the issue of wastewater treatment. The wastewater ends up in the Saguenay, in the fjord, And this is a federal organization that is responsible for protecting these waters. And the mayor was discussing this matter with me, and he asked me to represent him in Ottawa and asked the federal government to invest in the infrastructure in his municipality. So I would ask the government, because looking at this bill, I was disappointed to see that there was really no investment in infrastructure. We know that the time is right now to invest in small municipalities. There's a huge need in terms of infrastructure. I'd ask the government side and the Conservative member whether the government will finally invest in the infrastructure needs of small municipalities. Thank you.
For Pickering Scarborough East.
I am thanking my honourable colleague for the question. It's an excellent question. What we are doing, we made the tax credit for the gas fund permanent, so the municipalities can plan how and what are their priorities, and also provinces involved. So basically, the federal government can provide the funding, but cannot provide to manage the project. So it's bad on the municipalities to ask for the projects and to see what are their priorities. I understand the infrastructure problem is a great problem, but we allocated this $2 billion before it was nothing, so it is still a great progress.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlebois, Haute-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. To start, I heard a comment earlier on that I didn't find all that acceptable. I'm also new in this House of Commons, and I haven't yet to face any corruption issues. There's a high unemployment rate in my region. What's being done for the forestry industry, for the fishery, and for the regions in general? Well, not all that much. If the government wants to give the regions their power, then they're going to have to work together with them, because at the time being, things are not going that well. Some refineries, oil refineries, were shut down in Quebec. I think it would be a good idea to keep our jobs in this country. I'm wondering what the interests of the Conservative Party, in fact, are. I think really it has to do with the pockets of party members.
Merci beaucoup, mon collègue.
Thank you for your question, honourable colleague. I will answer in English.
Thank you very much again. The question, I understand, it is complicated. I cannot resolve it to you today. But as you see, our government is providing more of the tools for resolving the issues of the country. Now, in your situation, I don't know too many details, but I think that our government is on the way to care for all Canadians, not only for the conservative ridings and so on. We are there to govern, and to govern in a responsible way.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First off, in addressing Bill C-13, I'd like to start by talking about the omnibus aspect of it. In this bill, there are some issues that should have really been studied aside from a big bill like this. The first issue is the issue of a securities office. I believe that the creation of this institution should have been the subject of a high-level debate, a heartfelt, in-depth, well-documented debate. There was an end to that debate because a resolution came through in the context of an omnibus piece of legislation that included so many chapters, that it was impossible to find heads or tails of it. There's only this is one chapter out of 150. It's unacceptable. This is important legislation which will play a significant role in the future, the economic future of Canada. It will play play an important role in the constitution of this country. And it was not the subject of a debate. It was discreetly folded into an omnibus legislation. Clearly, this is again a shortcoming, and in this occurrence, it's a democratic shortcoming. Second, the issue of per vote subsidies to political parties. Some committees are exclusively responsible for the matter of the Election Act. There's the Ethics Committee that could certainly have looked at this essential point, could have exclusively discussed the reform in this matter. That was not the case. Again, the Conservative government is misusing omnibus legislation. Here we end up with issues that are covered up in a mountain of tax and fiscal measures that are complicated and difficult to understand. Well, this particular point should have been the subject of a debate on the future of democracy in this country, on the future of the funding for political parties, on the possibility of having new parties be created. This is not at all being discussed. The matter at hand here is only about money and not about democracy. Is there anything more important than the Elections Act to the democracy of a country? That is the problem with this government that does not want a debate, that does not want to have discussions about essential points, that again and again is bringing forward omnibus legislation to violate the rights of Canadians and their rights to have discussions about these important matters that affect their daily lives. There's another important point here. Again and again, there are non-refundable tax credits here. This is a problem for people who do not make enough money, people who do not even pay taxes. Why? Because they are too poor to do so, because they may be retired, or for a host of reasons. These people will never have access to these particular tax credits. This is a major tax shortcoming. People are prevented from having access to credits that are there, that exist, that could be refundable, but this is not being done. This is essentially a non-refundable credit. This is something we've seen since the Conservatives have taken power. There is an increasing gap between the rich and the poor in this country. This is one of the factors that is worsening the gap. You're not taking into consideration people who earn less than $15,000 a year. There are many people like this, and they have rights as well. How about people who have sick children or sick spouses to care for? The illness of a spouse will have a huge effect on a person's income. Caregiver tax credits are not really there to support people who take time off. It's not to care for a sick family member. It's simply not sufficient. Well, it's a noble purpose. It's an interesting measure, but essentially there's no income there provided. There's no obvious effect of this resolution. You're doing things that are strictly nice in the media or appealing from a media perspective. Again, the non-refundable tax credits are an excellent example of this. You're not providing enough. You do not have a organized national structure policy so that people can stay at home, so that people can actually take care of close family members that are ill. You're not doing that. Really, it's just rhetoric. And behind this rhetoric, there might be a few little points that might seem appealing, and you might say that you're in favor of supporting caregivers. What about the caregivers? Well, clearly, there's nothing there. People will get an advantage only if they, first of all, if they have an income. It's not enough, though. It doesn't meet the needs. You tell people, go ahead, do it. We'll give you something in exchange. But that money will never be sufficient to allow people to have, to live in a dignified way and avoid poverty. Very clearly, you're accepting the fact that Canadians, some Canadians, are poor, and you're accepting what is unacceptable. And that is the major difference between the Conservative Party and the NDP, and it shows that we are prepared to govern for Canadians, and you are prepared to govern for your friends in the financial sector. The Speaker would ask that the honourable member speak to the chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to volunteer firefighters, the government clearly said that the budgetary envelope for support for volunteer firefighters was in the order of $15 million for 85,000 firefighters. There are some restrictive measures. They have to work more than 200 hours as volunteer firefighters, and at no time should they be employed by the municipality. That already drops the number by 35%, so they're only 65%. So $15 million, that's about $300 per firefighter. Does anyone really believe that volunteer firefighters are working for $300? They're not motivated by these $300. They're motivated by the fact that they are supporting their fellow citizens. They want to serve. They want to be recognized as well. And the representatives from the Firefighters Association said that it is a step. It is a step, yes, but this is another example of more rhetoric. Here we are saying that we support volunteer firefighters. They say, long live volunteer firefighters, but then they give them $300. Wow, that's quite something, isn't it? What an amazing recovery plan. Really, there's no concern about whether these people have the required equipment, the required training, the support. No, not at all. We say, oh, wonderful, these are volunteer firefighters. And what about municipalities that can't afford firefighters, paid firefighter force? Well, the equipment matter remains. The people that don't have the equipment simply won't have any more equipment following these measures. Again, it's just rhetoric on the part of the Conservative government. There's nothing on paper here that is of any consistent value. What about access to culture for children? Yes, that's an interesting measure, $500 tax credit. But again, it's a non-refundable credit. Second, those that are most sorely lacking in culture are those people also who have needs financially. And so long as these needs are not met, those who need culture the most are those who will not be able to have access to this tax credit. And again, Madam Speaker, this is consistently what we've been saying from the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party says we're in favor of culture, and yet the people who need it remain without access to it.
And once again, this is a clear demonstration of the fact that the Conservative Party is spouting rhetoric. There's economic stagnation in Canada, and everyone has said so. We've got only 2,000 jobs that have been created since May of 2008. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. When we talk about refundable and non-refundable tax credits, often for people, it is difficult to understand exactly what that means in concrete terms, because not everyone fills out their tax returns themselves, so they might not understand the difference. So I would like my colleague to use an example that clearly illustrates how it could be applied here. For example, let's say I earn $25,000 a year, and I want to sign my daughter up for a dance class in January, and it costs $250, but I don't have enough money to pay for it now. Is there something in that budget that would help me to be able to enroll my daughter in a dance class now? The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. That's an excellent question, Madam Speaker, and it will allow me to talk about refundable and non-refundable tax credits. People who file tax returns often owe taxes to the government. They must pay the government taxes, and a tax credit will reduce the amount they have to pay. Instead of having to pay $2,000 in taxes, the person has to pay, for example, $1,500, and you'll have $500 that will be refundable. For example, that you can put towards your daughter's dance class. Now, if it was refundable, you could sign her up immediately for dance classes. You could sign your daughter up, even if you didn't have the money, because you would receive $500 to compensate. That is the major advantage of a refundable tax credit. The money is reimbursed immediately, whereas now you'd have to wait to file your tax return and hope that thanks to this return you'll have enough tax money to pay for the dance class. Questions and comments?
Pastor Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for remembering that long riding name as well. Madam Speaker, I have to ask you, I'm trying to follow the philosophy of the NDP party here right now, and I'm kind of at a loss. Yesterday, I sat in question period when I heard one of the members from the front bench of the NDP party ask about what they called was a deficit that was too big, and we actually agree with that, and that's why we're taking measures to make sure that we bring our books into balance. And now today, we have a member speaking about this budget, and in every line item he says, not enough, not enough, not enough. On the weekend, I spoke with firefighters who were very happy to get a tax credit that they never had before. I've had parents talk to me about a tax credit for the arts that they never had before. And yet it's not enough, not enough, not enough, except, Madam Speaker, when it comes to their own needs of the NDP's own political party, and then they say they want to keep that nest egg that they already have there that's costing taxpayers $30 million and don't want to reduce that. And so I'm trying to figure out exactly what is the philosophy of the NDP party. Are they just out for themselves, or do they want Canadians to benefit from a thriving economy?
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. That's an excellent question, and I'm going to answer very simply. The NDP is concerned about Canadians' finances, not the finances of people who don't pay any taxes, even though they have $5 billion in cash in their bank accounts. And that, Madam Speaker, is a very important element. We're talking about the economy. We want a comprehensive action plan to improve job creation. There are thousands of people who are unemployed and underemployed. These people could pay taxes. We lost 350,000 jobs in the manufacturing sector, and the government just thinks, well, you know, that's no big thing, no big deal. We don't want any more masquerading. We don't want any brinkmanship. We don't want to hear these people say, oh, we're supporting the volunteer firefighters. But when we see that it actually comes down to nothing, behind the government's rhetoric, there needs to be some kind of action plan, some kind of objective, but there's nothing, just some kind of electioneering speech. They claim to support volunteer firefighters, but you have to do it rather than just say it. That's the difference.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-13, an act to implement certain provisions of the 2011 budget as updated on June 6, 2011, and other measures, or better known as the Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. Madam Speaker, Canada has come out of the global economic downturn with the strongest growth record in the G7. Our government has created nearly 600,000 net new jobs since July 2009. Our government is standing up for Canadians and fulfilling the strong mandate they gave us to focus on the economy and to create jobs. That's certainly what I heard at the door. Everyone wanted us to focus on the economy and create jobs for our communities and for our neighbours. One such job creation measure that is present in the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan is the hiring credit for small businesses. This one-time credit of up to $1,000 is aimed at encouraging hiring by Canadian small and medium-sized businesses. Madam Speaker, it's a wonderful measure to help stimulate the Canadian economy, and it's mutually beneficial to both our strong small business sector as well as to hardworking Canadians who are seeking a job. But don't just take my word for it. Let's hear from Dan Kelly, the Senior Vice President of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. This is what he has to say about the small business tax credit. Since the 2011 budget announcement, many members, so many Canadian Federation of Independent Business members, have called about the credit and reported that it will make it easier for them to hire. And I think that's what everybody wants across this country. He went on to stress that this is a particularly important initiative as the government has declared 2011 as the year of the entrepreneur. And Madam Speaker, it's not just the CFIB that is pleased with our hiring credit. It's also the Toronto Board of Trade, who had this to say, and I quote, "We welcome new initiatives to spur small business productivity and hiring, such as the hiring credit for small businesses. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the engines of job growth. Spurring productivity and employment growth among small and medium-sized enterprises, as this budget does, should help Canada's economic recovery." Madam Speaker, this hiring credit for small business is getting high praise from such respected institutions as the Canadian Federation of Independent Business and from the Toronto Board of Trade. And it's no surprise to me, since I've been getting excellent feedback from small businesses in my community of Mississauga, Brampton South. I'm honoured to be speaking today on the great initiatives for small business and job creation that will be implemented as part of the Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. I also want to highlight that the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan has a strong focus on helping Canadian families as well. As a mom to a wonderful 6-year-old boy named Jeffrey, there's nothing that is more important to me than my family. And I'm proud to be a part of a government that stands up for hardworking Canadian families, like those that are the bedrock of my community in Mississauga, Brampton South. Any mom who's ever signed up their child for music lessons or sport lessons or dance lessons knows how quickly those fees add up. That's why our government already provided for the very popular fitness tax credit for children that helped with the cost of sports and helped to keep our kids fit. I'm proud to stand and vote in favour of a budget that will provide tax relief for moms and dads who'd like to sign their children up for music or art lessons. One way our government is standing up for families is through the new Children's Arts Tax Credit for programs associated with children's artistic, cultural, recreational and development activities, as I've just mentioned. This allows Canadian families to claim a 15% non-refundable tax credit on up to $500 in fees for eligible programs. This tax credit helps both our children, who will benefit from some of the best programming available, but will also help encourage Canadians from a very young age to make the best use of the world-class artistic community that's available to all Canadians. Madam Speaker, another measure introduced as part of Budget 2011 aimed at helping Canadian families is the new Family Caregiver Tax Credit. This 15% non-refundable tax credit on an amount of $2,000 for caregivers of all types of infirm dependent relatives, including for the first time spouses, common law partners and minor children, will help Canadian families receive all of the support that they may require. This initiative has been welcomed as a huge step by important groups like the Canadian Caregiver Coalition, who had the following comments. The Canadian Caregiver Coalition applauds the federal budget. The measures announced in the budget are an important acknowledgement of the vital role of family caregivers. The announcement of a family caregiver tax credit demonstrates the federal government's commitment to families and the caregivers' responsibilities that they assume. Financial support for those who must take time off work is a critical component of effective policy for family caregivers. We are pleased to see the federal government recognizing and furthering the support for family caregivers by mitigating their financial burden through this program. Madam Speaker, the final initiative from the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan that I would like to speak about today is legislating a permanent annual investment of $2 billion in the Gas Tax Fund. I've already had the pleasure to speak about how implementing this bill will help our small businesses, help our children, help our families, but all of these things need a strong community in order to thrive and reach their full potential. Our government has made and will continue to make significant commitments to cities and communities through the Gas Tax Fund. In fact, we recently tabled legislation to make the Gas Tax Fund permanent, as I mentioned, at $2 billion per year, so that municipalities will now be able to count on this stable funding for their infrastructure needs well into the future. Our government also recognizes the need for future infrastructure support beyond 2014. That's why Budget 2011 included a commitment that our government would work with provinces, territories, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and other stakeholders to develop a long-term plan for public infrastructure that extends well beyond the expiry of the Building Canada Plan. I'm very proud of the unprecedented investments in public infrastructure that our Conservative government has made since taking office in 2006. We will continue to build on this momentum by working with provinces, territories, and municipalities to address Canada's infrastructure priorities and challenges. Madam Speaker, I can tell you as a former City Councillor that the gas tax investment that was provided by this federal government to municipalities across the country provided for massive investment in transit. For instance, in Mississauga, the gas tax funding allowed for us to have our largest expansion in Mississauga transit history. That meant more routes, more buses, more often. It also allowed for us to have the first wheelchair-accessible buses throughout our community. Madam Speaker, I've risen in the House today and spoken about how the Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act will help our economy, our families, and our communities. I'd like to thank all members who've taken the time to listen today and hope they will join with me and support this vital legislation and help to implement the key elements of the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan. I would implore the opposition parties to support our budget and help all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Madam Speaker, the member across knows we here in the House, we have rather large salaries, and so our children, I also have a daughter, 7 years old, Para, similar to the member across's boy, similar in age. However, our salaries here in the House are quite large, and so enrolling our children in activities is not a problem for us. Lacking the time is a problem, but you know, to enroll them in these activities is not a problem. But what do you say to a single mother who's earning perhaps $20,000 a year, who can't afford to enroll their children in these activities? How does this bill help that mother enroll her child in activities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, there are many hardworking families across our communities. I can certainly speak to Mississauga, Brampton South, and I'm sure the good people in Vaudreuil-Soulanges would also concur that when they've got 1 or 2 or 3 kids and they start signing their children up for, let's say, hockey or music lessons, it does add up terribly quickly. I mean, hockey's at about $1,000 for children, and those parents can now avail themselves of this tax credit. This is an important step, and I would be very surprised if the member opposite actually voted against this type of support for families in his riding. I certainly would be embarrassed to vote against something like that. I'm very proud to stand in support of this budget. I'm very proud to stand in support of Canadian families, and I think it's our duty to help all Canadian families.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
No, we were having trouble with the system here, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, just with regard to registering our youth in organized sport, and I'll share some stats with my colleague across the way here, and I know that the government has an aversion to actual facts and statistics, but if you look at participation rates in this country over the last 12 years, there was absolutely no discernible increase in participation rates after the tax credit came forward for registering your son or daughter for a sport program after 2008, 2009. The increases are pretty much the same. The one year in the last 12 years that we've had an increase in participation rates in this country is 2003. And that's because our men and women's hockey teams won gold medals at Salt Lake City. And the increase in female participation in sport spiked because of that. So, what we're trying to say here on the opposition benches, if you look at targeted investments, invest in our athletes, invest in facilities, invest in coaching, and create some heroes and create role models for young people, then you get increased participation numbers. You get more people involved, rather than, when I sat down with my wife and we decided to put our boys in hockey, we didn't say, you know what, we do this, only there's no tax credit, so the heck's with it. It doesn't enter into the whole thought process. But targeted investments work, and I think that's where the government misses when it comes to trying to encourage more youth to get involved in sport.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Well, I certainly concur that role models are important, and our government has made unprecedented investments into sports across this country. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I was at the Skate Canada event in Mississauga and announced some funding for them and provided gold medals. And it was the first time that a gold medal had been won by a Canadian. Up until now, it had always been won by Russians or some others. The gold medal went to a Canadian, the silver medal went to the Canadians, and then the bronze was won by the Italians. So I am all in favor of wonderful sports. The member opposite is correct when he says that Canadian families are going to enroll their children in sports or fitness classes or arts classes. I think every mom and dad will sacrifice in order to make sure that their child can go and avail themselves of a music lesson or a hockey lesson. What this budget does, though, is recognize that high cost for families. We believe in providing more money into the pockets of hardworking moms and dads. Simple. Simple, simple. And I would hope that the Liberal opposition members and the NDP opposition members would want to join us in helping young moms and dads.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-13, the Second Budget Implementation Act for the Budget 2011. And while I agree that some of the topics covered in Bill C-13 are also subjects that we on this side of the House feel are important, I feel that this bill misses the mark widely and does not deliver what Canadian needs, and I think my colleagues would agree. The topics are important, but the content is weak. While the government has entitled the bill Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act, I feel, and we feel on this side of the House, it will do little to grow jobs or the economy, and suffice it to say that I support the title, but unfortunately not the content. While I will return to the specifics of the bill in a moment, I feel it's important to discuss the context in which this bill has been tabled and to talk about what I see are a few very alarming trends, both with our own economy and internationally. As both sides of this House will recognize, the world economy has become increasingly unpredictable, and due to the now globalized trading network, it is very hard for governments to insulate themselves from shocks such as we are seeing in Greece, Italy, and other European countries. And the mood of this uncertainty is often reflected in the moods shown by members opposite during these unpredictable times. On one day, we see the members of the government thumping their desks, and the next day, they almost seem to be in a panic about current events. So the global waves seem to be washing over on the government, and one day they're boasting, and the next day they're not sure what to do, wringing their hands. What is most perplexing to me is that while this government often wants the public to believe we're helpless in the face of these global forces, we hear over and over again that while there's really nothing we can do, these are economic shocks coming from elsewhere that we have no control over. In the same breath, the government said has single-handedly created thousands of jobs within the economy, hundreds of thousands of jobs. And I think this is very inconsistent, and it's something that the government has to remedy. They can't have it both ways. You can't say on the one hand that you absolve yourself from any responsibility for our current economic woes, while at the same time taking the entire credit, saying the government itself creates these jobs, when it's clearly not true. Now, to be fair, this practice of double standards is a very bad habit, which most governments undertake, but I think it's much better to be honest with Canadians and to really own up to what's going on within our economy and internationally. The government needs to really tell the Canadians the truth about what lies ahead for Canada and how the government plans to help Canadians maximize their potential in these uncertain economic times. And I think the government, for example, made a good start, or a small start, when the finance minister warned Canadians about reducing their personal debt loads. This was something, I think, that was honest and from the heart. It wasn't rhetoric. It was a genuine concern that I think we all share in this House, is that Canadians are massively over-leveraged with their home budgets, and they need to do something to reduce it. I think the government made a good start when they admitted this, and they tried to tell Canadians and warn them about what's coming and what needs to happen in the future. However, after that slight warning, they seem to go back to the rhetoric, and now all we have is, oh, the world economy is in flux, there's nothing we can do about it, but yet when there's any kind of report of job creation, they take credit for it. So the government needs to be honest and stick with being honest with Canadians and acknowledge the extent to which the global economy is shifting. European and North American economic dominance is being replaced, but with an Asian dominance. This is a trend that we all see, that all Canadians see, and it's something that the government has to recognize and adapt to. And really, if we just look at GDP growth rates, that's what says it all. World Bank data shows Canada's GDP growth rate was around 3% in 2010, where China's is around 10%. In 2009, we actually had a negative GDP growth rate of negative 2.5%, where China's economy continued to grow at a rate of 9%. So while we went through a huge shock in 2008, China's growth was business as usual. As one of my colleagues at Simon Fraser University, noted economist John Richards once said to me, we've had our run, now it's Asia's turn to dominate. And this is something that we have to recognize in this House, and we have to adapt to it. Now, it does look like times are increasingly going to get tough. The IMF has slashed our growth projections to 2.1% this year and just 1.7% next year. Compare that again with China, which will be at about a projected rate of about 9 or 10%. So again, you can see that this isn't a one-time off event. This is a consistent happening where the Canadian economy the GDP growth rate is shrinking, where China is growing. So, Madam Speaker, we need to be honest with Canadians about where we're headed and what we can do to kind of weather these economic times. Bill C-13 and other measures taken by this government indicate to me the government doesn't have much of a plan for the Canadian economy. It seems the government is content to encourage massive foreign investment in our resource industry, ram pipelines through to ship unconventional crude from the Alberta oil sands to Asian markets, roll back regulation in the north and mine it for all it's worth, and then continue to ship unrefined products to foreign markets. The problem is, Madam Speaker, this is yesterday's approach to managing the Canadian economy, and it really lacks vision. The government has to stop relying on yesterday's flawed solutions to Canada's economic problems, or else Canada will get swamped by the global economy. It needs to recognize that where we stand in relation to the rest of the world and plan accordingly. Now, that the major portion of this so-called budget bill centers on the removing of a relatively small amount of money from political parties does not show me that this government is serious about the major challenges that lie ahead for Canada, but rather it's immersed in petty politics. And again, this shines through in the rhetoric of we can't do anything to whether, it's an international crisis that's created, but yet they still take credit for jobs, any kind of job creation in Canada. So what Bill C-13 should do is include a vision for Canada that does not rely on hoping foreign companies and governments will pillage our natural resources, ship them to their shores, add value, and then ship them back to us. This is yesterday's way of running our Canadian economy, and we don't need that anymore. And in fact, we're not going to grow, we're not going to flourish if we continue with this approach. Madam Speaker, this Bill C-13 would instill much more confidence in Canadians if it contained real measures to grow secondary industry in this country. I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. At recent meetings I've had with petroleum producers in this country, with individual industries and their associations, they've revealed to me that the number of refineries in Canada has dramatically declined from almost 50 to now under 20, with others under serious threat of closure. This bill, Madam Speaker, has no plan to maintain this valuable refinery industry, which it appears the Conservatives would have happy to fade away. And these refineries will fade away, Madam Speaker. We've seen them close in Quebec. That's been mentioned here today in the House. But to put this in context, Madam Speaker, the largest refinery in Canada produces 300,000 barrels per day, which was a massive refinery when it was built many decades ago. India has recently built a complex that refines 1.2 million barrels per day. 1.2 million barrels per day. That number sometimes is hard to get your head around, but that is a massive refinery, and more of these are on the horizon, both in China and India. So we need to take stock about where we actually stand, not just in this industry, but in other industries, where we actually stand in relation to our secondary production, and come up with a real plan to save these industries and make sure that we somehow think about how to grow them if we can. We need to closely target investment to help these industries survive and thrive. Other countries have done it, and we need to follow their lead. To simply just throw up your hands and say the market is going to do this, to throw up your hands and say it's foreign investment that's going to come in and save us, is just not the way forward. So the challenge for this government, Madam Speaker, is for the government to be honest with Canadians and provide an economic vision for this country that does more than rely on shipping raw resources to foreign countries. In my opinion, this bill goes no way to reassure me that this government has such a vision, and I doubt it does do much to convince Canadians of this either. Now, it's worth also reviewing just a few facts and figures in my remaining minute or so, just to kind of show where we stand. Official unemployment in this country is 1.4 million people that are out of work, included those who are discouraged or unemployed. And if you include those all, that pushes us to 2 million. This number may be structural. I've asked actually in the House for the government to reveal what they think their natural rate of unemployment is. They do that in the U.S. every month. They tell us what their natural rate of unemployment is. This government will not do that. In fact, sometimes I wonder if they even know what that statistic means. Is their plan to maintain our unemployment rate at 7% or to move forward and try to reduce that rate? We need a vision. We don't have one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Madam Speaker, this fall, my colleague from Jonquière and myself met in the Saguenay region with groups who wanted to tell us what their concerns were and issues that they want us to advocate for in Ottawa. One of their concerns was this: the Canada Pension Plan and the protection of their pension funds when there's a bankruptcy. And I was disappointed to see in this Conservative bill that they are refusing to include senior suggestions. That is, to make it a priority to protect workers' funds, workers who have spent their lives investing in their pension and who want to have that pension security. So would I ask my colleague what he thinks about the fact that this bill does not include what seniors want in terms of pension protection.
Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague for the question. I think this, again, is a reflection of what is lacking in this bill. It is filled with petty measures, small measures, some really targeted at scoring points against the opposition, and really no answers for Canadians who are, this isn't just numbers on a sheet. These are real people that are facing uncertain times, and it's especially tough for seniors who have planned and planned and planned for their retirement, and yet they see it under threat because of this government's push for them to rely on markets for their retirement rather than doing things than protecting our very good Canadian pension plan system or, in fact, strengthening it. So again, I'm disappointed. I know we're disappointed on this side of the House with the measures in this bill, and I urge the government to do more.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Compton Stansted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, if we're speaking about insufficient measures, I'd like to ask my colleague how, if we want to stimulate businesses, there are no stimulus measures for environmental projects, for example. The environment is our future. It's the future of everyone, and there is absolutely no measure in this bill to stimulate projects, whether it be in research, development, or very practical, on-the-ground environmental actions. There is nothing in this bill, but there are many ideas coming from the regions, and yet there are no measures to stimulate growth in the environmental sector.
For Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you to my colleague for his great question. And where I was talking about refineries, of course, what the vision of the NDP, of course, is for a green and sustainable future, and that's where we have to be. It seems like the government has missed the boat on that. Has kind of abandoned these types of investments. For example, China and the U.S. are leading the way on solar and wind power investments. We seem to have just thrown that away. We did have an opportunity. We were in early, even in the 1970s, we're investing in solar power. This government has decided, well, we're not going to do that. We're going to leave it to other markets. Well, again, just extract raw resources, send them out, and hope that that's enough to keep our economy going. I don't think it's much of a plan, and I don't think Canadians are going to find that much of a vision either. So I much rather prefer the vision that my colleague outlines here. Thank you.
Questions
and comments. A very brief question. You only have 1 minute left for the honourable member of Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I think mentioning the lack of vision on part of this government is very apt. As you know, Madam Speaker, currently we're trying to get increased funding for public transit projects, and we're trying to make the economic argument how it helps on innovation, productivity, these things that make the economy run smoothly. And sometimes it feels like we're running up against a brick wall because the lack of vision on part of the government doesn't see the economic benefits of all these elements that we've been proposing as an official opposition. So could the honourable member speak more about innovation and improvements in Canada's economic productivity?
Member for Burnaby Douglas in 30 seconds.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. One thing they have been doing in other Nordic countries is investing in things like clusters. They find areas of the country where businesses or private sector businesses are already thriving, whether it's in the sustainable resources or other type of industries. Then they help those industries grow. They don't create industry from scratch. They invest in what's already there. I think this is the kind of thing that we need to consider in this House. I don't see anything from that side, and it's disappointing. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise in this House to speak on this matter that is most important to Canadians, Bill C-13, the Canadian Economic Action Plan. First of all, though, I want to again express my gratitude and humble honour to the constituents of Elmwood-Transcona for placing their trust in me to represent them here in Ottawa. It is a job that I take most seriously, and is also why I'm very happy to speak on this next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, something that I heard so much positive feedback about while speaking to my constituents in Elmwood-Transcona. Canada can be proud that under the leadership of Prime Minister Harper and the Conservative government, we have accomplished 7 straight quarters of economic growth. In a time where in so many places across the globe people are suffering because of the weakness of their economy, here in Canada we can take pride and confidence in the fact that we're seeing movement in the right direction. Canada is in one of the strongest fiscal positions of the world's top-performing advanced economies. This is not an accident. With our continued focus on the strength of our economy, we can ensure that we will continue to see strong economic growth. In a time where so many places in the developed world are seeing serious job loss, we can be proud of the fact that since July 2009, Canada has created almost 600,000 net new jobs, and over 80% of these being full-time. With the Conservative government's continued focus on the Canadian economy and the things that are important to all Canadians, This next phase of the Canadian Economic Action Plan offers a solid amount of strong initiatives that will aid all Canadians. With a focus on the people and groups of citizens that are important to Canadian society, such as families, seniors, small businesses, and job creators, volunteer firefighters, manufacturers, students, and farmers, and so many more. We can acknowledge that the primary concern of this government is the strength and ability of all Canadians. With initiatives that will keep taxes low and keep us on track to balance the budget, Canada can be confident that we will continue to be a leading force in global economic recovery. Families are an integral part and integral to the strength of Canadian society, and so it is important that as part of our economic strategy, we offer programs and initiatives to help the families of Canada. In my riding of Elmwood-Transcona, I have spoken with many families, asking them for their thoughts of what is important to them. Many were able to remind me of their excitement regarding the tax credits promised during the federal election. Today, I can proudly say that the Conservative government is ready to deliver on that front. With the new children's tax credit, a 15% non-refundable tax credit on up to $500 in eligible fees for programs associated with children's artistic, cultural, recreational, and developmental activities, this government is taking Canadian families seriously. We understand that it is important for children to be involved in positive activities. We also recognize that we can aid families in having their children participate in these types of activities with a tax credit that will help families keep more of their hard-earned money in their own pockets. Often families have shared their concerns with the limit that was placed on claimable medical expenses of a dependent relative. With the next phase of the Canadian Economic Action Plan, our government will be removing the $10,000 limit for these eligible medical expenses. Madam Speaker, I am happy to share with you and all Canadians the facts regarding the new family caregiver tax credit. This is a 15% non-refundable tax credit on the amount of $2,000 for caregivers of all types of dependent relatives, including for the first time spouses, common law partners, and minor children. Along with the other incentives offered for families, I can attest that the concerns of families in Canada are recognized, and we take to heart the concerns that have been brought forward by Canadian families. It is due to our strong record of tax relief that the total tax saving for a typical family in Canada is over $3,000. That is taking to heart the concerns of Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. That is a testament to this government's strong commitment to deliver on their promises it has made to Canadians to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pockets. Along with families, we recognize the growing needs of our seniors. Our Conservative government understands that Canada's seniors help build and make our country great. That is why it is important to us to enhance the Guaranteed Income Supplement, enhance the New Horizons program for seniors, eliminate the mandatory retirement age for federally regulated employees, and extend the targeted initiative for older workers by $50 million. By enhancing the GIS, where eligible low-income seniors will receive additional benefits of up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples, we will be helping more than 680,000 seniors across our great country. One elderly gentleman has stopped by my office multiple times, occasionally for other issues, but each time he comes in, he is sure to tell me about how this increase to the annual GIS will make the difference for him and his wife between living very tight and being relieved of their financial concerns. I'm happy to speak here today, Mr. Speaker, to our government delivering what is more than deserved by our Canadian seniors, and to say to all those seniors in my riding of Elmwood-Transcona that another election promise is being delivered. In my riding of Elmwood-Transcona, I have had the pleasure of conversation with many of our small businesses. These men and women, Mr. Speaker, are happy to hear and see the incentives offered by this government to help them offer employment, start up their businesses, and run successfully in the Canadian marketplace. With the new hiring credit for small business, a temporary one-time credit of up to $1,000 against a small firm's increased employment insurance premiums, this credit helps up to 25,000 employers defray the 525,000 employers, defray the cost of additional hiring. The Conservative government is excited to offer support also to youth entrepreneurs, $20 million to support the Canadian Youth Business Foundation's activities. This program helps young entrepreneurs become the business leaders of tomorrow through mentorship, learning resources, and startup financing. We have increased the small business limit to $500,000, referring to the amount of income earned by a small business eligible for the reduced federal tax rate. We have reduced the small business tax rate from 12% to 11%, along with other incentives that I don't have time to go into all the details on, Mr. Speaker. These incentives show our government's commitment to helping Canadian small businesses continue to be successful. We recognize the importance of small business to the Canadian economy. I realize, Mr. Speaker, that I'm using up a decent amount of my time here. Before I wrap up, there are a few other key parts of this phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan that I'd like to touch on. In the continued efforts of the Conservative government to strengthen the integrity and accountability in government as well as political activity, I would like to draw attention to the fact that in this stage of the Economic Action Plan, we will continue to take taxpayer dollars seriously. That's why in this stage of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we are following through on our government's campaign commitment to phase out per-vote subsidy for political parties. The government will introduce legislation to gradually reduce this per-year, per-vote subsidy in increments starting from April 1st, 2012 until it is completely eliminated in 2015-2016. This will generate savings of up to $30 million. Our government has always opposed direct taxpayer subsidies to political parties and believes that political parties should rely primarily on their supporters for financing. One other area that I'd like to touch on is the recognition of Canadian charities. We understand the important role that charity plays in Canadian society, and we are committed to supporting that. That's why in Budget 2006 we eliminated the capital gains tax associated with the donation of publicly listed securities to public charities. That's why Budget 2010 reformed the disbursement quota to reduce administrative complexity. In the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we are going to build on our support for charities by cracking down on the few individuals who abuse the charitable system, by enhancing transparency and strengthening compliance requirements, and providing the CRA with the necessary tools to deal with the charitable status or act against organizations where individuals involved have a history of abusing the system. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government, with this next phase of the Canadian Economic Development Plan, continues to show it puts all Canadians first. The Conservative government proves in this phase to continue to deliver on the election promises made to concerned Canadians. Our government will not lose focus of what is most important to Canadians, our economy. Rather, we will continue to implement good and transparent use of tax dollars that will be used to enhance our economy and allow us to remain the economic envy of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Mont.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Bill C-13, we could look at what the Conservative Party is putting forward, the limited things that the Conservative Party is doing. We could also talk about what the Conservative Party is not doing. We can also talk about the promises not kept during this Parliament and in the previous one. I will focus on one thing, though. On May 7, 2007, Mr. Speaker, I think government members may not recall this, but I remember this, even though I'm a new member of Parliament. Following the promises made in the previous budget, a promise to deal with tax evasion, the current Minister of Finance had changed his tune and said there was no way of avoiding tax evasion, that we could not fight against it. So I'm wondering whether the Conservative government wants to defend the interests of Canadians or those who contribute to the Conservative Party.
As I said in my speech, and thank you for the question to the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, but as I said in my speech, the citizens of my riding in Elmo-Transcona have rightly acknowledged that we are doing much for Canadian citizens across the spectrum. My riding has a large, different spectrum of citizens in it, and they all see the benefits of this budget for them. And they have a desire to see us continue going forward in what we've brought forward. We've lived up to the commitments we made in the election. We're bringing forward what we promised during the past election. And what I'm hearing in my writing is great thanks from the citizens for us continuing to go forward with what we have committed to. Thank you.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Percentage go Filings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member for Elmwood-Strathcona, focusing on the question of the elimination of what's generally referred to as the per-vote subsidy. It has been less than $28 million over time, and it actually represents a very small portion of the total amount of tax dollars that go to federal political parties. I want to ask the honourable member if, in an effort to cut federal tax dollars going to political parties, that whether his government is considering cutting the tax credits to its donors, which last year or in 2009 came to over $10 million to the Conservative Party alone, or to electoral expense reimbursements, which in 2009 came to over $21 million to the Conservative Party alone.
For Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. As I expressed before, we had made a commitment to our electorate on the per-vote subsidy, and we are continuing down that path. We have promised to the citizens of Canada that we would eliminate the per-vote subsidy, and that's all we have spoken about. And the feedback I get in my writing is also very much supportive of us continuing down this path. Our people want to see that Canadian political parties are standing on their own 2 feet and not relying on subsidies from the federal government. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech on today's second half of the budget bill in terms of make sure it makes it to law before the end of the year, and I appreciate his approach, and I appreciate his residents his riding voting for him and sending him here. He's doing a great job in the House, and we appreciate that. Of the number of items that are in today's bill, whether it's promotion of job creation through the temporary hiring credit, support for the communities through the gas fund, the family caregiver tax credit, is there one or two that you'd like to particularly highlight that are really important to your riding in Winnipeg?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you to my colleague for the great question. There are a couple of items that I really want to highlight, and I did touch on it a little bit in my speech, and that was the work we're doing with small businesses to help them and with their hiring credits, and the extension to $500,000 to the small businesses. They see this as a great help to them. When I meet with small business owners, they look at that and they say this is a fantastic opportunity for us to grow and expand our businesses. They want to be able to do that on their own and to be contributing members to the growth of the Canadian economy, and they see great opportunity in that. The other one that I did touch on in my speech is seniors, and the seniors are very, very thankful for the GIS supplement that we're giving to them. They see it as an acknowledgement of what they've done for our country, and they really appreciate that we're recognizing what they have done to build Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to welcome my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona, his predecessor, who was actually my seatmate down in the far end down there, Mr. Jim Malloway, and who just got re-elected, or just got elected again as an MLA in the province of Manitoba under a new Democratic government. I want to congratulate Mr. Malloway on that. I do miss him as a seatmate, mind you, but nonetheless, he is back in the legislature in Manitoba, and we're happy that he's there. But my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona, I actually wrote it down because I was slightly taken aback when he said it. He said, referring to the Conservative government, we put all Canadians first. Well, I would challenge my friend from Elmwood-Transcona on that one, because the tax credits that you lay out for all of the things for children that you talked about, as much as one might say, well, that's fairly admirable. You know, we want young people to get into arts and sports and different clubs, Mr. Speaker, and find a way for parents to help that happen financially. The difficulty is it's supposed to help all Canadian families, according to what my friend said, and what this government purports to mean, when the reality, of course, is not true. It cannot help all Canadian families with a tax credit when you have poverty in this country where people do not pay tax. You cannot get a tax credit back if you don't pay tax. So how indeed, and I would put this to the government, obviously, how do you intend to help those families and those children get into arts, get into sports, join clubs, participate with other children, as supposedly this bill says it wants to do? It purports that's what it wants to do, where the reality is those families who can least afford to join in the first place get the proverbial goose egg. Nada, nothing, zero, no help. No financial help whatsoever. Not a penny. Not one single solitary red cent, Mr. Speaker, will they receive. Why? Because it's a tax credit. Tax credits are sent to people who have a certain amount of taxable income and indeed remit taxes to the government and indeed have the ability to get some form of credit back. It's just elementary. So what does that actually really help? Well, it helps the top brackets where folks can actually do all of the things that their young folks might want to do. You know, as a parent of not so young kids anymore, but clearly when they were young, we wanted them to participate. My wife and I, we wanted to make sure that happened, and we would, fortunately, because we had two good-paying jobs, I in the manufacturing sector and my spouse in the healthcare field, were able to afford to have our three kids into the programming that they wanted to do. It's because we had good-paying full-time jobs. Both of them unionized, by the way, where we had good pay, good benefits, and good pensions. And that's the type of workforce we want to create, Mr. Speaker, because that's the type of workforce that indeed can benefit from tax credits if that's the direction this government's going to go, not those who are underemployed or unemployed, or for those who are in dire need, in fact, are in poverty, who still have children who won't actually be able to participate. But you know, Mr. Speaker, it's amazing, and I'm going to refer to the numbers because we've heard these numbers get bandied around back and forth about this 600,000 net new jobs. You know, there's an old saying, and I won't repeat it here because you might find the language unparliamentary, about figures and figurers. And we'll leave that aside as to who figures and who's the figurer, trying to figure out what the figures are. But the bottom line is, here's the real number. In July of 2008, this is July 2008, there were 17,084,200 persons employed in the labor force in this country. In July of 2011, a mere few months ago, there were 17,344,200. So let me see. Let me be the figurer on this one, because I think I can do the arithmetic. It doesn't seem too complicated. That's actually an increase of 260,000 jobs. So I'm not real sure where 600 and some odd thousand net new, net, of course, being the difference between what one had and what one has now, being the difference as most folks would see it. What we have actually is less than half that amount. So if that be the case, and who am I to quibble with Stats Can? I mean, I know the government does when it wanted rid of the long-form census, but that's a debate of another day. But nonetheless, when we're looking at those numbers, one can clearly say that the numbers are purported of jobs to be created that really enhance the numbers of folks working in the economy. Clearly, the number is significantly lower than what this government purports it to be. You know, and as I head down this path, Mr. Speaker, I look to my own riding of Welland, a glorious place. I invite my colleagues to come and visit Welland when they can. It's a wonderful place to be, but what it does suffers a huge amount of unemployment. Why? Because we've seen a manufacturing sector that wasn't supported by this government simply take off. Where did it go? It went to Mexico, went to Illinois, Indiana, or just packed up and went to China. And most recently, we watched Tenninger's Automotive actually dry up last month and send 300 other workers and their families in Welland into the unemployment line. And what's their future under this government, Mr. Speaker? Less than 40% of Ontarians who get unemployed actually qualify for EI. That's the future for those folks who have been in and out of work over the last year and a half because of the downturn in that particular sector. Of course, the sector actually didn't dry up. The Henniges makes rubber moldings for automobiles. Where are they headed? They're headed to the States, Mr. Speaker. Why? They're going to a right-to-work state where they're going to get tax advantages because those governments down there are just going to pour money into that new firm and actually expand the existing one. And so it's not a question of a business going out of business, period, Mr. Speaker. It's a question of someone leaving this country and leaving our folks high and dry. We saw it all too often through Welland's history the last number of years, especially over the last number of years, when we watched John Deere do exactly the same, and this government stood idly by and just basically, washed its hands and said, well, that's the way it goes. Well, that's not good enough. That shouldn't be the way it goes for Canadians. But if I could, I'd like to pick up on my colleague from Burnaby Douglas. He talked about, and I remember this because I'm a little bit older than him. I actually remember being in high school, albeit I was a very young person then, grade 9, and I had teachers in my high school talk about how we had to diversify an economy. Because at the time, we were good at digging stuff out of the ground and cutting logs down, Mr. Speaker. We were extremely good at it. We're still good at it today. In fact, the mining sector is seen as one of the actual best in the world. And that's a good thing. Except the idea when I was in high school was take that stuff you dig out of the ground or you cut down a raw log or you pull out of the lake or wherever you do it and do something with it. Manufacture it, what we call it. I know that manufacturing seems to be an ugly word these days. We don't want to manufacture. Let somebody else do that because they're good at that somewhere else. We've gone back, Mr. Speaker, 40 years. Basically, it's 40 years since I was in high school. We've gone back 4 decades, back to the same old, when clearly what economists said at the time, in fact, and what teachers in my high school and other high schools across this country were saying to young people like me as we look forward to a potential job was diversify the economy, make manufacturing jobs, give us an opportunity to have good work, full-paying jobs with pensions and benefits, unionized if that's the case, and the economy will grow and so will our country. And lo and behold, what did we have during the 70s? We had in the 70s the ability of someone like myself, who's my age, who lived in the heartland of this country in Ontario, could literally walk up the street and get a job tomorrow if you quit a job in the morning. You get one in the afternoon. A good-paying job, a full-paying job, with benefits, with pensions. Now what do we have? We have young people today who are still in school, not because they necessarily want to be there, because they can't find a job. They can't start a career because there aren't any jobs to start careers in. Why is that? Because of the limited opportunities that we haven't seen happen over the last 5 to 7 years. And yet this government presents a budget that has all of those aspects absent. All of those pieces that we would want to see happen, that we actually did see happen back in the 70s when we diversified the economy, actually went about doing our business to make sure that we had businesses where you could get a job, a full-time job, a good-paying job with benefits and pensions. We've eliminated them. And now what do we have? We have temps, we have contracts, we have itinerant workers. And it reminds me of the dirty 30s where men, and it was men, used to stand outside the gate and wait for the boss to pick them one at a time and send the rest home, say, come back tomorrow, try again. That's what we're doing to our young people, and that's criminal. We are basically taking a group of young folks who are our potential future and wasting that potential by not making sure that we actually have the investments set up so that they have a sustainable future, a full-time job, good paying, with benefits, and indeed with pensions. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a crime. That's what's absent with this budget, and I suggest the government take it back and put it in the budget to make sure we actually look after not only those who are at retirement age, but those who are at the beginning stages of their life, ready to walk into the new economy so that they can actually be participants in that new economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I think what we're seeing here is the inability of the government to make the transition from being a minority government to a majority government, in the sense that it doesn't really have a long-term vision for the future. It's still going on with flashy little things here and there, trying to pull the wool over the eyes of Canadians with their programs here, saying that we're taking care of your tax dollars. Take the infrastructure program, for instance. Okay? Basically, the gas tax, making the gas tax permanent, that's fine. That's great. However, the federal government takes 10 cents out of the pockets of people paying their gas and gives them 5 cents back. Okay? So what happens to the other 5 cents? Why isn't that 5 cents going to our municipalities, which are so burdened currently? And the way that the program is run is more about taking credit for doing things than actually doing concrete actions on the ground. So this bill doesn't have anything substantial to actually build that future that we need to build. So could my honourable colleague speak to that point?
Member for Welland.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that question because it's absolutely true. You know, as someone who spent 5 years as municipal councillor, I know exactly what he talks about when it comes to the gas tax, because I was actually there when the first time the gas tax money came down. And yes, it was decent money, but it didn't, even in small communities, it wasn't meeting the needs of the infrastructure of those small communities. What a great way to invest in our infrastructure than to continue to do it now. You know, let me quote Sherry Cooper, because Sherry Cooper's never, I don't think, a New Democrat. I'll have to check with our party to make sure that she didn't take out a card. I know it's a leadership race on. Maybe she took one out. But Sherry Cooper actually said, quote, "The misplaced belief that the road to economic prosperity is paved by near-term fiscal tightening, as espoused by our own Prime Minister Stephen Harper and Prime Minister David Cameron, shows we have learned nothing from Herbert Hoover's response to the Great Depression. If we invest in communities today, we will do two things. We will first of all set communities up in a future path for prosperity, and we will put people back to work who are no longer working." What a grand notion that would be. Increase employment levels and make our communities a better place through infrastructure where we'd have bridges and tunnels in Montreal that are safe and that work properly, and that communities that actually, going into the future, can build on that prosperity and go into the future looking to help young folks get a job. What an amazing and novel idea that would be. Maybe the government should take that up.
Just a reminder to honourable members, the use of other honourable members' names, even if it's in the context of a quotation, is still not permitted, so something to keep an eye on. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Conference Board of Canada stated a few weeks ago that the gap between rich and poor is growing, and when I look at this bill, I see a lot of tax benefits that will benefit rich people and the upper middle class as well, but I don't see very many measures for people who are less well-heeled or the lower middle class. So I'd like to hear the opinion of my honourable New Democrat colleague on the value of this bill for working Canadians, because these are the people they support, families, and I don't think there's a lot of measures in this bill. Does my honourable colleague agree with me with what I see and don't see in this bill?
For Welland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question, his comment. He's absolutely right. There isn't anything in this bill that addresses that issue. That income gap is growing by all measures. By every major economist, not only in this country but worldwide. They've all said the same thing. When Warren Buffett says that somehow the gap is way too large and it's time for rich folks to pay some more, that's an indicator that the rich folks have too much. When a rich person tells you he's got too much, believe him. So it's now time for them who have more to look at those who have less. Not charity, not giving out charity, not handing out charitable vouchers to folks, but making sure that they get a fair piece of the economy. Make sure that they actually get what they're entitled to through their hard work. Of course, they must go back to work first. That's the piece that must happen. And that's why we look to this government and say, where's the jobs plan? Why aren't you creating jobs for our folks who are not so young or young and not so young? Because in my riding, let me tell you, the vast majority of folks who are unemployed look like me. They're my age because they had jobs at one point in time and now they don't. Why they don't have? Because they have trade agreements that this government put together and the previous government put together that let those places all disappear. My region used to be the 4th highest paying region in the country in Welland. Not anymore.
Order. Order. We have run out of time with this particular round of questions and comments. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to stand here today and speak once again in favor of Budget 2011, or Bill C-13. Our government's been working hard to keep our promises. We are continuing to focus on the economy, which is our top priority. Current fragile state of the global economy is apparent with the current situation facing Greece, Italy, and our neighbours to the south. Canada's economy will no doubt feel the effect of what's happening in Europe and the United States. Our government realizes that Canada's economic recovery is still fragile, and we are focused on creating jobs and economic growth for Canadians. Budget 2011 includes many important initiatives designed to help strengthen our economy and support for communities, our families, our farmers, our businesses, and our small towns and rural communities. The next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan will invest in the key drivers of economic growth: innovation, investment, education, and training. Canada's economic performance during the recovery stands out among advanced countries, having posted 7 straight quarters of economic growth. Nearly 540,000 net new jobs have been created since July 2009, with over 80% of them being full-time positions. Job creation and economic growth are important to the residents of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, and certainly to all Canadians. Our Economic Action Plan is working. Our government's investments have been effective in shielding hard-working Canadians from the worst of our global recession, and we are committed to continuing our efforts to foster long-term growth and job creation. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to highlight a number of initiatives included in Budget 2011 that will benefit my riding and many communities across Canada. Canada's retirement income system. Our government understands the importance of a secure, dignified retirement for Canadians that have spent their lives contributing to our society. We continue to be committed to improving the financial literacy of Canadians, particularly to help those who are saving for retirement to make informed decisions. Budget 2011 proposes to provide $3 million per year to undertake financial literacy initiatives. One of them, Mr. Speaker, is the Children's Art Tax Credit. Since 2007, Canadians with children have been able to take advantage of the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, which promotes physical activity among children and recognizes the costs associated with extracurricular sports such as hockey, soccer, and swimming. Similar to fitness, a child's participation in artistic, cultural, recreation, and development activities can be difficult for parents to afford. Budget 2011 introduces a 15% non-refundable tax credit, which will be available for a wide range of activities that contribute to a child's development and that are currently not available under the Children's Fitness Tax Credit. This credit will be provided on up to $500 of eligible fees per child. The introduction of this tax credit will promote the participation of young children from my riding and across Canada in extracurricular activities and ease the financial burden on their parents. Seniors. Budget 2011 will invest more than $300 million per year to enhance the GIS, or Guaranteed Income Supplement, for seniors. This measure will provide a new top-up benefit up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples. This will improve the financial security of seniors in my riding and more than 680,000 seniors across Canada. Mr. Speaker, we also have the Family Caregivers Tax Credit. Our government recognizes the personal sacrifice that many Canadians make to care for their family members with serious illnesses such as MS or ALS, just to mention a couple. We are proposing a Family Caregivers Tax Credit, which will provide a 15% non-refundable credit on an amount of $2,000. This will help many families in my riding and an estimated 500,000 caregivers across Canada. I have a sister that suffers from MS, and I understand the toll that this disease and many other diseases can have on the victim and certainly on their families. This tax credit can help ease the financial burden of individuals that provide care for family members that are combating serious illnesses. We have the Enhanced Medical Expense Tax Credit. Our government is also committed to helping ease the financial burden on Canadians that care for a dependent relative with extraordinary medical and disability-related expenses. Budget 2011 removes the $10,000 limit on the amount of eligible medical expenses that can be claimed on behalf of a financially dependent family member. This measure will apply for 2011 and subsequent tax years. This initiative is welcome news to many constituents in my riding that care for a very ill or disabled family member. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Palliative and end-of-life care. For Canadians living with life-threatening illnesses, no matter how old they are, appropriate palliative and end-of-life care helps maximize their quality of life and ensures respect for the patient and their family as they approach death. This government continues to support various programs and initiatives related to palliative and end-of-life care. This budget will provide one-time funding of $3 million to support the development of new community-integrated palliative care models. Another very welcome and appreciated item in this budget, Mr. Speaker, is the volunteer firefighter tax credit. In my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, with the exception of the city of Owen Sound, my riding relies solely on the services of volunteer firefighters. Our government is proud of the nearly 85,000 volunteer firefighters who keep our communities safe across this country. In recognition of their brave service, this budget introduces a 15% non-refundable volunteer firefighters tax credit on an amount of $3,000 for volunteer firefighters who perform at least 200 hours of service in their community each year. Agriculture. It's #1 industry in my riding. It's an important part of Canada's economy and is, as I said, the biggest industry in my riding. One of our government's priorities is to continue to promote long-term profitability and global competitiveness of Canadian farmers and agribusinesses. We have announced a 2-year, $50 million agriculture innovation initiative to help Canada's farmers remain on the cutting edge of agriculture innovations. This is an investment we must make. In early 2011, the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food had the opportunity to travel across Canada during our biotechnology study. One key theme that was top of mind with producers and industry stakeholders was the importance of research to the competitiveness and profitability of Canadian farmers and agribusinesses. Another important initiative to our government is strengthening food safety. Food safety from field to fork is fundamental to the health and wellness of all Canadians. In the 2011 budget, our government has taken steps to improve Canada's food safety system by providing an additional $100 million over 5 years on a cash basis to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to enhance our food inspection capacity. Without a doubt, investing in research and innovation and food safety initiatives will strengthen the foundation of Canada's agricultural sector and improve the ability of Canadian farmers and agribusinesses to compete in the domestic and global marketplace. Enhancing the environmental protection of the Great Lakes. This is near and dear to my heart, Mr. Speaker, as my riding is bordered on 3 sides by Georgian Bay and Lake Huron. Protecting the water quality and the health of Great Lakes is vital to ensuring that Canadians can depend on this rich ecosystem for their drinking water, for recreation, and for jobs. Great Lakes are an important resource to the residents of my riding and many other Canadians. Building on the existing Great Lake Action Plan and Action Plan for Clean Water, Budget 2011 announces an additional $5 million over 2 years to improve nearshore water and ecosystem health and better address the presence of phosphorus in the Great Lakes. And I have to mention, Mr. Speaker, that early in the new year, I intend to table a bill that will ban the sale or diversion of our fresh water in this country. It's something that's, as I said, near and dear to my heart. And in closing, local small businesses are going to benefit. Government recognize that job creators and they help to stimulate our economy, making them a crucial part of economic recovery. For this reason, we've created the new hiring credit for small business, which will provide a temporary one-time credit of up to $1,000 against any potential increases 2011 EI premiums over 2010. This new credit will help over 525,000 employers to help pay the cost of additional hiring. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that I'm running out of time here, and I look forward to answering any questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to talk about the caregivers tax credit. I was a nurse, and so I saw how it worked when we talked about caregivers. Natural caregivers, often in order to play that role, people have to reduce their working hours. By doing so, they don't have enough income to benefit from this tax credit. 65% of homes with caregivers have a combined income of less than $45,000 per year, and 23% have less than $20,000, and so most caregivers can't even benefit from this tax credit. during the Christmas season. I work as we're nursing shifts at my local hospital, and I would like to know what will I answer when families of patients ask me, for example, if members of their family become ill in January 2012, do they have to wait for over a year and before hoping to get any kind of tax credit when they file their tax return? What do I tell them when they say, what do we do when we're waiting to survive?
For Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank my colleague across the floor for a great question and welcome her to the House of Commons, and certainly congratulate her. Profession of nursing is certainly a very elegant career and certainly something that not everybody can do, but I appreciate her work on that. I'm glad to hear that she supports our caregivers tax credit. You know, as you know, there was never anything in place. I give our government a lot of credit for putting this in there. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, enough is never enough, but I think that, as she pointed out, this is certainly a well-deserved plan of our budget, and maybe in the future we can build on it. But it's a great start, and I've had a lot of positive feedback from it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that is most egregious in this bill and in this budget is the non-refundability of tax credits. So that's to say that people who can already afford these activities will get an additional little gift from the government, but those who cannot afford them are getting no help at all, whether it is children in sports or arts, whatever the case may be. But I'd like to ask the member this. In his community, are there any people who are volunteering to fight fires in their community that are between jobs, whose jobs have been phased out, who do not have a taxable level of earnings? Are there any people like that volunteering for fighting fires? And do they not also deserve a small part of taxpayer-funded credits for their work in the community fighting fires?
Honourable member for Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague the far end of the room for a question. I don't have the exact answer as to whether there's somebody that's between jobs or not that is currently a volunteer firefighter, but I think that point is irrelevant here, Mr. Speaker, in that whether they're between jobs or working full-time plus being a volunteer firefighter, they will apply for this or qualify for this firefighter's tax credit. So I take it, you know, from that she certainly supports this. I know I've had great positive feedback in my writing on it.
We have time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to compliment my colleague on his comments. A very thorough presentation today. And in this being the year of the entrepreneur and this being a week where we celebrate entrepreneurship, I wonder if the honourable member could just talk a little further about the hiring tax credit. Coming from a business background, Mr. Speaker, I understand clearly where incentives help to create greater impetus and stimulation in business, and specifically this $1,000 credit, hiring credit, is a very important element. And I wonder if the honourable member could maybe just talk a little bit about how important it is to his area and specifically to all Canadians.
The honourable member for Bruce Gray, Owen Sound, a 30-second response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague this side of the House for that great question. I come from a business side, and I believe my colleague does. And what this does is, and I've had a number of small business owners in my writing have said to me, you know, Larry, what this does just might make the difference between whether I hire another employee or two employees. And so, you know, it's the right direction. I think it's something. Our goal in this budget and this Bill C-13 is to create jobs and economic activity, and that's exactly what that point will do.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join the debate on C-15. And I would call the title of this bill the bill with no real plan to create jobs. And why do I say that? It's been extremely disappointing to see the tremendous disconnect between the Conservative government's policies and the tough realities that people are facing in urban and rural communities alike. Given this global economic uncertainty and the fact that 1.4 million Canadians are out of work, one would have thought that when the government introduced its budget implementation bill that it would really have had one priority focus economically, and that priority would be simple: creating jobs. But not the case, and unfortunately no plan to create jobs here. What we have actually today is over 500,000 fewer net full-time jobs than we had before the recession. So the government's continual crowing about having created jobs is false. They measure from the trough of the recession to today, but in fact we have to look at where were we in August 2008. And today we have 525,000 fewer net full-time jobs than we had before. That is a crisis. And in many of my colleagues across the aisle constituencies, it's a real human crisis. In Nanaimo, for example, 16% unemployment. For youth, unemployment is far too high. And on top of this net loss of jobs, we have 1 million new Canadians in our country since that time. So there's far greater number of people looking for work, and there is no plan to recover these jobs. In fact, instead of helping to create jobs, this government's budget is helping to kill jobs. And I'm referring to the increased EI payroll taxes, which increased $600 million in 2001 and will be increasing by another $600 million in 2012. Everyone knows that taxes on employment, these taxes on both the employees and the employers, kill job creation. And yet that's what this government is doing, despite repeated requests from the Liberal caucus to hold off on that EI payroll tax increase. Now, the Conservatives know that payroll tax increases kill jobs, and I'll just quote, "For many businesses, an increase in payroll taxes would make it harder to sustain existing jobs." Who said that? The current Minister of Finance in January 2009. And here's another quote. "This is what Canadians do not want, a job-killing payroll tax increase. Those of us on this side of the House will not raise taxes." Who said that? The current Minister of Foreign Affairs in May of 2009. And lastly, a quote from the election policy declaration of 2008 of the Conservative government. And I quote, "Unnecessarily high payroll taxes are a tax on job creation. Lower payroll taxes encourage hiring and business expansion." So why is the Conservative government, and why are these members ignoring their own wisdom? Well, let's think about why. So firstly, the Liberals and economists both have said this is not the time to raise EI payroll taxes. The government claimed that it has no control over the EI tax increases. So therefore, one would assume they recognize that they're a negative factor, but they claim to have no control. Then, recently, the government actually does appear to have control over this, and they reduced the proposed increase by 50% for 2012. Well, that's a good thing. But if they can reduce it by 50%, why not by 100% and just hold off on EI payroll tax increases? And why claim they have no control over something that they do indeed have control over? That speaks to the heart of citizens' trust in what their government has to say. And this is a government that has been repeatedly undermining that trust. So the members opposite have been crowing about the hiring credit for small businesses, which is worth $165 million. But in fact, that's small change when the increases are costing $1.2 billion. So that's an insult, not a policy. Mr. Speaker, Canada has about 1 million small businesses, and over 600,000 will not qualify for this credit. So the EI payroll tax increase is something that I hope that the government will continue to make the reductions that we are asking for, and in fact bring it down to a zero increase. Now, also not in this budget is anything to reflect the concerns of women business owners. And I have some information from the Task Force for Women's Business Growth. In 2007, women retained ownership in almost half of Canada's small and medium-sized enterprises. And in 16% of our SMEs, women were majority owners. That's a pretty major force in the small business landscape. 37% of majority-owned female businesses are considered high-growth businesses, while 63% of small businesses owned in the majority by men are considered high-growth. Why that discrepancy? There are some historic and structural factors for why women who would also like to grow their businesses are having a tougher time. So the task force and its members have asked for some very reasonable support from this government to facilitate the job growth of women majority-owned or women-owned small and medium-sized businesses. They're not asking for a handout. They're asking for some assistance in coordinating and consolidating and communicating. So they want government to consolidate existing small business program information and target it to women, improve financial and technology literacy for women business owners, increase access to growth capital, grants, and other resources, which women historically have found more difficult to access, and report on the economic contributions of women to the Canadian economy. These are very reasonable requests, but I don't see them anywhere in this government's budget. And so these individuals are struggling where they could actually be contributing $2 billion a year to the Canadian economy simply through a 20% increase in total revenues in majority female-owned enterprises. That's doable. The government should provide some framework for assistance. But speaking of individuals, Mr. Speaker, a huge concern that the Liberals have, and I have in particular, is the deliberate exclusion of low-income Canadians in this budget. And by that, I'm referring to the non-refundable tax credits. There are several of them, the family caregiver, the volunteer firefighter, the children's art tax credit. But because they are non-refundable, it means they only apply to taxes owing, and they cut out those families and those children who are in households without a taxable income, the very people who need the assistance the most. So these programs will not increase the number of people who are engaged in these good, worthwhile activities, because it is targeted at families that already have the means to do that. And in fact, this kind of a program increases inequality in our country. And we know that income inequality leads to many decreases in social well-being. There is a lot of evidence that has proven that. So increased income inequality leads to higher crime rates, worse health outcomes, worse mental health outcomes, greater child mortality, and a whole host of social ills. We need to be working towards income equality and not the direction Canada is going, which is further increasing the gap in income inequality. So these non-refundable tax credits are simply unbelievable in increasing the problem that I've just mentioned. In Vancouver Quadra, I had a meeting of small businesses, Mr. Speaker, in which a number of measures were requested that are in nowhere in sight in this government's budget. So I consider this a failure, and I will be voting against Bill C-13, the government's no real plan to create jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague was here when I put my question to the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound. At the time, I raised the issue of tax credits for caregivers, And the response was that, yes, he was aware there were needs and that this was a start. Well, I would like to know what my colleague thinks. When we're facing a difficult situation, when I'm trying to start out, it seems to me that I start by helping those who are the most severely affected. I start by helping those who have very low income. I, for example, allow for refundable tax credits. So I start with those people who are the most vulnerable. I'd like my colleague to comment on this. Who does she think we should logically start with when it comes to tax credits and measures helping people?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't agree more with the insights of my colleague from the New Democratic Party, and I want to congratulate her on her quick grasp of the essence of what government should be about, which is reducing some of these inequalities while stimulating a healthy economy and productivity in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, with the previous Liberal platform, we had $1 billion to support home caregivers, and it was refundable. So those who have low income, non-taxable income, would also benefit from that small amount of assistance. This government's program is far, far more measly, and it cuts out those that need the assistance the most.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talks about tax credits that, Mr. Speaker, just 6 years ago, when the Liberal Party was in government, they never offered those. They never offered a tax credit for the arts. They never offered a tax credit for physical fitness. They never offered a tax credit to firefighters, which just this past weekend, Mr. Speaker, in Hamilton, I was at an announcement with firefighters, and they were overjoyed that they finally got this, that they were asking for years and years, dating back to even Liberal times. So I would like to ask the member if she's really concerned about the Canadian economy and jobs. We had the Steel Producers Association here this morning. We had the Canadian Welding Bureau here this morning. We also had the United Steelworkers here this morning saying, please pass this budget and get the capital cost allowance reduction in place so that we can invest and create jobs. Is she going to vote against this?
For Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I'll start by saying that support for volunteer firefighters was a platform of the Liberal Party, which we were pleased to see the members' opposite steal and put into their budgets. So thank you for that. But guess what? You did it wrong. You did it in such a way as to undermine income inequality in your own communities. Those volunteer firefighters that need it the most are watching this bus drive by and bring taxpayer funding to those volunteer firefighters that already have a good, decent income. And this is emblematic of the Conservative government's approach.
Comments? Questions and commentaires? L'Honorable.
Questions and comments.
Charlottetown.
And I appreciate my colleagues' comments and emphasis on job creation. There's a couple of specific initiatives in my province related to job creation that I'd like to raise and ask for her perspective on. Specifically, it relates to the discontinuance of the various infrastructure funding programs. In my province, in the Charlottetown Harbour, the oyster fishery has been decimated because only the city and the province are prepared to cost share in a solution. The federal government isn't. We are missing opportunities with respect to green energy and the diversity of our economy because successive campaign promises have been made by all parties except the Conservatives to share in the funding of a cable to the mainland for green energy. I would ask my colleague to comment on the discontinuance of infrastructure funds and their impact on the ability to create jobs in this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra, a brief response, please.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague from Charlottetown for that comment. And I heard that in my tour across rural southeast British Columbia, the economic listening tour, that this federal Conservative government is missing in action in the vital partnerships, especially for our rural areas. And I want to confirm that this kind of infrastructure is about productivity for the future. It's about jobs for the future. It's long-term benefits, not just immediate shovels in the ground for whatever project in Muskoka can bend the ear of the minister.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Brampton West.
Here.
Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise in this House representing the people of Brampton West, especially to talk about today's subject. This bill is a low-tax plan for jobs and economic growth. It is the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, which is a continuation of our government's practical economic plan that will support Canada's economic recovery and promote job creation. As we have all heard many times in this House, Canada's economic performance has won praise around the world. The World Economic Forum has declared Canada's financial system the soundest in the world for the 4th year in a row. We have also had the strongest job growth in the G7, creating nearly 600,000 jobs since July of 2009. We will have, according to the International Monetary Fund, the strongest economic growth of the G7 over the next 2 years. Forbes, the influential business magazine, has ranked Canada as the best country in the world to do business. Mr. Speaker, while this is positive news, we must remain aware of the fragile economic conditions that exist in Europe and the United States. We are not isolated from the economic challenges that are going on outside our borders.
That's right.
That is why we must stay the course and implement the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan so that we can continue the economic growth and the job creation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk on a few of the many important features contained in Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act and discuss how they will benefit my constituents in Brampton West. As everybody in this House knows, our Conservative government believes in low taxes and leaving more money where it belongs, in the pockets of hard-working Canadians and in the hands of businesses like those in my riding. I'm proud to say that we have cut taxes in every way that government collects them. We've cut personal taxes. We've cut consumption taxes. We've cut business taxes, excise taxes, and much more. Mr. Speaker, we have cut taxes over 120 times since 2006, reducing the overall tax burden to its lowest level in this country in over 50 years. The next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan builds on our government's low tax record and contains even more initiatives to promote job creation and economic growth. For example, this bill proposes to extend the accelerated capital cost allowance to help manufacturers and processors make new investments in manufacturing, processing machinery, and equipment. Mr. Speaker, I have heard firsthand from my constituents over and over again how important this will be to our local businesses. It is allowing Canadian businesses to invest in machinery and equipment that allows them to be more competitive in the global economy. There is also the temporary hiring credit for small businesses, which will allow small business owners to hire additional employees, creating more jobs and including the economy of the country and the local economy in Brampton West. This bill contains more support for my community. Bramptonians have already seen the benefits of our government's Economic Action Plan. The City of Brampton has received millions of dollars through this plan towards a number of infrastructure and transit projects. For example, the government invested in the Acceleride bus rapid transit system, which over time will help reduce traffic congestion, strengthen the economy, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the Greater Toronto Area. These initiatives have also created numerous jobs in Brampton, which is a benefit further to our local economy. Mr. Speaker, included in this bill is the permanent annual investment of $2 billion in the gas tax fund to provide predictable, long-term financing for cities and towns. The Mayor of Brampton has welcomed this initiative. She has said, and I quote, "This budget reaffirms the federal government's belief that the best way to deliver high-quality infrastructure projects at the local level is to partner directly with municipalities. Like other cities across the country, the City of Brampton has seen firsthand how successful this approach can be. Thanks to the Gas Tax Fund, the City of Brampton has been able to undertake major infrastructure projects. The continuation of this fund will allow more necessary projects to get underway. In addition, this bill includes the Youth Crime Prevention Initiative, where $20 million will be dedicated to promote programs that will help youth resist or exit gangs. Community safety is a top priority in my riding, and this initiative will help make our streets safer. Mr. Speaker, this bill also contains continued support for our seniors. Our government recognizes that our seniors helped to build this great country, and no other government has taken larger steps towards supporting our seniors than this government. And that is why included in this bill are initiatives such as enhancing GIS, where eligible low-income seniors will receive additional annual benefits of up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples. This will help more than 680,000 seniors across Canada. Moreover, this bill includes improved financial assistance for students, with initiatives such as the extension on tax for skills certification, tax relief for skills certification exams. This will make all occupational trade and professional exam fees eligible for tax relief through the tuition tax credit. These initiatives will allow more people from my riding to attend and graduate from post-secondary education. The last specific feature I would like to discuss included in this bill is the phasing out of the per-vote subsidy for political parties. Governments have a duty to use taxpayer dollars wisely and only in the public interest, especially in a time of fiscal restraint when families are struggling to make ends meet. Our government has always opposed the direct taxpayer subsidies that are paid to political parties and believe that the parties should rely primarily on their supporters for their financing. And the vast majority of people that I talk to in Brampton West agree. That's why our government is following through on our campaign to gradually reduce the per-vote subsidy until it is completely eliminated by 2015 and 2016, which will have savings of $30 million. Phasing out the subsidy will allow the parties to adjust their loss of income by stepping up their fundraising efforts over time, and as such, they will find themselves in more contact with Canadians. Mr. Speaker, a number of my colleagues have pointed out this bill has been debated for a long time. Initially tabled in the House in March, we are now dealing with the implementation of the second phase of that bill. We are in the last part of the process that deals with the budget that was presented. Both the NDP and the Liberals have turned that down in the spring and decided it was time for an election. During that election, Canadians decided it was time to get things done and gave our government a strong mandate so that we could move the budget process forward. That is why it is important to get this bill passed without delay. Despite the challenges we face in the global economy, our government is successfully implementing the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan. Our government continues to be focused on what matters to Canadians, creating jobs, promoting economic growth, and lowering taxes. This bill, Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Act, does just that. Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Brampton West, I am pleased to rise today and speak in support of this bill. It provides continued tax relief and support to my riding's businesses, seniors, and families. Mr. Speaker, this plan is working. We must continue to stay the course as our Conservative government delivers on its strong mandate to help Canadian families and our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Millefiori. Mr. Speaker, I have a rather simple question for my colleague. Bill C-13 is Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. At the NDP, we've been discussing a number of issues, and one specifically job creation and tax relief would be is basically so important when you think about these small and medium enterprises in this country. So dropping from 11 to 9% tax rates for SMEs, what does the Conservative government have to say? Does it have leadership in this regard to support our entrepreneurs and our SMEs?
Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say that here on this side of the House, we certainly don't need to be given lectures on lowering taxes by members on that side of the House who have repeatedly indicated in campaign after campaign that they will raise taxes. They've talked about increasing the GST. They've talked about increasing personal income taxes. We on this side of the House, we've cut taxes. I said it in my speech. We've cut taxes over 120 times since 2006. It's a record we're proud of, and it's a record that we're going to continue as long as we are the government in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Brampton West. I'd like to pursue the question of, I think I caught the quote, and forgive me if this is incorrect, Mr. Speaker, because we don't have Hansards, but the honourable member for Brampton West said, governments have a duty to use funds wisely, and that's why they oppose tax dollars going to political parties. I wanted to put to the honourable member that the bulk of tax dollars going to political parties are for matters not related to the $2 per vote, which is the fairest and most democratic system that we have of public campaign financing, and ask him, is the government now planning to at least reduce the subsidy in the form of credits for donations? Charitable institutions in this country would love to get 75% back on donations up to $400. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful for the question. Reducing the subsidies to political parties is important. Number one, I hear it over and over again, Canadians do not want their taxpayer dollars being given to parties to support their activities. They think that parties should be able to raise the funds necessary to be able to run their election campaigns. I do take interest in my friend's suggestion that we should look at whether or not people making donations to charitable organizations should receive better tax credit. That's perhaps something she should speak to members on this side of the House about, because here I'm certainly in favour of supporting charities with a system like that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Brampton West, who I don't know if he's number 1 or number 2 in size of ridings, but he's one of the largest ridings in the country, and I thank from the work that he's done. What amazes me, Mr. Speaker, is that the opposition are talking about voting against this budget bill that helps create jobs in terms of the credit for small business, supporting communities through the gas tax funding, the family caregiver tax. There's a number of things we're doing that in this bill that they will be voting against. I want to ask the member, through you, Mr. Chair, when he was back in when the member was back in the riding, as we all were last week, did he hear from his constituents how important these items are to the families and to the communities which he represents?
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I did have the opportunity, as we all did, to spend a lot of time in our ridings last week, and I did hear over and over again how important these initiatives that are contained in the budget are. I specifically can recall meeting with several people in the manufacturing community. They think the accelerated capital cost allowance in this budget is so critical for them. It gives them the opportunity to reinvest in new equipment and machinery to make them more competitive in the global economy, and that is critical these days. The economy is difficult. The global economy is very competitive. It's an important measure, and I know it's supported in my constituency.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honourable.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's very important to rise in the House today to denounce Bill C-13, because this bill brings together a host of proposals that, if we in fact had time to analyze individually and in depth, would give us an opportunity to discuss a number of important matters. Now, here we are, faced with one big omnibus bill preventing us from discussing these major matters. It's an affront to democracy, given the fact that we cannot take the time we need to explain to the Canadian public the details of each and every one of the proposals in this bill. This bill is essentially empty. As my colleague from Marcorel-Fortin was saying earlier on, there are a number of extravagant announcements in it. The Conservatives are saying they will invest in a variety of areas, but if we look at the issue more closely, we realize that these are really only surface investment. There's no real strategic plan to stimulate the economy, to make sure the jobs are created locally and sustainably. Jobs that mean that people remain in poverty are really just of no interest, ultimately. So I will give you some concrete examples of things that we could actually do to truly help Canadian families. If we simply look back at everything that's been said on health care, we know that today there are thousands of families that do not have access to GPs or nurses. There is a shortage in the medical field. All provinces have been saying in all territories, and there's a shortage of human resources, health human resources in the clinics and the hospitals, and mostly in the public healthcare system. The Conservatives have not done a great deal to reduce the growth of the private sector in the healthcare system. And we know that if there's an increase in the private sector growth, then there's going to be a widening gap in access to healthcare among the rich and the poor. We know that the disadvantaged in society are those that need healthcare the most, or need support in this regard the most. My colleague from Abitibi was saying, and others have mentioned it as well, there is a huge need for caregivers. And the Conservatives reiterate that yes, that there is a tax credit for these caregivers, but what has to be said is that this is for people who have sufficient income to benefit from these tax credits. But everybody knows that these caregivers do not always have the necessary or the required income to have access to these benefits. Why not get automatic benefits for people who would receive funding for these people who are helping family members that are ill or in need? And that would be a very tangible, productive, constructive move for caregivers. Again, in the healthcare field, we need to see some investments in home care so that people can maintain independent, stay active. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Health, and I'm a healthcare critic. And since October, we've been hearing from a number of witnesses who've appeared before the Standing Committee on Health saying to us that when it comes to chronic illness, the government needs to invest to create a strategic plan when it comes to healthy eating and urban development so that people can live an active lifestyle. This would mean fewer people in the healthcare system needing healthcare. First of all, in the area of proper healthy eating, that would in fact create new jobs as well. There are a number of farmers, people in this field, producers of natural and fresh products that work in our regions, that work in Canada, and could provide food to seniors for one, people who have very low income, who cannot afford to buy fruits and vegetables. But it's an outrage. Fruits and vegetables should be the basis of our diet. Many healthcare specialists have appeared, or several have appeared before the Standing Committee on Health, to say that seniors do not have the means to buy fruits and vegetables. That's a catastrophe. On the other hand, you have so many farmers that just are just begging to be able to provide their products and produce in the marketplace at an affordable price, and that's the very basis of it. That could be something that could exist in the schools and the hospitals, but there's a lack of leadership on the part of the Conservative government. Now, with respect to health and physical activity, there are provincial campaigns underway to promote physical activity and healthy lifestyles. We know that there's an obesity epidemic and there's a growth in the problems such as diabetes. The federal government should further invest to help the provinces and territories to promote and work on prevention in these areas. People that support seniors have created projects in some cities, in fact over 500 cities in this country, over 300 in Quebec alone, creating projects to redesign cities in terms of urban planning, to redesign them so that people could live a more active lifestyle. So, in other words, sidewalks that are safe for seniors and also for young children and families, broadening green spaces in cities, proximity services, allowing people to have services close to them so that they can walk towards accessing services, wanting to ensure also that neighborhoods are more user-friendly in that sense. In the area of healthcare, we have many good proposals, but often the Conservatives are saying that the opposition does not have many proposals. In fact, I think I just named 5 in the area of health. But we can go even further. When it comes to public safety, there could be jobs created as well in that area. But again, the Conservatives are speaking out of both sides of their mouth. They say they want to encourage local employment. Well, in my own writing, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, there's a big part of the border that's not protected. Even our CMP officers told me, even told me last week that the Franklin border point closure was a problem for them, and it remains a problem because there's been an increase in contraband and crime in this area. People going between border posts, and there's less surveillance or monitoring of these border posts. Now there is less monitoring because of the Conservative decision. I see that my time is running out. Now, in the area of the environment, there's not much in the budget or in Bill C-13 that talks to these issues of the environment. In my writing, there's a natural reserve in the Lac-François area. There's been a 56% cut in its budget, yet this national reserve of the Lac-Saint-François region draws in more than 5,000 tourists per year. It's in Dundee, and it's an area that provides access to the U.S. and also an access to the Mohawk Reserve in Akwesasne. We've been hearing that Canada is trying to build bridges with First Nations people, and here we are. Instead of encouraging this, there's been a cut back in funding, and people are losing jobs. These are green jobs. These are sustainable jobs. These are local jobs. So there are a host of measures here that are really harmful to our economy at the local and national level, given the fact that there have been 4 other natural reserves that cut in Quebec. There are hundreds of these types of reserves in Canada. Why cut back in these areas? Bill C-13 is not encouraging the economic growth at the national level nor at the local level. I would urge the Conservatives to include our proposals within their budget. Questions and comments.
For Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her comments. And she indicated that she's a health critic for her party, and I applaud her in that role. One of the challenges that I think all of us as members of Parliament from all across Canada are aware of the challenge of trying to have medical doctors and nurse practitioners settle into remote and rural areas. And in fact, I know of many communities who have set up formal committees to recruit medical personnel into their areas that are underserviced. I'm wondering if she's aware that this budget provides for student loan forgiveness for medical doctors and nurses that are working in rural and remote areas. Practicing physicians will be eligible for a federal Canada student loan forgiveness up to $8,000 per year, up to a maximum of $40,000, and nurse practitioners as well eligible for federal student loan forgiveness up to $4,000 per year to a maximum of $20,000. Now, it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, this is a great initiative to encourage medical doctors and nurse practitioners to settle in rural and remote areas. And I'm wondering if she will stand in this place and vote in support of a measure that would actually improve the health care for rural Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bois-Sarabéry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable colleague across the way for having raised this question. It gives me the opportunity to say, yes, this measure does encourage doctors and nurses to move to the regions, but if there are no more staff members, no more doctors and nurses within the medical system as a whole, even if people move from the cities to the regions, well, then there will be problems in the cities. So we need to invest more in training, and not just in the form of loans. We need to give bursaries as well, because if it's only in the form of loans, people are saddled with debt for ages. So there's this problem of a doctor and nursing shortage. And with regard to moving to the regions, we need to improve infrastructure. There is no public transit across the country. There's no national strategy for that. We need to improve public transit in order to attract people to the regions. These are global measures that need to be integrated as a whole for it to be effective. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague on this excellent demonstration of humanism and her sense of community. I would like her to explain to the House why it is necessary to invest in services for the community, for the public, and for youth as well, to ensure that those people can help our people grow and to create a climate that is conducive to economic growth. Because we talk about the high rates of school dropouts, problems with health care. There are a lot of measures that could be put in place to encourage job creation in the young generation. What are these measures? The honourable member for Bois-Sarabéry. Thank you, and thank you to my New Democrat colleague. It is important to invest in youth and in the community, because these are the people who are going to continue to build the country in the future. If we want to keep people involved, then we need to give them the opportunity to be involved, to become engaged, and to tap into their potential. So if we need to show these young people where they can step in, where they can get involved, and that will be positive in terms of prevention, healthcare prevention. If we're more active, more proactive, then we're more productive, and that helps the economy to be in good health. But all of this is interlinked. The economy, the environment as well. If we want to take advantage of our environment, then we have to take care of it. So we have to invest in all sectors without leaving out one in particular. It's a global thing.
Allez, please, the débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise today on behalf of the constituents of Kitchener-Conestoga in favour of Bill C-13, the Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. I rise today proud of our government's record, the best fiscal record in the industrialized world. I rise today recognizing the accomplishment as even more significant when we examine the state of our largest market to the south. And, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition that these challenges confront us still, that the global economic uncertainty which inspired Canada's Economic Action Plan remains with us still today. Government does not create jobs, but government can create and foster an environment in which jobs are created. We cannot force businesses to conduct research or invest in their own competitiveness, but we can encourage innovation. Canada's federal government cannot fix the world's economy, but we can ensure that we are poised to seize on the best opportunities as the world recovers. But we also have responsibilities beyond today's economy, Mr. Speaker. Members of this House must ensure that a stronger country is left for our children, not only a stronger economy. It is with these thoughts in mind that I stand in favour of the Keeping Canada's Economy Jobs Growing Act.
Before Budget 2011, this Conservative government had already cut taxes over 120 times. Over 1 million lower-income Canadians were removed from the tax rolls altogether by this government. 85,000 of those, Mr. Speaker, were seniors. We introduced tax-free savings accounts, which offer lower and moderate income earners the ability to save their hard-earned money without the disincentive of taxation. Mr. Speaker, last week in my home region of Waterloo Region, we celebrated Entrepreneur Week. This week-long festival, dedicated to the entrepreneurial spirit, reminds me that it was this government who declared 2011 to be the year of the entrepreneur. And we all know the numbers, Mr. Speaker. We understand that the vast majority of jobs created in Canada are created by entrepreneurs running small or medium-sized businesses. Last week, Communitech inducted several business people into the Waterloo Region Entrepreneur Hall of Fame. One of the recipients, Carol Lehman of PostRank, compared starting a business with another profession entirely. An entrepreneur, she said, is like a skydiver. They both jump out of planes from great heights. But only the entrepreneur is expected to make their own parachute as they fall towards the ground. The metaphor is clear, Mr. Speaker. Our entrepreneurs are willing to risk their time, their savings, and their available credit, everything they have, in the dream of building a business. Ian Klugman, Communitech President and CEO, put the challenge for us as policymakers even more clearly. Quote, "If you don't have people who will bet the farm, you don't have a strong economy. Entrepreneurs drive the economy." End of quote. This government has worked hard since our first minority mandate to unshackle our entrepreneurs, and I'm pleased this work has continued in Budget 2011. We've instituted a new hiring credit for small business that will provide up to $1,000 against a small firm's EI premiums for new hires. We've offered a new and increased support to young entrepreneurs to build the next generation of global business leaders. We're focused on building a stronger Canada, better able to withstand global challenges. Under this Prime Minister and this Finance Minister, Canada withstood the recession better than any other country. Thanks to this Prime Minister and this Finance Minister, Canada will emerge stronger from this period of global uncertainty. The measures in this budget build upon work done in previous budgets, an economic action plan that kept Canada leading the world, an economic action plan that opposition parties consistently failed to support. Over the past 6 years, our government has lowered personal income taxes, corporate income taxes, and the small business tax rate. We've increased the amount that Canadians can earn before being taxed. We've made it easier for seniors by instituting pension splitting. We've introduced choice in childcare through the universal childcare benefit and passed the children's fitness credit. All of these positions were supported by Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, none of these were supported by the opposition. And while we've worked hard to keep Canadians working, we've also put in place measures to protect families. In years past, we overcame opposition objections to help Canadians through new items like the Registered Disability Savings Plan, the First-Time Home Buyers Plan, the Public Transit Credit, and an expanded home buyers tax credit. Today, we are asking for support on new measures to help Canadians. Measures to help students afford the cost of post-secondary education, such as allowing them to earn more without having their loans clawed back. Measures to help Canadians pay for the health care they need, such as removing the limit on medical expenses they can claim on their taxes, or to take time to care for their loved ones through the Family Caregiver Tax Credit. And measures to make Canadians more energy efficient by extending the Eco-Energy Retrofit Program. Budget 2011 will provide low-income seniors with some much-needed relief by increasing the guaranteed income supplement payments they will receive by as much as $600 for single seniors and as much as $840 for couples. There are no surprises in this budget, Mr. Speaker. We stand clearly in favor of lower taxes and balanced books. We stand for long-term sustainable growth, and we stand for the family. These times are unprecedented for the modern Canadian family, Mr. Speaker. While the experts seem to agree that Canada has emerged from the recession, our major trading partners remain mired in doubt and uncertainty. I'm grateful to the Finance Minister for extending vital programs in times like these. Programs like WorkShare, which allows viable employers to retain critical talent during lean times, and which allows employees to work reduced hours until times improve. Several companies in my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga have unfortunately been in the position to use the WorkShare program. Ontario Drive and Gear was one of those companies, and thanks to support from this government, ODG remains one of Wilmot Township's largest employers. ODG President Jorg Stieber was also named to the Waterloo Region Entrepreneur Hall of Fame last week, and he said, and I quote, "The foundation of our success is really in the hard work and dedication of the good people who work at ODG," end of quote. The people, Mr. Speaker, are what's important. WorkShare allowed ODG to keep the staff in whose skills they'd invested so much, and it allowed their employees to remain gainfully employed rather than left out of work. Kunz Electroplating, one of the largest employers in the city of Kitchener, would tell a very similar story. WorkShare, to put it simply, keeps Canadian employers and employees working. But there are Canadians, Mr. Speaker, who are more vulnerable in an economic downturn than the average worker. I speak in this case of young Canadians who may not have had the experience or the networks that they need to find that first job, and older Canadians who have trouble finding that new career when laid off nearing the end of their working lives. To help new entrants to the job market, Budget 2011 will make all trade, occupational, and professional exam fees tax deductible. It will allow students pursuing a degree or diploma to earn twice as much money before their loans are clawed back. It ends discrimination against part-time students by reducing the interest they must pay on their Canada student loans. This government recognizes that education is a provincial responsibility, but that our global economic competitiveness is an issue of federal importance, and we are willing to act. And Canada's seniors will benefit from Budget 2011. This government has already done so much for seniors. After 13 years of empty Liberal promises, this Conservative government introduced pension income splitting and removed 85,000 seniors from the tax rolls altogether. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this government has delivered to Canada's seniors over $2.3 billion in tax relief since taking office. Budget 2011 builds on that solid foundation, promising to enhance the GIS payments made to low-income seniors, but just as importantly, Budget 2011 will also extend the targeted initiative for older workers. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand firmly in favour of passing Bill C-13, Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. It puts us on a path to surplus while investing in Canada's most critical assets, our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Sure. I'm going to thank the honourable member Cross for his speech. But this government seems to have a difficulty distinguishing between spending and investment in infrastructure. It often likes to talk about how we here in the NDP love taxes or other such rhetoric. But let's look at how much the government is wasting taxpayers' dollars in terms of its spending in its infrastructure program. The government talks about cutting waste, but let's talk about waste then. $26 million of taxpayer dollars spent on advertising for the Economic Action Plan in the 3 months running up to the 2011 election. $3 million on signs put across the country, spent on signs, tracking weekly of signs by 18 different departments and agencies. So my question to the government is, on this bill, how much are they planning to spend on advertising, signs, and useless, wasteful spending of taxpayer dollars?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very much like the NDP to sort of pull numbers out of the hat and throw numbers around as if they're in fact, which I very much question. The important facts to keep on the table today are the fact that the average Canadian family today is paying $3,000 less in income tax than they were when this government took office. The other fact, Mr. Speaker, is that over 600,000 people are working today. More than 600,000 net new jobs have been created since the downturn of 2009. Now, those are facts that are verifiable. We get the records regularly. And, Mr. Speaker, I would really encourage the NDP to get their facts straight and then make sure that they're giving the Canadians that we're here to represent the actual truth in the matter. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, just to pick up on that point and look to the member to acknowledge that there's a 500,000 fewer jobs today in the Canadian economy, full-time jobs in today's economy, than there was in 2008. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I think is really lacking in terms of the government's will to try to recognize the valuable contributions that we could be making in terms of housing, investing in our housing stock, and providing incentives for inner-city type housing renewals programs, all sorts of programs that would ultimately improve the quality of our housing stock, while at the same time create thousands of jobs. Can the member indicate where within the documents that he has at his fingertips, which elaborates on just how this government is dealing with Canada's aging housing stock?
Honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the actual figures at my fingertips, and I'm not going to make them up like so often happens in this place. But, Mr. Speaker, what I can tell you is that there is no government in the recent history that has invested more in Canada's social housing stock than this government. In fact, in my own region of Waterloo Region, incredible investments there, working with community partners who come to the table with a great objective, a great idea, and if they partner with the Canadian government, the Ontario government, in our case the Waterloo Region government, to create amazing projects. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, there are other more foundational changes that this document, this Bill C-13, implements that all of our members should be supporting when it comes to students, allowing students to earn. Students don't want just handouts. They want to be able to earn money and not have it clawed back off of their student loans. This budget implements that. I cannot understand why members on that side can stand and vote against these great initiatives.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member from Kitchener-Conestoga for his fine speech and the excellent work he does on the Hill, including being a leader in palliative care and compassionate care, a committee that he's heavily involved with. And I would like a brief comment from them. Part of the budget has a family caregiver tax credit. I know it's an issue, and he talked about seniors in his speech. Why is this important to be in this bill, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga, a brief response.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for highlighting the work of the Palliative Care Committee. We hope to release our report later this week. And certainly, compassion extended to those who are vulnerable in our society has to be one of our primary objectives as members of Parliament. And I am thrilled to see that our government recognized that in this budget, including removing the limit on the medical expenses and also introducing the new family caregiver tax credit, this $2,000 credit for caregivers to help those who are facing debilitating illness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on Bill C-13 in this chamber and participate in the debate that's taking place. I'll actually start from the tax credit that's happening with regards to the caregivers to point out some of the problems with this overall government agenda and also their strategy. Often they announce programs, and this was actually well done with the Mike Harris Ontario government, where they had one dump truck full of $1 million in cash and would literally move that from community to community, announcing program after program, service after service, but nobody could really access it. So nobody could really get the support that was necessary that the government was promoting in the programs. And we've actually seen that with this government and previous governments, where you'd have billions of dollars in slippage or money that never actually got out the door because the type of the mandate and the criteria for those incentives did not work well with either other taxpayers or just general citizens, or it didn't work well with the businesses that they were trying to support in terms of new programs and services. And this tax credit for caregivers is another one. And it's something I'm fairly familiar with. I used to work at the Association for Persons with Physical Disabilities, and I worked directly for 5 years there, and then I also worked at Community Living Mississauga for about 3 years with persons that actually needed assistance in caregiving. And the issues that they had around their life are often they're overrepresented by large and long by not having unemployment and not having the proper medical supports in their lives, and would not be able to take advantage of a tax credit. And that's the real important thing that we have to acknowledge here, Mr. Speaker, is that this tax credit that's being proposed is going to literally be dangled in front of some Canadians, and it won't be available for others. It's building inequality. When we have a middle class that is shrinking, and all the evidence is there to support that, especially given what we've gone through this recent round of the economic recession, the downturn, and what's happening in the global economy, we're going to now create a separate class of those that can get access to caregivers, and then we're going to leave the rest of them behind because they're too poor. How is that fair? How does that actually stand in a budget for a country that's supposed to be known for social justice, humanity, and not leaving people behind? How does it even get that far? That they're getting up here proudly celebrating, some Canadians, you're going to get the support you need. And this support, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you this, the support is critical. We're talking about people being able to get a bath. We're talking about people that are getting their home cleaned and living in a better, humane situation. These are critical elements. I've done the work myself. We're talking about the fact that people's quality of life needs assistance right now, and they're not going to get it because they don't have enough money. They're not rich enough. You didn't make enough. How is it impossible to get up in this chamber to support such a program like that? I don't understand the logic in that. I can't see through it. I can't see how you could brag about how we're going to the persons that have disabilities, that have physical impairments, mental impairments, that we're going to segregate them into another class of those who will get that service and those that won't. I thought we should be helping about the people that are worst off in this country. I think about the people that I served, that at that time, they put them in an institution, and then they deinstitutionalized them, that got out at the age 30 and 40, left to the wind, not enough supports out there, never having worked a job before, never having the opportunity to be in the community, and if they were lucky, they got into programs like mine, and if we were lucky, we would be able to get them a job, and we would be able to train them. We would go on site. And a lot of things are required for somebody with a physical impairment or psychological impairment to make sure that they can actually re-enter or get into the workforce. A lot of training happens. You have support workers, frontline workers. And it took a lot of effort, Mr. Speaker. It would take a government program often with significant resources, but it was worth it at the end of the day. We proved that for every dollar that the government put into our program, we saved them $3 off of welfare. But we didn't look, when they came in the door, we didn't look at their income bracket to determine whether or not they could get support or not. We didn't say, I'm sorry, you know what, you're too impoverished as it is right now. You need these services, I know, but that's okay. We're going to make sure that somebody else that can afford it is going to get it. They're going to get a tax break from you. How is that fair? And what was really important, Mr. Speaker, and that's what some of these caregivers can do, is they can prevent people from going into hospitals. They can help people get their act and get their structure around their life together so they can work part-time. It's all important. It's related. How do you go for a job if you can't, or an interview, or go out in the community and be involved if basic hygiene is a problem for you because you physically have that problem, or you have a problem doing that work in your house or your apartment or wherever you live, then creates an impediment for you out in the community. So what we're saying with this tax credit, again, it's to those Canadians that have the biggest insurmountable elements around their life are going to be left behind. That they are not going to get that assistance. Their neighbor might. Their neighbor has enough money. The neighbor makes enough money. And we know by the evidence that most of these people in Canadian society are not going to be able to take advantage of this tax credit. So I have a hard time understanding the logic of this and how one could actually get up and proudly say that we're going to separate and we're going to make sure that Canadians are going to have two options. One, nothing, and then others, you'll get your tax credit back and you'll get assistance. And I think that's the philosophy, Mr. Speaker, that this government has adopted about winners and losers out there that has really turned Canada upside down. It's really turned ourselves up down. We pick winners and losers right now. It's what they're doing on the wheat board. It's what they're doing on other issues. It's very, very divisive, and it's unfortunate. And then we have to start looking about, okay, why can't we afford this tax credit for all Canadians? Well, they're making some poor choices. They're making some poor choices between prisons and planes. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to talk about some of the choices with regards to the tax cuts that are taking place right now. Since we are in a fiscal deficit, we have been borrowing money from ourselves to pay interest on for tax cuts largely to profitable corporations, not the ones that are value-added that have been struggling during this process, like the manufacturing sector from my hometown. Those have been struggling, and they don't benefit in a tax cut because they're not making a profit. But what ends up happening? The oil and gas industry benefits. The pharmaceutical companies benefit. All those companies, ironically, that are doing extremely well right now, and they also get massive subsidies. They get them through fossil fuels. They get fuel subsidies and they'll continue to get them. A couple of the subsidies, this is the interesting thing, is that we're not even talking about corporate tax reductions. We're talking about some of what the actually oil and gas industry gets in terms of subsidies. Listen to a few of these. The flow-through share subsidy, the Canadian exploration expense subsidy, the Canadian developmental expense subsidy, the Canadian oil and gas property expense subsidy. Together with all those together, $1.256 billion in lost tax revenue since 2008 alone. So what we're doing is we have tax cuts, and we still have some of those subsidies. We're still paying for those subsidies because we actually borrowed money, and until we pay that back, just like the HST, Mr. Speaker. We bring in the HST, the government's borrowed $6 billion to bring that in, and now they have a debacle going on with British Columbia with this regards. But we had the Parliamentary Research Department of Library of Parliament analyze the borrowing costs of the HST. And the HST will cost this government, if it pays it over a 10-year cycle at the average interest rate, anywhere between $8 to $6 billion. So we're going to pay those costs. And as I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize again, a budget doesn't have to be about winners and losers. And that's what this is right here. Some people will do really well, others won't. That's not the Canada that I want.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pick up on the idea of there winners and losers. And when I look at the government in terms of one of its many failings is in the issue of dealing with the seniors. There are many seniors that are experiencing very difficult times. They don't have the necessary funds to be able to purchase the items that they need. And we're talking about some of the fundamentals. We're talking about pharmaceuticals. We're talking about food. It's a quality of life issue. My question to the member is, can he give his personal thoughts in regards to what more he believes the government could have done in terms of being able to better enhance the lifestyle of our seniors from coast to coast?
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my question there. It's a critical issue. I traveled this country a number of years ago pushing for a Seniors Charter of Rights, which actually passed in this House of Commons, which this government has yet to actually implement. It's unacceptable. And I would argue one of the simple things we could do is pensions. Seniors and pensions are a critical issue for so many people. And why, if you enter in a private arrangement with your employer, and it's a deferred wage, you earn that wage for your future so you don't rely on the public as much. Why, if the company is going bankrupt, would you be last in line as a creditor? It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. It's unconscionable. That's one of the things that they could have done. It wouldn't have cost any money, and it would have been a fair thing to do. And it would also save the public purse later on, as a senior would actually have a pension that's functioning.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's kind of interesting to note the things that that my colleague ignores about what this bill does for seniors. There's no question that we all like to do more for everybody. But reality is, Mr. Speaker, we have done a lot for seniors. We've removed 85,000 seniors from the tax rolls. We've introduced pension income splitting, and this budget itself introduces an enhancement to the guaranteed income supplement. $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples of those who are in the very lowest income tax brackets, those who my colleague was targeting earlier. Mr. Speaker, how can they stand and oppose initiatives like this that will make it easier for our most vulnerable seniors?
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, they have more money allocated in the future for prisons and planes than they do for seniors. It's as simple as that.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the budget is supposed to improve family situations in part, so I would like to know what my colleague thinks about the cuts that were made by the Conservative government over the past few weeks. There are very impoverished families who depend on social services and community centres, and they are the ones that are suffering because their tax credits are being removed, or rather their allowances are being removed. And families have to fill a 6-page form in order to be able to have access to this. This is cruel. What should we be doing to help these families? The member for Windsor West.
Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. It's very pertinent. This is why I was referring about the surpluses that the government sometimes gets, and the slippage is often referred in terms of departmental money that's never spent. Is what you do is you create so many obstacles and so much difficulty that it requires so much assistance, or you just don't even doing it yourself. We've even seen that with the disability tax credit, for example, or the GIS, where you need to know to apply for it as opposed to just getting it. These are things that the government could have changed that would have actually helped Canadians, especially those on the fringe.
We have time for a short question and response. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke about the tax cuts and it's not helping industry in his riding. I've heard directly, Mr. Speaker, from the head of automotive manufacturers in this country, automotive manufacturers, about the need to continue along the tax cut process that we've put in place. Is the member saying that those people, those who create 7 to 8 jobs for every job that they have in their plant, wrong about our tax cuts?
For Windsor West.
No, the member's wrong.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Before I recognize the Honourable Member, I'll let him know that I will have to interrupt him at 2 o'clock, as that is the time for statements by members. But I'll give him an indication about 1 minute before we need to do that. So, the Honourable Member for York Centre.
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise in the House at this time to speak in support of Bill C-13, Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. Canada has weathered the global recession better than most other industrialized countries. We are the only G7 country to have more than recovered both all of the output and all the jobs lost during the recession. In fact, Canada has posted the strongest growth in employment among G7 countries by far during the recovery. This is in no small measure due to the stellar and diligent work of our Minister of Finance and the extraordinary measures in Canada's Economic Action Plan, which is a roadmap to improve the well-being of all Canadians over the long run by securing the recovery, eliminating the deficit, and investing in the drivers of long-term economic growth. Both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and this government have made protecting Canadian jobs and the economy the top priority. In fact, more than 600,000 Canadians are working today more than when the recession ended, 9 of 10 of which are full-time positions. Our government's plan is to strengthen and secure Canada's economic and financial fundamentals. That is why this government has responded to critical situations with both flexibility and pragmatism designed to keep our economy secure and resilient. Our government, unlike the official opposition, is not bound by ideological dogma, and unlike the third party, by political expediency and opportunism. That is why Canada is held up as a shining example of stability and prudence in an ocean of instability. Just listen to what Doug Porter, Deputy Chief Economist of BMO, said during his appearance at the Finance Committee in August. Quote, I would say that compared to policy making in the rest of the world, Canada's economic policy making has been exemplary. I don't think there's been a significant misstep in recent years, end of quote. That is why the global leadership that Canada has displayed since day one of the economic crisis has earned Canada the praise of a number of the world's respected organizations and institutions. For instance, Canada's banking system has been deemed the world's best 4 years running now by the World Economic Forum. The World Bank also said that Canada is the easiest place to start a business in the G7. Forbes magazine recently ranked Canada as the best country to do business. The international credit rating agencies like Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's have all renewed Canada's AAA credit rating. The G20 Young Entrepreneurs Summit recently said that Canada is a startup paradise, an entrepreneurial hotbed of business confidence. The IMF has also praised Canada's deficit reduction plan and said that Canada is one of 2 countries that will have the fastest economic growth in the G7 this year and next. And it does not stop there, Mr. Speaker. There's more. The Economic Intelligence Unit says Canada is the best country among the G7 to do business and will continue to be over the next 5 years. The Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker, of which I'm a member, recently concluded our pre-budget consultations. We met with dozens of individuals, associations, businesses, and organizations, both here in Ottawa and around the country. We also received over 600 written submissions. The overwhelming consensus from our hearings was support for our government's plan. For instance, the Canadian Home Builders Association stated, quote, the budget provides a responsible transition from stimulus to spending towards creating the conditions that will renew private sector demand and job creation, end of quote. The Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants stated the following, quote, it strikes the right balance by keeping Canada competitive and also demonstrating prudent financial and fiscal management, end of quote. All these results do not just fall from the sky. As the Minister of Finance recently stated, quote, countries like individuals do not stumble into prosperity. They set out a plan and stick to it so that they are fully capable of seizing opportunity when misfortune hits, instead of merely being overwhelmed by it, end of quote. Our government has followed a low-tax plan that has successfully branded Canada as a low-tax business jurisdiction. Our government paid down substantial amounts of debt before the economic crisis even arrived. And by doing so, our government has been successful in keeping net debt to GDP ratio well below G7 counterparts at 34%, while at the same time other countries were piling on vast amounts of additional debt on existing debt. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, Canada chose not to go down the road of ruin by recklessly taxing and spending, the path the opposition would have us take. Our government chose rather to support Canadian families by creating jobs. The average family has over $3,000 in reduced taxes. Our government's top priority is the economy. Although Canada's economy is outperforming other advanced industrialized countries, Canada is not immune from the impact of events that originate beyond our shores. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance have always been very clear about this fact. Therefore, with the global economy still fragile due to the European sovereign debt and banking crisis, the Minister of Finance announced last week that the government will be reducing the maximum potential increase in next year's EI premiums from 10 cents to 5 cents per $100 of insurable earnings. This measure will leave over $600 million in the hands of Canadian businesses and workers and their families.
That's good news.
In response to this measure, Dan Kelly, Senior Vice President with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, said, quote, it is clear the Finance Minister Flaherty has heard the concerns of Canada's entrepreneurs by taking action to lower the planned EI hike. This move will reduce the burden of business and leave more money in the pockets of their employees, end of quote. To continue to support jobs and growth, the Minister of Finance also announced an additional extension in the successful work-sharing program, which has already benefited some 300,000 workers. Other measures designed to create jobs and growth included rebuilding the fleets of the Royal Canadian Navy and Canadian Coast Guard, which will create long-term jobs and generate significant economic benefits in shipbuilding and related industries across Canada. Also announced was the investment of additional funds to modernize and expand the capacity at priority border facilities across Canada. The Minister of Finance also announced that while our government is on track to eliminate the deficit in a balanced and responsible way, it will be balanced in 2015. This is due to the ongoing financial crisis in Europe and the uncertainty in the United States. The Minister of Finance once again demonstrated that our government's top priority is the economy. We will do this through our low-tax plan to create jobs and growth in a way that is both flexible and pragmatic. In support of this move, the Honourable Perrin Beatty, President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, said, quote, While we understand that the slower economic growth will delay Canada's ability to return to balanced budgets, we agree with the Minister that the government should not be adding to the deficit by increasing spending at this time." End of quote. But Budget 2011 will preserve Canada's advantage in the global economy. It will strengthen the financial security of Canadian workers. It will give more income security to seniors and families, and will provide stability during a fragile and uncertain global recovery.
Hello.
Order, please. The honourable member. Will have 3 minutes for the rest of his speech and 5 minutes for questions and comments when we resume debate on the motion. Member statements.
For Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian children are facing a new challenge. The issue of cyberbullying has increased the intensity and frequency of abuse children can face on a daily basis. This means that parents, teachers, lawmakers, and all adults have a duty to step up and put things in place to protect our children. In my riding, the Toronto Police Service has done just that by initiating the CyberCop program. CyberCop is an innovative program which provides children the tools they need to combat cyberbullying and practice safe internet usage. Coordinator Barry Mingo, Constable John Keddy, Constable Todd Taylor, and Chief Dave McNeil all deserve an incredible amount of credit for initiating this program. Kudos also to Mayor Bill Mills and the Toronto Town Council for standing behind the Toronto Police Service, supporting the CyberCop program, and stepping up to protect our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is a great, great day in Canada today because in Ottawa we have the Navy League of Canada coming to Ottawa to talk about various issues affecting the Navy League throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, this organization, one of the finest organizations in the country, have been around for 116 years. They are in over 260 Canadian communities, helping out 15,000 young Canadians when it comes to issues of maritime affairs, the Royal Canadian Sea Cadets and the Navy League Cadets. Mr. Speaker, the Navy League of Canada is incorporated with many ex-military personnel from admirals all the way down to chief petty officers. And Mr. Speaker, this is truly a wonderful organization, and I encourage every single member here today to come out to their reception because the Navy League of Canada is indeed one of the finest organizations this country has ever seen. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you about the Alex Thompson Royal Canadian Legion Branch 82, which has been part of the landscape of Mississauga South in Port Credit for more than 80 years, the past 40 on the banks of the scenic Credit River. The branch is dedicated to the memory of Colonel Alex Thompson, a former Port Credit resident who was decorated for bravery and killed in action in France during World War I. Branch 82 is still a wonderful place to meet old friends and new ones, and that's what hundreds of veterans and members of the community of Mississauga South did on Remembrance Day last Friday. As a new member of the Legion, I meet new comrades each time I go. On Friday, it was Phil and George from the Queen's Own Regiment, Parade Marshal Norm, RCMP Officer Ben, who laid the wreath with me and taught me how to march in parade, feisty World War II veteran Vic Morrow, and many others. Mr. Speaker, special thanks to Legion President Kim Reinhart, the Ladies Auxiliary, whose Shepherd's Pie was a huge hit, and the entire team who helped make Branch 82's Remembrance Day ceremonies such a fitting tribute to our local heroes, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Humber St. Barb Bay Bears.
Mr. Speaker, with the unanimous passage by the House of Commons of a motion concerning airline passenger rights, every Canadian expected this government to enhance protection for the millions of paying customers who travel on airlines each and every year in this country. The entire Conservative cabinet stood along with every government backbencher to vote for a Canadian airline passenger Bill of Rights. But before they had time to sit back down in their seats, the Conservatives had already changed their mind on the whole affair. No legislation was ever produced. Since that time, the European Union has enacted strong legislation to protect airline passengers, and in the United States, Mr. Chair, just weeks ago, the U.S. Congress ratified into law tough new regulations that protect airline passengers from extended waits while on board an aircraft, ensuring mandatory compensation for passengers who are bumped due to overbooking, along with specific regulations on compensation for baggage delays and losses. Mr. Speaker, when will this government enact proper passenger airline protection legislation? When will it do so?
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately there are still many places where people don't enjoy the freedoms that Canadians have. Lately, violence has flared in Egypt at the expense of the Coptic minority, attacked and killed in their places of worship. Our subcommittee on international human rights has just heard testimony about this situation. Clearly, more has to be done to protect minority rights. First, the extremists who plan and carry out these violent attacks need to be brought to justice. And the government of Egypt must act to physically protect minorities as they go about their daily lives. As Egypt heads into elections, the transitional government must ensure that these elections are both free and fair, including inviting international observers to monitor the vote. And when the new Egyptian parliament convenes, the new constitution it writes must ensure that the religious freedoms of all Egyptians are fully protected in law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I personally had the opportunity on November 12th to participate in the 36th Bol d'Or, which is a major high school and college football event held for the first time ever in Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Congratulations, first of all, to the big winners of the competition, the Notre Dame Cactus, the François-Xavier Garneau College Élan, Notre Dame de Foix Campus, which was winning their first ever Bol d'Or, and the André Grasset College Phoenix. You are all true champions, and you can be proud of your accomplishments. This great football event was jointly organized by the Cégep of Limoilou and the Collège Saint-Jean-Eudes, as well as the Sports Network of Quebec. I want to thank all of the organizers warmly, as well as their volunteers and the young athletes who have continued to make this day a thrilling sporting day for all football fans in Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I got to take in the opening of the annual deer hunt. I hunted with two of my sons, my father, as well as some of my brothers, nephews, and friends. One of my brothers who lives in England even flew home for the annual ritual. That's how much hunting means to my family and to a lot of people in my riding. My mom's four brothers, some in their 80s, along with some of their sons and grandsons, made the annual trek up the Bruce Peninsula to hunt deer near their childhood home. Just days before, my 12-year-old cousin, Hunter Unger of Millerville, Alberta, bagged his first deer, a buck. He trained to hunt safely under the watchful eye of his father, Dave, just as my sons and nephews did. Mr. Speaker, in the 90s, the Liberals tried to make criminals out of us and tried to make us feel guilty because we love to hunt. They tried to destroy our heritage right to hunt. What the Liberals taketh away, the Conservatives giveth back. The best Christmas present hunters, sports shooters, and farmers could receive this year, Mr. Speaker, is abolishing the long gun registry. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to express my support for a women's group in my riding. Today I'm wearing purple along with members from both sides of the House in support of London Abused Women's Centre Shine the Light on Women Abuse campaign. Since its inception in November 2010, the goal of this campaign has been to raise awareness around the issue of women abuse and its effect on society. Organizations, schools, neighbourhoods, and places of worship across London will be asked to participate by wearing purple today. As Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women, I am proud that our government has increased funding for women to its highest level ever. We are working hard with women across the country to end violence against women and girls. Since 2007, Status of Women Canada has approved more than $30.4 million in funding for projects to end violence against women and girls. Further, the Government of Canada contributed $1 million to provide women escaping violence with better access to higher quality services at women's shelters. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the London Abused Women's Centre, especially Executive Director Megan Walker, for shining the light on women abuse.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, I
I'm pleased to rise in the House today to congratulate one of my fellow citizens who's received a great honor. In fact, Mr. Louis Taillefer, one of the preeminent specialists in the world on quantum matter and superconductors, has been awarded the Order of Canada recently. Mr. Taillefer, who is a professor in the Department of Physics at the University of Sherbrooke, sees himself primarily as a passionate researcher. This has been recognized many times, particularly in the prestigious review Nature. Mr. Taillefer has received other prizes, including the Marie-Victorin in Quebec, the Premier's Research Excellence Award of the Government of Ontario, and the Canadian Association of Physicians have awarded him the Brockhouse and Hertzberg medals. I congratulate Mr. Taillefer for this nomination and for the excellence of his works on behalf of the people of Sherbrooke, and I thank him for his exceptional contribution to research and innovation in Canada.
For West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Today,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Through on a commitment made in the June 2011 speech from the throne by introducing the Canada-Jordan Economic Growth and Prosperity Act and the Canada-Panama Economic Growth and Prosperity Act. These pieces of legislation on which our former colleague Stock Day worked so hard are a key part of Canada's ambitious pro-trade plan that's opening new markets and creating opportunities for Canadian business and jobs for Canadian workers. We'll eliminate tariffs on the vast majority of Canadian exports to Jordan, directly benefiting Canadian exporters and workers. We'll also eliminate tariffs to Panama on over 99% of Canadian non-agricultural exports through duty-free access to that market. Our Conservative government will continue to implement our job-creating, pro-trade plan because we know that through deepened trade, we're strengthening the financial security of Canadians by creating new jobs and promoting economic growth.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the 75th anniversary of CAW Local 195. This local is a pioneer of the union movement in Canada as our first chartered auto worker union. Today, 195 includes over 70 different bargaining units and approximately 7,000 members. Since its inception, Local 195 has been at the forefront of the struggle for unity, progress, and justice for workers in Canada. Its history is one of securing meaningful victories on pensions, wages, health and safety, and workplace issues that still represent central aspects of its continuing work. Local 195 is also a tremendous community partner supporting important local charities and service organizations like the United Way, the Canadian Cancer Society, and the Unemployed Help Centre. Local 195's legacy of giving back is impressive. I want to commend Jerry Farnham, President, of his extraordinary leadership, and thank every member of Local 195 for their ongoing commitment to improving our community. Local 195, first and foremost.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 NDP MPs are in Washington, D.C. today, undermining the Canadian economy and attacking good jobs in Canada. That's just wrong. Canadians gave our Conservative government a strong mandate to stay focused on what matters to Canadians, jobs and economic growth. As we have consistently said, Mr. Speaker, the Keystone XL pipeline will create thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in economic growth on both sides of the Canada-U.S. border. The NDP opposed creating jobs and are attacking Canada abroad. The NDP chose to side with a small group of radical environmental activists protesting against our energy resources. They are too willing to abandon Canada's interests and sacrifice over 622,000 jobs in the process across Canada.
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, the oil sands are a proven strategic resource for Canada that creates jobs and economic opportunity for Canadians in all provinces and regions of our great country.
Absolutely.
Undermining the economy and attacking Canadian jobs is yet one more worrying example that the ineffective and disunited NDP is unfit to govern Canada.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, this House and most Canadians know that Cape Breton Island is a special place. Now our wonderful island has been chosen #1 in North America and #3 in the world by the Travel and Leisure magazine. The island has won this prestigious award because of its beauty, culture and hospitality. Celtic Colours is one event that showcases these qualities. It attracts over 20,000 visitors from 21 countries around the world. Celtic Colours International Festival is a 9-day event that presents the finest of local and international Celtic artists. One of our most famous visitors, the late Alexander Graham Bell, quoted, "I traveled around the globe. I've seen the Canadian and American Rockies, the Andes and the Alps, and the Highlands of Scotland. But for simple beauty, Cape Breton outrivals them all. I rise today to recognize all the attendees and the volunteers who have made this year's Celtic Colours and our island such a special place."
The
honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, today the NDP is in Washington attacking Canadian jobs and undermining the economy.
Unreal.
This is on the heels of NDP President and leadership contestant Brian Topp reaffirming his call for a moratorium on oil sands development. It's clear where the NDP stand. They actively oppose creating jobs and are happy to attack Canada when they travel abroad. The Keystone XL pipeline will create thousands of jobs and billions in economic growth on both sides of the border. The NDP choose to side with a small group of anti-Canadian radical protesters and are willing to sacrifice over 622,000 jobs across Canada. Our government will continue to promote Canada and the oil sands as a stable, secure, reliable, and ethical source of energy for the world. Undermining the economy and attacking Canadian jobs are yet more worrying examples that the ineffective, disunited NDP is unfit to govern.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the number one priority for Canadian families is jobs, and this out-of-touch government is failing these families badly. Last month, we learned that in a single month, 72,000 full-time jobs vanished under Conservative mismanagement. 72,000 families lost a breadwinner. And the Finance Minister's only plan? Well, on January 1st, he'll give more corporate tax cuts to his friends in the banks and oil companies. That's not something Canadian families can take to the bank, Mr. Speaker. This government doesn't understand why time and time again New Democrats have voted against the Conservatives blindly handing over billions to already profitable banks, big polluters and large corporations with no guarantee that a single job be created. Well, let me tell them why, Mr. Speaker, because for another 72,000 families last month, it's a failed plan by an out-of-touch government. The NDP has its priorities right, and will continue to press for real action on jobs and other economic measures that will help middle-class and poorer Canadian families, because we stand with ordinary Canadian families, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, Wheat Board Chairman Alan Oberg has brought his travelling roadshow to Ottawa in an effort to silence and deny marketing freedom to Western grain farmers. You're kidding. Mr. Oberg and his directors, aided by opposition MPs, gathered on Parliament Hill today to steamroll those farmers who want freedom. He's doing a great disservice to the farmers he claims to represent by wasting farmers' money on breakfast for the NDP caucus and an unnecessary expensive survey. This is in addition to the $1.4 million being spent on baseless, self-serving ad campaigns and $100,000 wasted on a reckless lawsuit in an attempt to keep their outdated monopoly. How much more of farmers' money are they willing to risk by wasting time and refusing to work with us in the best interest of farmers? Not only does Parliament have the right to change legislation, our government has the responsibility to deliver on the promises we made to Canadians. Mr. Oberg and the opposition parties are choosing to punish farmers based on their province of residence. It is time they stop steamrolling farmers and let them market their own grain.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's about-face on the Trans-Pacific Partnership caught many by surprise. Yesterday, the government said that Canada was entering into these negotiations with the intention of protecting our interests, namely the supply management system. We know, however, that Canada wasn't a welcome party to these negotiations precisely because of our supply management system. Something doesn't jibe here. What has changed? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada's position is to promote and protect our sectors during free trade agreements throughout the world and to protect and promote supply management. Mr. Speaker, this government's position is that our interests are better protected by Canada's presence at the table. The other partners have expressed the desire to have Canada at the table, and we intend to participate.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We have nothing against the idea of developing new markets, and we understand the importance of the Asia-Pacific zone. That's not the question. Dairy, egg, and poultry producers are concerned. They witnessed a Conservatives' contempt for their Western colleagues and the Canadian Wheat Board.
So what guarantees can the Prime Minister give us that the supply management system will not in any case, be sacrificed at the altar of the TPP? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, our position is well known on supply management. What the leader has said is false. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP talked about free trade, but the NDP has opposed all free trade measures. The NDP is opposed to our free trade agreement with the United States. The government is the only party that advocates increasing international trade.
The Prime Minister should simply say supply management is off the table. That's what he should say. Supply management is on the table. That's why Canada was allowed in, isn't it? No wonder dairy and poultry farmers are worried. First, they attack wheat farmers. Next, dairy and poultry farmers are out of luck. Is supply management on the table, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, this government's position in favour of supply management is very, very well known by producers. It's always our intention when we go to the table to make sure we produce and we protect and we promote the interests of all Canadian sectors, including supply management. That's the position we've taken in all negotiations so far, including negotiations with the European Union that the provinces, including Quebec, are a party to. And we will continue to advance Canadian interests in spite of the knee-jerk opposition of the NDP to any free trade agreement, even to trade with the United States.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, prairie farmers trusted this government when it promised it wouldn't dismantle the wheat board without a democratic vote of farmers. Conservatives have turned their back on prairie farmers and denied them the right to vote. Now the government is asking dairy and poultry farmers to put all their eggs in the Conservative basket and just trust them in trade negotiations. Mr. Speaker, how can farmers possibly trust this government to stand up for supply management after they sold out prairie farmers?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will continue to defend and promote Canada's interests in every sector of our economy, including our supply management system. It's obvious the member hasn't been following recent developments. On Saturday, the current TPP members issued the long-awaited framework agreement under which negotiations will take place. And after review, we determined that Canada can meet and even exceed the level of ambition called for without in any way compromising Canada's ability to stand up for the supply managed sector.
Not having an update.
The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Mr. Speaker, Quebec dairy poultry producers know full well that participants in the TPP, including the United States, want to see supply management eliminated. Just last week, the minister responsible said it wasn't in Canada's interest to participate in these negotiations, and now an about-face. So how can we trust a government that prefers to listen to what lobbyists are calling for instead of defending the interests of Canadian producers? And in the government's turning a deaf ear to Quebec. The Honourable Minister.
As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday, the partners of the TPP issued their framework agreement. We reviewed it carefully. We determined that it's in Canada's best interests to join those negotiations. And I can assure the member that we will continue to stand up for the interests of farmers and that we will defend Canada's system of supply management.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, facing a steamroller of Conservative abuse, prairie grain farmers stood on Parliament Hill today to plead for democratic producer control over the Canadian Wheat Board. One strong reason for such control is to ensure that farmers properly get the money that their grain earns in the marketplace. Will the government confirm that it is diverting at least $100 million, wheat board money that should be distributed to farmers, but instead $100 million is being diverted to force farmers to pay for the destruction of the single desk? Will the government confirm that misappropriation of funds?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The only misappropriation is by the Wheat Board itself taking farmers' money to run a campaign against farmers' own express views. Western Canadian farmers, Mr. Speaker, have been very clear that they want dual marketing, that they want the voluntary option of the Canadian Wheat Board. That's why this government was elected by prairie farmers, and that's how we are proceeding.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, no one accepts the premise of that answer. The Conservateur on
Conservatives told the United States and other countries in the Pacific that Canada preferred to abandon the supply management system. But in the House, the Conservatives are saying the exact opposite. These two statements can't be true at the same time. Is the government not telling the truth to our trading partners, or is it not telling the truth to Canadian farmers? What is the situation? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Trade has already answered that question. The reality is that negotiations are underway for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and that will enable us to defend our interests in favor of supply management. Mr. Speaker, it is the desire of this government to increase our international trade through participation by promoting all sectors in international trade negotiations.
That answer simply means he's getting ready to slash the tariffs. Mr. Speaker, trade failures abound with this government. They want so badly to surrender control of Canada's perimeter to the Americans, but they're getting nothing back. No pipeline, no relief from Buy America rules, U.S. entry fees imposed, marine taxes threatened, Canadian taxpayers attacked by the U.S. IRS, country of origin labeling, still a problem, softwood lumber, still a problem, nothing back for killing the Canadian Wheat Board, no market access guarantees. Are the Conservatives going to concede a perimeter deal with all this aggravation continuing?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't accept much of the premise of that question, including, for instance, take the Buy America provisions. They've gone nowhere in the U.S. Congress, Mr. Speaker. Fact of the matter is the Liberal Party, when it's in opposition, always opposes our relationship with the United States. That is not in the interest of this country. We have important negotiations going on with the United States on perimeter security and regulatory cooperation. Of course, we will not get everything we want, Mr. Speaker, but that does not mean we won't. That does not mean we will not continue to dialogue with our American friends and make sure we protect and advance Canadian interests.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. The procurement process for the F-35s has become a veritable farce. The aircraft is so costly and flawed that, apart from Canada, no one is interested in buying it. The U.S. Defense Secretary, Leon Panetta, said himself yesterday that even his country could withdraw from the program. There's only one person who still believes in the future of this aircraft, and that's the Minister of Defense. When will he finally open his eyes and realize that Canada's being had? The Honourable Associate Minister.
And our closest military allies understand the importance of this program to the protection of our sovereignty. Canada isn't the only country among our closest allies warning critics of the damage their reckless plans would cause to the military and aerospace workers. And I'm pleased that Secretary Panetta is taking similar action to warn Congress of the reckless, short-sighted implications such proposals would in fact incur. If our opposition had their way, they would cancel the equipment our Air Force needs and also put some 80,000 Canadians out of work, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. We know that the F-18s will have to be replaced by 2018-2019. The Associate Minister of Defence said last week that Canada was crusading for the F-35s. Why is the minister so obstinately crusading to promote a program that's deemed to fail from the start? Why is the minister so obstinately crusading when all other countries, including the U.S., are stepping back? Why is the minister only listening to what's being promised by Lockheed Martin? And why doesn't the minister have a plan B? Honourable Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the only crusade is the crusade to malign a very important asset for our young men and women who actually use the equipment and also to maintain our Canadian sovereignty as well as creating jobs. The member opposite is stuck in a time warp of useless rhetoric, misinformation and misrepresentation about the benefits to Canada of the F-35 program.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. Defense Secretary now says because of ballooning costs it may be time for them to hit the eject button on the F-35 deal. And Israel, Australia, Turkey and Norway are still reconsidering their purchases. So much for the minister's repeated claim that our allies are united and with us on the F-35s. This government is out of touch, this minister is out of the loop, and Canadians are out of patience. Will the government finally put this contract out to public tender?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is wrong. F-35s are coming off the production line, pilots are flying the jets, and 65 Canadian industries are benefiting from the program. As jobs are being created and our men and women will eventually get the equipment they need to do the job that we require them to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear to everyone the Conservatives have just blown this file totally. The F-35 price tag balloons every time another country drops its order. With the Americans now talking about also pulling the plug, the death knell is ringing louder and louder on the F-35. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister finally admit the F-35s are an untendered procurement boondoggle in the making? I ask the minister again, when will they put this contract out to tender?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, there was a tendering process. It may not be something that the honourable member across would accept. I am pleased to remind the member opposite that the acquisition of the F-35 represents our government's commitment to ensure Canadian sovereignty while producing the kind of equipment that our men and women need to do their jobs effectively and achieve mission success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, police chiefs across the country want to keep the gun registry data for reasons of public safety. Victims of crime want to keep the gun registry to protect public safety. Now we hear the Conservatives have buried their own report that says abolishing the registry will weaken border controls and facilitate gun trafficking throughout Canada. Mr. Speaker, why is this government endangering public safety by opening the floodgates for arms smuggling and proliferation of weapons across Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, that's rich, Mr. Speaker, coming from a member who voted against increasing penalties for those who imported firearms into this country illegally. In respect of the analysis presented by this official, it's misleading, it's flawed, and contrary to the suggestion made in the analysis, neither Bill C-19 or the previous C-391 removed any controls on the import of firearms. Canadians gave our government a strong mandate to end the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry once and for all. That's exactly what we're doing.
The member for St. John's East.
We actually voted for that bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, the Minister of Public Safety invited New Democrats to, and I quote, work together and actually help police officers. Well, Mr. Speaker, we New Democrats think that's a great idea. Police chiefs have said they want to keep the gun registry data and they want to keep firearms from flowing across the country. Will this minister stop dividing Canadians and work alongside New Democrats to actually help police officers fix the gun registry and keep this valuable data?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government has introduced legislation to scrap the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry once and for all. Our legislation will destroy the records which are increasingly inaccurate, unreliable, and becoming increasingly so over time. If given the chance, the opposition would once again use the data in order to target law-abiding citizens when, in fact, what they should be doing is helping us target criminals.
Right on.
The honourable member for Gatineau. What? They don't... What we can't understand is that a senior official at Public Safety confirmed that abolishing the firearms registry could lead to an increase in the trafficking of illegal weapons at the Canadian border. This specialist also stated that eliminating the registry would dangerously hinder the work of police officers in terms of tracking. The government claims it wants to fight serious crime, but when we look at the measures it's taking, we quickly realize that what it's doing doesn't correspond to the intentions. There's no logic in the Conservatives' approach. Will this government, once and for all, listen to the provinces, police chiefs, victims, and now its own advisors? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in committee earlier this morning, the analysis presented by this official is misleading. It's flawed. Contrary to the suggestion made in the analysis, neither Bill C-19 or the prior bill removed any controls on the import of firearms. This member is deliberately trying to paint a different picture than is actually true.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, a confidential inspection report dating back to 2010 reveals that several sections of the Champlain Bridge are in a mediocre state, they're deteriorating quickly, and must be replaced. Entire structures will have to be rebuilt in 2012-2013. The more time goes by, the more urgent these repairs become to ensure the safety of drivers. Can the government tell us if it has a plan to ensure that the safety of people using the Champlain Bridge? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as our government always does, it works based on plans, analysis, and results. We have a plan. We have invested $380 million. $380 million. Do you think we did that without a plan? Come on. It's all fine and well to repair the bridge, but at this pace, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to rebuild it completely instead of simply building a new one.
Read a report indicating that there are real risks that the bridge may collapse. Workers and their families who use the bridge every day should not have to worry whether it will collapse right under them. Mr. Speaker, if we need to close the bridge, will the minister tell Montrealers what they're supposed to do until the new bridge is built?
The Honourable Minister of
Transport. Mr. Speaker, playing politics on the backs of people in Montreal isn't the way we work. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was working with the Mayor of Montreal, the Mayor of Longueuil, the Mayor of Brossard. We're working together in order to ensure the safety of the Champlain Bridge for all users. The member opposite wants to make people afraid. We are getting the work done, and in addition to making it, keeping it safe now, we're going to be building another one. Mr. Speaker, we know that this government is often surprised by decisions being made by the U.S. government. So I'd like to advise them that the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Leon Panetta, spoke to Senator McCain in the U.S. to inform him that the F-35 program was at risk. Now, what that means is that the price of F-35s will go up once again. I'd ask the government, is there a plan B? Is this government prepared to hold a competitive bidding process, one that will save us money? The Honourable Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there was a competition between the F-35 and another aircraft. The F-35 won the bid, and as I understand it directly from the U.S. authorities, there is no intention at this point in time to pull out from anything. The F-35s are coming off their production line. Pilots are flying them, Mr. Speaker. They're being delivered to the international partners, and our program is on track.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, there is neither competition nor bid. U.S. Secretary of Defense Panetta has told Senators McCain and Graham that the F-35 program is too rich for the Pentagon's budget and may be either cancelled or reduced severely. The U.S. Secretary of Defense gets it. The U.S. Navy gets it. The Australian military gets it. What is it about this minister, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't get it? When this program is cancelled, Mr. Speaker, what is Plan B?
Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we are confident that the F-35 program is exactly the kind of resources that Canada needs today and well into the future. We are committed to ensuring that our men and women receive the best equipment they need to do their work. and do it safely. And at the very same time, we're concerned as well about the rhetoric we hear that is misinformation, miscommunication, and misinterpretation of what Mr. Panetta has said.
Member for Lac St. Louis. Canada's drinking water report card says the government is failing in almost every aspect of water protection. Only marginal improvements have been made to municipal water treatment since this government was first elected, an area where we should be investing to help cash-strapped municipalities. The report card also gave the government an F for its management of water within its jurisdiction, including on First Nations reserves and in national parks. Does the lack of a national water strategy explain this government's dismal failure in water management? If not, then what does?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government is working with First Nations in respect to water and wastewater, building on our Water Action Plan. We released the results of the National Assessment of Water and Wastewater Systems in First Nation communities in July. We are working with First Nations to improve and expand operator and manager training and compliance. We will be reintroducing First Nations water legislation soon to create enforceable standards and guide investments. We are getting the job done, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, according to the parliamentary law clerk, the member for Peterborough broke the law by demanding the CBC produce documents. That same week, the Conservatives pled guilty in the In-N-Out scandal. Is the interference by the MP in the legal process a demonstration of an MP doing his own thing, or rather is it an abuse of a pervasive abuse of process by the Conservatives? The Honourable Minister. Neither one nor the other, what the member for Peterborough is doing, and what he was asked to do by his constituents was to get that information.
For Peterborough for his hard work on behalf of taxpayers. He was elected and re-elected and elected again to stand up for taxpayers and to make sure that money is being spent appropriately by CBC. He's doing his work and we applaud him for doing so.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister doesn't seem to mind being a mascot on Captain Peterborough's ship of fools, but this is not about applauding someone who's undermining the public broadcaster. This is about a member whose behaviour, according to legal experts, is invalid, unenforceable, and unlawful. The law clerk's message is really clear. So is this government about carrying out a kangaroo attack against CBC, or do they respect the independence of the courts, and will they respect the letter from the Parliamentary Legal Counsel?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
The member for Peterborough's integrity on this issue and standing up for taxpayers cannot be challenged by the member opposite who campaigned time and again to vote against the long gun registry, stood in his place and betrayed his constituents. No. The member for Peterborough campaigned on and asked for a mandate to come to Ottawa and to fight for taxpayers. He kept his word.
The electric city.
This member asked for a mandate to come to Ottawa and defeat the long gun registry, and he betrayed his constituents. I will stand by the member for Peterborough every single day to wait for
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, Keystone XL will send thousands of Canadian jobs across the U.S. border and substantially increase oil sands emissions. It will lock us into the export of bitumen for decades. Yet this government only listens to their oil lobbyist friends. President Obama decided this pipeline needs more public input and study. When will the Conservatives stop blindly backing risky pipelines and instead commit to an energy strategy that puts Canadian jobs and the environment first?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I was appalled to hear that the NDP are actually going to the U.S. to advocate against Keystone. They are flying to our largest. They're flying to our largest trading partner to denigrate. They are flying to our largest trading partner to denigrate a project that employs hundreds of thousands of Canadians, generates billions of dollars of economic activity, and funds social services like education for our children, health care for our elderly. It's a disgrace.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. The Department of State has asked for a postponement for Keystone, and it's not for nothing. Climate change is a cause for concern. It's clear that the rest of the world is not buying into the PR campaign of this government with regard to the oil sands. In the absence of regulations on oil sands development, our environment is not only suffering, but trade relations are as well. When will this government realize it needs more than an ethical oil label to hide its failure to protect our environment? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the appointment to Natural Resources Minister, I've gone to Europe, to Asia, to the U.S. To defend the interests, uphold legislation and the Canadian economy. When the NDP goes abroad, its agenda is to advocate against Canadian industry that employs hundreds of thousands of Canadians. It is probably their strategy of foreign policy, and it's the strangest that I've ever seen. This proves that the NDP is not able to lead this country.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of International Trade tabled both the Canada-Jordan Economic Growth and Prosperity Act as well as the Canada-Panama Economic Growth and Prosperity Act. These pieces of legislation are a key part of our government's ambitious pro-trade plan that is opening new markets for Canadian products and services. More importantly, it will create opportunities for Canadian businesses and create jobs for Canadian workers. Quick passage of this legislation means more jobs in London, Ontario, and more jobs across Canada. Would the Minister please explain to this House why these pieces of legislation are critical to creating economic growth and prosperity in Canada?
Order. The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to thank the member for his He works very hard for the businesses and the Mr. Speaker, free trade agreements with Jordan and Panama are a key part of our job-creating pro-trade plan, and I was proud to table this important legislation this morning. Despite the NDP's ideological opposition to trade, our government will continue to pursue our pro-trade plan because open markets create new opportunities for our farmers and small businesses.
Order. I'm afraid all that applause ate up quite a bit of the Minister's time. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, the government finally found a way to improve service scores. They changed the rules. And they're directing employees to not even mention the Service Canada hotline to clients. The fact is, Canadians contacting Service Canada are facing unacceptable delays, and this government is refusing to address the problem. When will the Conservatives reverse their plan to cut more employees at Service Canada?
Mr. Speaker, the facts are exactly opposite to what the honourable member has just said. We are working to improve our services to Canadians at Service Canada. That's why we're automating the systems, both the call systems and the EI processing systems, so that Canadians can access the benefits that they need more efficiently, more effectively, and more affordably. We are automating things so that that will happen.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this minister has simply automated her talking points. The reality is that service automation is already happening, and it's clearly not the answer. The minister should face reality and acknowledge that Canadians deserve better service. A new report by Ry Romano recommends increasing accessibility and standardizing eligibility for EI programs. For too many, after paying for years, help isn't there when they need it. The government is failing on access to employment insurance. Will they commit today to fixing it?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
During the recent ruling session, We took significant steps to help the unemployed. We brought in an extra 5 weeks of benefits for all. We made it possible for people to access more training so they could get new jobs. Mr. Speaker, we brought in a whole range of things to help the unemployed get back to work. We also brought in extra people to make sure that their applications got processed quickly and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, sadly, despite the protestations to try to help the unemployed, the NDP voted against every single one of those initiatives.
The honourable member for Jonquière-Alma. Mr. Speaker, time is passing, but the minister's lines are not changing. Since July, she has been repeating the same lines, even if reality contradicts what she has said. The NDP has revealed figures that the government wants to hide. Thousands of Canadians are hanging up without speaking to an agent. By cutting other positions, the government is asking Service Canada to do more with less. Why is the government abandoning workers and their families? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are trying to help the unemployed go back to work, go back into the labour force. So we have provided training in order to prepare them for other positions for today and the future. Unfortunately, all the NDP can do is try to do what's easiest, that is to have access not to jobs but to EI benefits. They want a 45-hour work week. We want to help workers go back to work. The honourable member for Jonquière-Alma. Mr. Speaker, the minister can insist on those lines, but the system is no longer working, and it is the people who are being penalized by this government's inaction. Service Canada is not answering all the calls. The delay in the time it takes to get the benefits is already too long. What will it be like when other employees lose their jobs? Why is the government refusing to grasp reality? Why are the families being the ones to pay for the cuts at Service Canada? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we want to help the unemployed. We want to help them access the EI benefits. However, the best way to help them is to give them the training they need to prepare for jobs of today and tomorrow. In that way, they will be able to support their families, and that will be the best way to help them.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy predicts that climate change will cost Canadians up to $43 billion by 2050. Wow. The government's own advisory panel found that catastrophic climate change could wipe out up to 25% of Canada's GDP. Right now, the government has no plan to meet 75% of its greenhouse gas reduction targets. As we lead up to the World Conference in Durban, when are Canadians going to get a real plan?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is indeed balancing the need for a cleaner and a healthier environment with protecting jobs and economic growth. The Kyoto Protocol does not, Mr. Speaker, include major emitters like China or India or even the United States, and therefore doesn't work. And Canada will not sign on to any new agreement that does not include all major emitters. We remain committed to reducing Canada's greenhouse gas emissions by 17% below 2005 levels, and we are achieving that goal.
Great. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, the international community has worked for 15 years to build practical solutions to fight climate change, the most important challenge we are facing today. Protection for forests, green technologies, financial mechanisms for the poorer countries, accountability with regard to results are at the heart of the United Nations process. Why is this government going to sabotage 15 years of work with an egotistical refusal to assume its responsibilities? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Our Canadian delegation has been preparing for the 17th Conference of the Parties in Durban all through the year. In pre-Durban meetings in Mexico City, in Washington, and in Cape Town, I have assured other national delegations that I believe we can, despite some significant challenges, move our common climate change cause forward, both in terms of mitigation and in adaptation. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I have reiterated our government's decision to not make a second Kyoto Protocol commitment, but to work to create a new post-Kyoto agreement.
The honourable member for London, Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Defence Minister said that the matter of sexual harassment in the RCMP would have to wait until a new commissioner is named. For the brave women who devoted decades of service to the Mounties and were sexually harassed by their peers and superiors, being told, now, have patience, is an intolerable insult. Mr. Speaker, will the government pledge to end this systemic violence? Not in months, not in years, but now.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely concerned about these troubling reports. We expect that all members of the RCMP carry out their duties with integrity and professionalism. Our government is committed to providing all men and women in the RCMP a workplace free of harassment. I will be raising this issue with the new commissioner very shortly.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, how can we believe that the Conservatives are taking this important issue seriously while they ask women to wait? And yet they didn't ask for any waiting time before attacking the gun registry, the Canadian Wheat Board, or pay equity. Mr. Speaker, this government says it's hard on crime, but when it comes time to act, they are encouraging patience. Can the minister assure us that he will not wait for the appointment of a new commissioner before doing what needs to be done to help these women? The honourable minister.
Our government is concerned about not only the women in the RCMP, but also the men who serve in the RCMP. But I'm glad to see that the member opposite has developed a newfound interest in the RCMP, given that this member's party has consistently voted against giving the RCMP, indeed all police officers, the tools they need to do their job. I want to call on the NDP not only to speak out against harassment, but also to speak out in favour of tools that will ensure that we target criminals.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Kitty West.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned about crime, and that's why they gave us a strong mandate to keep our streets safe and communities safe. One key promise during the election was to establish new lawful access proposals. This is an important measure to ensure the police have the tools they need to do their job. Could the Minister of Public Safety please update this House on the progress of keeping that commitment?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for the question and his hard work on this matter. We are proposing measures to bring laws into the 21st century and give police the tools they need to do their job. In fact, even Mark Holland, the former Liberal public safety critic, said he supported these important measures. However, the new third party has shown they are so out of touch that they now oppose new tools for police. I would call on the Liberals to finally stop putting the rights of child pornographers and organised crime ahead of the rights of law-abiding citizens.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, our seniors saw millions in hard-earned savings wiped out when the Conservatives broke their word and taxed income trusts several years ago. Now this government is sticking it to them again. Seniors born in 1940 must convert their RRSPs into RRIFs this year. But the bottom has fallen out of the market, so their RRSPs have lost value and some have incurred substantial losses. Will the minister allow them to wait to convert their RRSPs so they can at least try to rebuild their value?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank that honourable member for his question. And it's nice to see that the opposition are actually understanding some of the challenges that our seniors face. Mr. Speaker, we did actually extend that deadline for seniors during the recession, but if I recall, I think all of the opposition actually voted against that at the time. So it matters not what we put forward to help seniors, Mr. Speaker. The opposition tend to vote against it. We've actually done a great amount to help seniors to prepare for their retirement, Mr. Speaker, and we encourage the opposition to actually support some of those measures.
Honourable member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, the Comptroller General found that 21 out of 47 contracts awarded by Canfor were sole source. 17 of the 21 were awarded without justification. The Comptroller General also found evidence of contract splitting to avoid competition. Mr. Speaker, the questions are clear. How much was spent when Canfor broke the rules? Who got the money? And who is going to take responsibility for this mishandling?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stated many times that we accept the recommendations coming from the auditor. We are implementing and addressing those audits. This was the process audit, and there is a number of recommendations that came forward, and we are addressing those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proposing responsible measures to protect families and individuals. The Safe Streets and Communities Act will impose tougher sentences on pedophiles, drug dealers, and the most violent young offenders. Meanwhile, the opposition wants to treat honest farmers and duck hunters like fugitives, but they oppose tougher sentences for dangerous criminals. The Justice Committee has now held 8 meetings on Bill C-10, hearing from over 50 witnesses. Yet the opposition parties have begun to filibuster to further delay these important measures. Can the Minister please inform this House about our government's efforts to strengthen Canada's justice system?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, at committee, the opposition are back to their basic philosophy and ideology. They're opposing jail time for serious sexual offenders that prey on our children, drug dealers who set up dangerous meth labs in residential neighborhoods, arsonists who burn someone's home, but yet are eligible to serve their sentence in their own house. But they're going further. They're upset that criminals bringing cocaine and heroin into this country will be facing mandatory sentences. Mr. Speaker, we disagree with them. They're completely wrong. When are they going to start standing up for victims just for a change?
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, cuts at Veterans Affairs Canada are bigger than the Minister had implied. The Veterans Hospital at Sainte-Anne-de-Bellevue, the last one managed by the federal government, will be transferred to the government of Quebec. 1,300 fewer employees will work at the department, in addition to the 500 announced in cuts last week. How can we hope that our veterans will receive the same quality of service if the department no longer has any employees to provide those services? Is that how the Conservatives thank the veterans who served Canada? Is that how we listen to them? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a priority, and that is to serve our veterans well, particularly veterans at St. Anne Hospital who get exceptional care there. That is why we have undertaken talks with the Quebec government. Why? To ensure that exceptional services will continue for our veterans. I have been to this hospital twice. I was there on Saturday, and I saw the professionalism of the staff and as well as their dedication to our veterans, Mr. Speaker. We will ensure that our veterans at the St. Anne Hospital and in our 10,000 beds across the country have the services they need. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the government's supplementary estimates set out ideological cuts of over $160 million in a dozen departments and agencies. However, the parliamentary budget officer has admitted that he himself is unable to determine where the previous and future cuts are, including $60 million at the Department of Human Resources and $7 million at the Economic Development Agency for the regions of Quebec. Can the minister indicate where he will cut and guarantee, above all, to the unemployed and companies in Quebec that they are the ones who will not suffer from those secret cuts?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're obviously seeking to ensure that every dollar of taxpayers' money is spent wisely and well. We think it's obviously tremendously important that we return to balanced budgets so we don't get in the same situation that Greece, that Italy and Spain find themselves in. Step by step, Mr. Speaker, we'll get it done and protect the core competencies that people depend on, whether it's health care, whether it's education, and whether it's supports for our seniors, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period for today. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at report stage on motions in Group 1 of Bill C-13, Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act.
Order. The honourable member for York Centre has 3 minutes left to conclude his remarks, and I'll ask all honourable colleagues who need to carry on conversations to do so outside of the chamber so that we can hear the member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. The NDP calls for increased stimulus spending, yet they voted against the stimulus package when it was introduced. So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the opposition plan is what it is for Canada. Just look at Ontario from 1990 to 95 for a sneak preview. Their failed tax and spend philosophy continues today with demands for more freewheeling deficit spending and higher taxes that will kill jobs. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2011 is the right plan for the right time. This government has taken all the right steps, and we must build on that advantage, the Canadian advantage. While our plan is working, the opposition suggests we need to raise taxes and increase spending. I listened with great interest recently to the member for your Toronto Centre when he addressed the Economic Club of Canada. And I have to tell you that we've seen this movie before and it doesn't end pretty. The member for Toronto Centre wants to take us back to the future. As we all know, when that member became Premier of Ontario, he inherited a $20 billion deficit. When he left office, it was $60 billion. His first budget had a $670 million shortfall, his second $1 billion, and his third $1.6 billion. From his time as the NDP Premier of Ontario, Canadians know about his government's dreadful economic record: higher debt, higher taxes, and higher unemployment. By the time he left office, he raised taxes for every income bracket. People making more than $67,000 faced the highest marginal tax rates in North America. The rating agencies had downgraded Ontario's credit worthiness. This is exactly what we could expect from an NDP government. Clearly, they are not fit to govern. We cannot afford to listen to the opposition, the nattering nabobs of negativism. We would rather listen to those who have some experience with such matters, such as the IMF, Forbes, the World Economic Forum, the OECD, the Economic Intelligence Unit, and the G20 Young Entrepreneurs, all of whom recognize that Canada possesses something that many, many countries around the world today consider a very precious and rare commodity: stability. I call on the opposition to do the right thing for Canada and support this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Negative Nabob Caucus, I'd like to ask just a question. God forbid I delve into the world of negativism, but I do want to ask about the fact that the tax credits that he's been talking about. I see he's being handed some notes, so I'll let him read it over first. Right. So what I'd like to ask about, when they talk about these non-refundable tax credits, they're talking about them in the sense that they are going to benefit all these Canadians when, in fact, as the leader pointed out, as the member from Toronto Centre pointed out, the one that he picked on, he points out, and quite rightly, that so many of the vulnerable in our society will not be able to benefit from this credit because it is non-refundable. Why can't this government make these non-refundable tax credits, caregivers, firefighters, and so on and so forth, why can't they make the non-refundable tax credits refundable? It's a specific question. It's just about that. Why are these non-refundable tax credits?
I'll just have to stop the member there to give the member for York Centre a chance to respond.
Mr. Speaker, when I'm on the Finance Committee, and we had just finished pre-budget consultations, and we've traveled right across the country. From the firefighters to child caregivers to business groups, all supported our government's economic action plan to create jobs and with a low-tax plan. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that that party is totally out of touch. The speech that his leader gave last week is clearly taking us back to the future. We've learned once, the people of Ontario have the dreaded experience of living under that kind of leadership once, and he wants to bring to Canada what he brought to Ontario.
And questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for
Brossard-la-Prairie.
I would like to congratulate my honourable colleague on the other side of the bench, but I'd like to clarify that I was also with him on the Finance Committee, and it is not true that everyone agreed that the way the government was going forward was the right way, especially not the people who were saying the credits that are given, the tax credits that are given, do not benefit everyone. They do not benefit people who don't have enough money to actually benefit from tax credit. They don't have enough money. So making it refundable was something that they've asked, and there's a lot of organizations that have asked for that. So I'd like to my honourable colleague just to confirm whether or not he believes that everyone really agrees with the fact that they should be, with what was proposed.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's done an absolutely fine job as Vice Chair of the Finance Committee. But I would like to say that on May the 2nd, the people of Canada gave us a very strong mandate. We ran on a plan, and the people of Canada accepted that plan and gave us a strong, stable, national Conservative majority government to implement it. And tax credits were part of that whole plan, Mr. Speaker, and the people of Canada spoke, and they gave us the opportunity to implement that plan. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to ask the member, because we've had so many questions on these tax credits. We have the workers' tax benefit, often called Whitby by the Minister of Finance. We've also lowered raised the personal exemption multiple times to make sure that lower-income people don't pay any tax, and try to do the best we can to target those initiatives to lower-income people. Now, there was never a tax credit in previous governments for physical fitness, for the arts, Mr. Speaker, and now we're offering that. Is that, combined with these other benefits, would the member not agree that these cover the whole gambit, and that all of our initiatives collectively are moving forward not only to address issues of middle-class families, but also lower-income families with different programs?
There are 30 seconds left for the member for York Centre.
My honourable friend for his question. And yes, Mr. Speaker, he is absolutely right. We look at the whole budget in its totality, and we stand with average Canadian families who have kids, who have grandparents they need to look after, and these tax credits help in all of that effort, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, les prises de débat. The
honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to speak today against Bill C-13, which is an act to implement certain provisions of the 2011 budget as updated on June 6, 2011, and other measures. This bill does not correspond to what we need. We saw this at the Finance Committee when we traveled, and even as we listened to witnesses, that this bill does not correspond to reality. If we look at the last month, there were 72,000 jobs lost. The government continues to say that everything's fine, but this bill was tabled a long time before, and it doesn't take into consideration everything that's happening now. It doesn't take into consideration the fact that there are 1.4 million people who are now unemployed. And if we count the people who are discouraged and are no longer even searching for jobs, it's 2 million people. That's huge. On the other hand, the government says that everything's fine and no changes are being made to what was put forward, despite what some economists have suggested, which is to invest in infrastructure, to invest in seniors with their pensions, to help with their pensions, and the government's not doing anything in that regard. If we take youth, when we look at last summer, there was a 17.2% unemployment rate, and that's higher than before the recession, when it was 14%. So once again, the government is not really looking at the figures and isn't taking reality into account. They're completely disconnected from reality and from the people in this country, this government, and that's what we're saying. We can see that with the Occupy movement in Ottawa and Montreal. People don't understand why this government is not listening to them. And they have to protest, but this government is still not listening. If we look currently at what's happening with the debt, for every dollar that a person earns, they owe $1.49. So this is a 150% ratio. So how can the average family ever get out of that from under that kind of debt? The solution for this government is to reduce corporate taxes, but we've seen the results of that. It doesn't help people who have low income or no income, rather than continuing down that path. And even if you look at some economists and even the Conference Board of Canada who say that the gap between the rich and the poor is getting ever bigger. And the Consumers Union has spoken to that as well. The fact that the tax rates for corporations would be reduced only aggravates the problem, and the government is doing nothing about that as well. If we look at the OECD figures, the rich benefit more than the poor. C-13 is not going to be a success. What we want is to see some leadership and some vision in terms of the economy. Why not invest in the green economy? Why not look to the future? Investing now would offer us programs, perhaps in research and development, for example, that would allow us to position ourselves for the future and to be looking towards an economy that could bring wealth to this country, and that would also ensure not just the wealth of our children, but also ensure that there is some protection in terms of the environment. The government isn't behind all of that. Let's look at concrete results. To speak to the amendments that we have put forward, we can see that the government has had a tendency to not want to have exchanges on the issues. Looking at C10, for example, and if we look at C13, there are an awful lot of different issues mixed in with this as well. Now, having sat on the Finance Committee, we were given some explanations on C13, but this happened when the committee was traveling on pre-budget consultations, which I think shows, some ill will on the part of the government. Within this bill, there is one part that deals with subsidies for votes.
The bill amends the Canada Election Act to phase out quarterly allowances to registered parties.
At a time when indeed this government is completely disconnected from reality, and where indeed we can see that people no longer have confidence in politicians, particularly on the other side of the House, the government is now removing a tool or taking away a tool that would allow people who are going to vote. And it's important to realize that the reason why we are here today and in this House is because people voted for us. If you're not part of a major political party, or if you have some ideas and you don't have any opportunity to go out and find some financing, clearly the government on the other side goes out and finds candidates, and of course they have funding for them. And the reason why we had the $2 per vote subsidy is because indeed we wanted to avoid major corporations funding electoral campaigns. We wanted to create a certain separation between the two and give people a voice. But this government is doing the opposite.
Government's moving forward. The $2 per vote allowance was an important equalizer that gives all parties, regardless of their presence in Parliament, a fair chance at equal participation in a general election and campaign. It was also a tool that rolls back the power of big money in influencing the outcome of elections and the policy agenda. It reflects also the support of voters and increase the motivation to vote. And what we're doing right now, we're going against that. It rewards parties for convincing people to vote for them, therefore ensuring that parties have a message that is meaningful to all voters. It's also a way of facilitating giving a campaign donation. The government is saying, well, you know, if you have money, if you believe in the party, well, then give money to that party. Not everyone has money, but everyone has the right to vote, and their vote should count. If you don't have money, if you're poor, if you're not able to come to pay your bills at the end of the month, you're not thinking of sending out a contribution to a political party. But if you go out and vote, and you know that that vote helps the party, even though they don't win, even though they're not in government, or even though they might not be even sitting in the House, at least you feel that there's something that you did, and it helps someone else without you having to take money out of your wallet if you don't have any, and having to you know, help that party. And again, obviously, the Conservatives are successful in raising money. Obviously, they're in government, so again, you know, it's helping their friends, and their friends helping them back. And that's why there's a policy right now, and that's why we see with the budget, they're helping the big corporates, big corporations, giving corporate tax cuts to big corporations who are already profitable. So again, there's a lack of understanding of what's happening with the population. There's a disconnect between this government and the population, and people who actually, again, who want to vote, who want their voice to be heard. The government is, again, shutting them down and just telling them, well, your vote doesn't really count.
One thing that's really worrisome, and personally, I ran in 2008, and just the fact that I ran, people said that it was important to them that they had voted for me. It was also important to them that they were moving democracy forward. And if we look at what this government's doing, we're backing up.
And I continued. And I think that we can continue to improve things. If people don't come up with new ideas, that runs counter to democracy. So this bill as such takes us a step backward, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I'll be voting against it.
Questions?
Thank you.
Questions or comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member's statement. Of course, he regrettably got it wrong when it comes to economy. Canada's doing better relative to other nations in particular. But I found particularly interesting his comments on the per-vote subsidy. This is a subsidy that people are forced to make. This government's getting rid of that subsidy because people should voluntarily choose which party they want to support financially. This member doesn't seem to understand that it is the taxpayer that pays for the subsidy, and the taxpayer are all Canadians. And so Canadians are forced to support parties they do not want to support. The fact is that the Conservative Party will be hit the hardest because we get the most votes of any other party, but we're doing it on principle. Will this member realize that people shouldn't be paid or go for monetary reasons to the ballot box, as this member suggested, that people vote to get money for a party? They should vote because it's the right thing to do. They should vote because people have made tremendous sacrifice, including their own lives, so that we have the right to vote. People should vote because they believe in policy issues. Will this member change his opinion on the per-vote subsidy?
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. I'd like to thank the Minister for his question. I don't agree with his position, whereby Canada must pay and that this is unfair. If we take a look at the tax credits that are being granted for or being given for donations, to political parties, it's also a way.
Give tax credit to donations, it is also the same thing. So there's a way. Other Canadians are also paying for that. So here what we're saying is that it is important for people who don't have money, for the poor, who actually want to contribute and who know that their vote actually helps the party, the person they're voting for. That's what we're saying. That's what we're defending, and that's what we're saying, that it is democratic. That's what helps democracy move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the member from Brossard-la-Prairie, and I'd like to thank him for his very interesting remarks. I also have a question on the $2 per vote. And I see that the Parliamentary Secretary doesn't understand the system. As the member for Brossard-la-Prairie said, there were donations from corporations, and
exactly based on the voter choosing where the $2 goes, whereas the larger amount of tax dollars that this government doesn't seem to want to touch come from all of us, whether we like it or not. If someone donates $400 to a political party, we as taxpayers are going to give them back $300. So I'd like the honourable member's thoughts on how we can persuade the government that they're removing the exact part of the system that works best and keeping tax dollars going to political parties that are far less democratic.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question.
Against this government, we have pushed for an amendment regarding this bill, and we have explained to the government why it is important and why. And I totally agree with my honourable colleague. That really shows how, in terms of the $2 per vote subsidy, really helps the party, really helps. It's more democratic, and it really helps in terms of money, and it costs actually less than all the tax credit. So basically, it is very important for our democracy. It is very important for us who are here and who are being elected, that the votes that we get are really being translated into something that makes makes Canada move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to discuss Bill C-13. And I'd like to point out that it clearly illustrates how this government is keeping its promise to Canadians. As we all know, Canadians have weathered some difficult economic times over the last several years. Our government has taken unprecedented action to help them through this challenging world environment, and indeed we're seeing reassuring signs throughout the economy, though the international economy is still fragile. The next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan builds on the government's record by announcing new measures for families and additional support for communities. This includes encouraging hiring by providing a temporary hiring credit for small business of up to $1,000 against a small firm's increase in its employment in 2011. We're also dealing with against the $1,000 against small firms' increase in 2011 EI premiums over those paid in 2010. The plan also includes an extension of active or recently terminated work-sharing agreements by up to 16 weeks so that companies can avoid layoffs by offering EI benefits to workers willing to work a reduced work week while their company recovers. Our government is focused on supporting Canadian families with a range of targeted measures that will help Canadians find and hold on to good, high-paying jobs while improving Canadians' quality of life in big and small communities across the country. Other areas that we're working on, Mr. Speaker, include assistance for remote communities who often lack the same level of services as larger centres. Our government's taking measures to address this unfortunate reality. For example, we propose to strengthen the healthcare in rural communities by supporting family physicians, nurse practitioners, and nurses who make the choice to practice in underserved or remote communities. Today's bill proposes to forgive a portion of the federal share of the Canada student loans for new family physicians, nurse practitioners, and nurses who practice in underserviced rural or remote communities, including communities that provide health services to First Nations and Inuit populations. Starting in 2012-2013, practicing family physicians will be eligible for federal Canada student loan forgiveness of up to $8,000 per year to a maximum of $40,000. Nurse practitioners and nurses will be eligible for federal Canada student loan forgiveness of up to $4,000 per year to a maximum of $20,000. By getting doctors and nurses into our rural communities, we are helping all Canadians access essential health services no matter where they live. Another part of the action plan deals with firefighters. The next phase of the Canada's Economic Action Plan recognizes the invaluable contribution that volunteer firefighters make every day to the safety and security of their communities. Specifically, Bill C-13 proposes the Volunteer Firefighter Tax Credit, a non-refundable tax credit on an amount of $3,000 for volunteer firefighters who perform at least 200 hours of service in their communities during the year. This credit will provide up to $450 in tax relief to eligible firefighters who volunteer in this often thankless task. Eligible volunteer firefighters who currently receive honoraria in respect to their duties as a firefighter will be able to choose between the new tax credit or existing tax exemptions of up to $1,000 for the honoraria. The president of the Canadian Volunteer Firefighter Service Association, Martin Bell, called the tax credit wonderful news and said that the tax credit will contribute significantly to the capability or capacity of volunteer fire departments to protect lives and property. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2011 also keeps our commitments for the future of the gas tax fund. In 2007, we extended the gas tax fund by 4 years, delivering $11.8 billion in gas tax funding from 2007 to 2014 for infrastructure in cities and communities. In 2008, we committed to make the gas tax fund permanent. In 2009, we doubled the gas tax fund to $2 billion a year. And in 2010, despite challenging economic circumstances, we pledged to protect the gas tax fund. And in 2011, this legislation, C-13, contains a permanent annual investment of $2 billion in municipal infrastructure through the gas tax fund. The gas tax fund provides predictable, long-term infrastructure funding for municipalities, allowing them to better protect their future infrastructure investments. Mr. Speaker, given the current environment, and the number one issue for this government is to get people back to work, which will help grow our economy. Temporary measures in support of the economic recovery were included in the Economic Action Plan to reinforce the substantial support that government already provides job creators. The measures in this bill will build on this momentum, laying the foundation for long-term prosperity by encouraging business investment that is necessary to sustain economic growth. This includes extending the accelerated capital cost allowance treatment for investments in manufacturing and processing machinery and equipment for 2 years to support manufacturing and the processing sector. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, providing support for families and communities helps to ensure Canadians benefit from more opportunities and wealth that long-term growth creates, no matter where they live. The government has shown its commitment to help families and communities and has stood up for all Canadians to help make sure that their needs are addressed through a wide variety of tax relief and targeted investments. Canadians should be proud of how they've responded to these challenges today. Today we are far better off than we were just even a few years ago, and we are well positioned to deal with the issues that are ahead. For Canadians, they have to have the skills to participate fully in society and to secure Canada's position as leader in the global economy. Further action is required, and we are taking that action. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the best country in the world to live, and we're living at the best time in human history to be alive. We are doing far better than most of the world, and this government is going to ensure that we still, in the future, remain the best country to live, and a strong economy is key to that for the quality of lives of Canadians, and to ensure that every Canadian can reach their full potential as human beings. And may God keep our land glorious and free. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my government colleague. He continues to repeat that tax credits are important. There need to be many, and I'd like him to tell me what he thinks about the fact that people who are the poorest in society don't have access to those tax credits. What does he have to say about that? Those are the people who are the most in need, and they won't even be able to use them, be eligible for them. What is the government's precise position? Will it make some changes? Because it seems to me that that is something important. It's important for those people to have access to tax credits because they are in such dire need. The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question. This is an area where unfortunately, the NDP party has historic challenges in understanding, and that is when you reduce the tax burden on middle-class Canadians, that has, or even job creators, corporations, that helps grow the economy. It empowers individuals financially and to make the best decisions for themselves. The less tax that people pay to the government, the more the economy will grow. And the faster the economy grows and the strength of that growth helps people in low-income situations. It helps the government invest in priority social programs that benefit all Canadians, including those in low income. It helps Canadians deal with the socioeconomic challenges the member had alluded to. It's important to have a strong economy to protect Canadians and our environment, and that's what tax credits do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be able just to continue with that question. You know, the Conservatives now for a while have talked about how much they care about the firefighters, and one of the things that they wanted to do was to provide this tax credit. Well, the problem, as we see it with the tax credit, is that they're being very selective in terms of the volunteer firefighters that they're really helping. The equipment and the energies, the resources that our volunteer firefighters put in is quite significant. And the question is that why would we not be providing some benefit for low-income firefighters? You're doing it for the higher income. Why not the lower income? By having the tax credit, you're not allowing them to have any benefit. Why the treatment, or why different treatment for whether you're more well off than others?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in my remarks, the tax credit has been described by the Firefighters Association as wonderful. They've been very complimentary. It's what the firefighters, volunteer firefighters, have asked for. You know, the previous Liberal government had that opportunity to bring forward some sort of financial recognition to firefighters. They chose not to. This Conservative government chose to recognize the contribution volunteer firefighters make in our communities. And I'd also point out that if the member was serious about the contribution for financial recognition for firefighters, he would support this budget instead of voting against it.
We have the time for a short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to compliment our Minister on his response to that hypocritical question by a member of the Liberal Party. You know, we met several times with volunteer firefighters and with chiefs of fire departments across this country who stated very clearly they were begging the former Liberal government, when they were in power for 13 long years, begging them to do anything to help them. And what did they do? Nothing. I want to compliment you, Minister. I want to compliment the Minister through you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted him to explain how also the new family caregiver tax credit will benefit people regardless of whether the Liberal Party or the NDP vote for it.
The Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I accept with humility the comments of the Parliamentary Secretary, but it's really the Parliamentary Secretary that should be praised for her excellent work in pre-budget consultation, her work as a police officer. This Parliamentary Secretary knows very well the needs of Canadians right across the board, particularly firefighters and police officers, the very people that keep our communities safe. And the other, I appreciate the question about the caregiver tax credit, because caregivers help make our society better and certainly help individuals and the families. And that some financial recognition of that, I think, will go a long way to helping families. And again, I just want to say the Parliamentary Secretary has done an outstanding job in pre-budget consultations, and that's why Bill C-13 is so good.
Order. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-13, particularly because it affects low-income Canadians and because it fails to address health problems, including chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency and rare disorders. Specifically, Bill C-13 deliberately excludes low-income Canadians from programs such as the Family Caregiver Tax Credit. If someone quits their job to take care of a sick loved one at home, they likely will not qualify for any benefits, as the Conservatives have put in place a minimum threshold to qualify. I think it is unconscionable to deliberately exclude the very people who are most in need of help. And I think it important to remember that one of Canadians' most deeply held values is fairness. Mr. Speaker, how then can Canada be one of the few developed countries without a national student nutrition program? Sadly, 1 in 5 Canadian children lives below the poverty line, which may lead to poor nutritional status and poor child health outcomes. But Canadian children from all income brackets are vulnerable to inadequate nutrition. Many children go to class hungry. 40% of elementary students and 62% of secondary school students do not eat a nutritious breakfast. Mr. Speaker, hungry children cannot learn. Their learning capabilities are affected by how recently they have eaten, and malnutrition in early life can limit long-term intellectual development. Moreover, Canadian children and youth experience unprecedented rates of type 2 diabetes and obesity because they do not have the knowledge to make healthy food choices and because they do not have access to the healthy food they need for health and learning. Mr. Speaker, the Toronto Foundation for Student Success has more than 600 schools in Toronto, 142,000 children and youth, and 3,000 community volunteers. A total of 20,350,000 meals are served annually. Toronto research has found that student nutrition programs reduce absenteeism, reduce suspensions and expulsions by 50%, improve performance on standardized literacy and numeracy tests. dramatically impacts credit accumulation in secondary school, which is a key indicator of graduation, and creates a sense of belonging and improves morale of schools. Toronto research shows that the health impacts include increased consumption of fruit and vegetables, increased consumption of whole grain foods, and healthy eating habits, which prevent diabetes, high blood pressure, and obesity. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that student nutrition programs are needed in Aboriginal communities, remote communities, and rural communities, and the same behavioral, learning, and health impacts are found in all communities. Mr. Speaker, Feeding Our Future showed that 78% of grade 10 students who reported eating morning meals most days were on track to complete their diploma, meaning they earned 15 or more credits, versus 61% who went without food. Mr. Speaker, the Boston Consulting Group, or BCG, has shown that on average, each high school graduate contributes an extra $75,000 annually to the economy. If providing food at school increases graduation rates by just 3%, based on the BCG figures, a national schools meal program implemented in Canada's high schools at a cost of just $1.25 a day would result in a net payback of more than $500 million annually. Mr. Speaker, outside Canada, school meals are viewed as an investment rather than a cost, improving child and youth nutrition, health and social development, and feeding regional economic development. For example, in Brazil, food is a constitutional right. A massive national program feeds 47 million students at 190,000 schools each day. Mr. Speaker, access to nutritionally adequate and safe food is a right of every individual. I therefore think it is incumbent upon each of us to fight for a national school nutrition program for all our children. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address a second item missing from the budget: funding for clinical trials for chronic cerebral spinal venous insufficiency, or CCSVI. After much resistance, the federal government announced this summer that it would fund clinical trials for CCSVI. This was welcome news for Canadians with MS and their families. However, this decision took far too long to arrive at, and since the announcement, no plan has been provided describing how the government plans to establish these trials. I want to be very clear. Right now, all we have is announcements. What we need is action. Canadians with MS cannot afford to wait, as any delay possibly means more damage. Mr. Speaker, 30 to 50% of MS patients who are untreated worsen by 1 EDSS score in 1 year. 50% with relapsing remitting MS later develop a progressive form of the disease for which there are no drugs. The reality is that 1 month can mean the difference between walking and not walking, or living independently, or in care. Mr. Speaker, CIHR has recommended a Phase 1 or 2 clinical trial, which is usually undertaken to assess safety. However, angioplasty is an accepted standard of care practice and routinely used for many conditions. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has accepted the basic safety information for angioplasty since it has already approved 3 double-blinded Phase 2 clinical trials, which are already being conducted in the United States. Mr. Speaker, there is no need for a Phase 1 trial in Canada. It will waste time and money and would provide nothing beyond what is already known worldwide about this procedure. What is needed is an adaptive Phase 2-3 trial, which would permit a rapid and seamless transition from the Phase 2 trial, subject, of course, to interim assessments of safety and efficacy, to a full Phase 3 trial. This would still address all the regulatory requirements, answering all the key safety and efficacy questions, but save time and cost. Moreover, we need experts who are actively engaged in diagnosis and treatment of CCSVI on the CIHR's expert working group. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address a third omission from the budget. Some 2.7 million Canadians are affected by rare disorders, such as cystic fibrosis, sickle cell disease, and thalassemia. More rare disorders are difficult to diagnose and are chronic, degenerative, progressive, and life-threatening. Families who face rare disorders lack access to scientific knowledge of their disease and quality health care. They face difficulties and inequities in accessing treatment and care. Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the only developed countries without a policy for rare disorders. As a result, Canadian patients are frequently excluded from many clinical trials and often have delayed access to treatment. Moreover, Canadian patients cannot always access drugs available to patients elsewhere. Only a fraction of the drugs approved in Europe and the U.S. are brought to Canada. Going forward, let us all commit to working together to develop a national policy for rare disorders. I wish there was more time to address the cuts that have decimated Environment Canada, particularly its adaptation group. 8 were fired in June, and 12 of 17 have received workforce adjustment letters. Many of these scientists share part of the 2007 Nobel Prize for climate change. Adaptation science is the bridge between climate predictions and practical applications. Why then would the minister cut climate impacts and adaptation scientists? And does he really think an investment of $149 million will truly counter the problem? When will the Minister of the Environment restore activities in the Environment Canada Adaptation Group so that the economic well-being, health, and safety of Canadians will be protected? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech. She spoke a lot about medical issues. I know those are close to her heart. I met recently with the MS Society in my office here in Ottawa, and they thanked the government for the family caregiver tax credit, said that it was a step in the right direction. I wanted to ask her, though, specifically about the enhanced medical expense tax credit, which removes the $10,000 limit on the amount of eligible medical expenses, and it can be claimed on behalf of a financially dependent relative. So I want to ask her if, because she has concerns about the medical system, will she vote in favour of this bill, which makes an excellent enhanced medical expense tax credit, which will benefit thousands of Canadians?
Honourable member for Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. At first, he mentioned the family tax credit, family caregiver tax credit, and I will pick up on that. I represent one of the most diverse ridings in the country. We rank about 5th. Many of my families are newcomers. They face many challenges in coming to Canada. They face the challenge of learning a new language, of adapting to a new culture, particularly of finding a job. And my families often work 2 to 3 jobs just to put food on the table for their children. And if the choice is between buying a $5 liter of orange juice and a $2 double liter of orange pop, the choice is clear to a family trying to stretch each dollar. The reality is many of these families will never meet the requirement that the government has put in place to receive that caregiver tax credit.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have great respect for the member from Etobicoke North. She's got a fine brain and a warm heart, and she's always worth listening to. So thank you for your excellent talk. She talked about 2 things, children and medicine, things she cares about and knows about. There's a sense of urgency, and you mentioned time. Time is running out. It's not the 11th hour, it's the hour. I wonder if the honourable member has read the book, is aware of the book, The Spirit Level, by Wilkinson and Pickett, which shows clearly by real scientific data why the Scandinavian countries and Japan are way ahead of us in health and welfare for children and adults, and why the United States is the worst of the developed countries, and why we're sliding towards that model. If she hasn't read it, I recommend it to her and every Canadian and every member in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Etobicoke North.
I thank my honourable colleague, for whom I also have great respect, and to bring in the international perspective, and I will do it regarding food. In Sweden, children between the ages of 6 and 16 receive a hot meal each day under laws set by the National Food Administration. Pupils choose from 3 entrees, a vegetarian dish, a salad bar, with at least 5 fresh choices. Milk and bread are also served. In Japan, children aged 6 to 15 receive school meals. A government initiative aims to ensure 50% of the meals are made with local ingredients. And the World Food Programme's school feeding program encourages hungry children to attend school. Feeding these children helps them concentrate on their studies. Food attracts hungry children to school, and an education broadens their options, helping lift them out of poverty. Canada has provided $25 million a year since 2003 in support of the World Food Programme. We need to fight for a national nutrition program here.
Questions and comments? We have time for a short question or comment. L'honorable député Rachard.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I want to thank the member for that speech. It was very interesting with regard to health in particular. 5 million Canadians don't have access to a family doctor. 73% of Canadians are without a family doctor who depend on emergency rooms or clinics without appointments in order to get frontline health care. Canada is 26 of the 30 industrialized countries with regard to the number of family doctors per capita. Can we hear about the Liberal plan to deal with that situation?
Go North.
Well, I think healthcare has to be an absolute priority. And going forward, I mean, I'd like to see a vision for healthcare in this country coming from the government. In the last few years, they've hardly issued or uttered the word health.
Before we resume the debate, it is my duty to inform the House that the Senate has transmitted a message to indicate that it has passed the following bill.
Third act to harmonize federal law with the civil law of Quebec and to amend certain acts in order to ensure that each language version takes into account the common law and the civil law. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege and an honour for me to stand and speak about Canada's Economic Action Plan, the next phase. Mr. Speaker, when I was preparing my notes for these comments, I just couldn't help but comment on the fact that, you know, so many of the things that have already been done prior to this action plan, Part 2, and I do want to just touch on them as I move through my comments. Mr. Speaker, it's not unknown to anyone in Canada that our government believes in lowering taxes. It believes in allowing people who work, raise their families, live in communities, create communities, and participate in those, that by leaving more money in their pockets is a better way to do it than having the government take it from them and then reinvest it back in their communities. Many times when governments do that, they tend not to hear or understand the needs of the communities, and therefore the money is, although well-intentioned, quite often misspent. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to note that since 2006, our government has cut taxes 120 times. Wow. 120 times, Mr. Speaker. That is, if it isn't a record, it's a darn good average, and I think Canadians are recognizing that and benefiting from those types of removal of the tax burdens that were there before. We've removed over 1 million low-income families, individuals and seniors from the tax rolls. These are the same low-income people that we hear members opposite talk about and they're concerned about. And by changing thresholds for taxes, for offering tax benefits, we've removed that many people from the tax rolls, and I think that's something that everyone in Canada should be very proud of. We've cut personal taxes, we've cut consumption taxes, business taxes, excise taxes, and the list goes on. We've reduced reduced personal income tax. We've increased the amount Canadians can earn tax-free. We've introduced the landmark tax-free savings account, one of the most important personal savings vehicles since the RRSP. And we continue to reduce the small business tax rate from 12 to 11%. Due to our government's low tax plan, Mr. Speaker, the average typical Canadian family tax saving is now over $3,000. But, Mr. Speaker, where do we go from here? What's the next step? And what are we presenting to Canadians to provide the security that they need to continue to invest in their homes, continue to invest in their families and their communities? Well, we've introduced a new family caregiver tax credit. We've introduced a new hiring credit for small businesses. We've extended, and Mr. Speaker, I do want to touch on this one in particular because I think it has a huge impact on job creation and the opportunity for the future by extending the accelerated capital cost allowance, where it allows businesses to invest in new technology, new industrial benefits for their businesses, but also to create the efficiencies not only in the production but also in the environmental side. By allowing them to write that off at a faster pace, they're more interested in making that investment and writing it down as quickly as possible. In my previous life, Mr. Speaker, those types of investments would sometimes take us 20 years to write off. So you're always carrying that on your paper, whether you're using it or even if it's obsolete, you still had to show it there. And I think this is one area that business communities and manufacturers have told us has been tremendous in supporting them. Mr. Speaker, we talk about supporting families, and I think this is probably one of the most important issues that we deal with. We've introduced a family caregiver tax credit where caregivers of all types of infirm dependent relatives, including the first-time spouses, common law partners, and minor children, which can be utilized. We've introduced an enhanced medical expense tax credit, removing the $10,000 limit on the amount of eligible medical expenses that can be claimed on behalf of financially dependent relatives. And I think, again, one of the most successful programs that we introduced in previous budgets but are continuing to do so, and I would hope that the opposition would recognize this as a milestone in the fact that we have extended the eco-energy retrofit program, allowing people with lower incomes to find ways to create more efficiencies in their homes by reducing their electrical bills, heating bills, making them more efficient, therefore allowing them to have more money in their pockets. Mr. Speaker, another part of this budget that's very important to me, and again I would suggest to many of the members here, is the support that we're offering for seniors. Mr. Speaker, since becoming government, we have produced $2.3 billion in annual tax relief for seniors and pensioners. That's since 2006. And what does that equate to, Mr. Speaker? It equates to removing over 85,000 seniors off the tax rolls. We've introduced income tax splitting, so people pension income splitting, so people can split their taxes, pay a lower premium, and again have more money in their pockets at a senior's age to do what? To do the things that they want to do the things that they've saved and worked all their lives for. Mr. Speaker, we've increased the age credit by $2,000. We've doubled the pension income credit to $2,000. And we've increased the amount guaranteed income supplement recipients can earn through employment without reduction of GIS benefits. But again, Mr. Speaker, where does the next step take us to? Where does phase 2 of this action plan go? Well, Mr. Speaker, we as a government recognize that Canada's seniors not only helped build and make our country great, but they continue to do so. And part of our new plan is going to enhance the GIS where eligible low-income seniors will receive additional benefits, up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples. And that, Mr. Speaker, will impact over 680,000 seniors across Canada. And I think these are important numbers because the numbers reflect the number of people that will benefit from this directly. And when you can do that in a person's lives, you're doing things to help them move forward. One of the other programs that we've introduced, and we continue by enhancing the New Horizons and Seniors program. Their uptake in my particular constituency of Brandon-Souris has been phenomenal in this program. Seniors are reaching out to other seniors to create opportunities, learning environments, things that they do together to create a better, healthier lifestyle, and we certainly support that. And again, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned it in my previous comments about helping family, but extending the eco-energy retrofit program definitely will help seniors, particularly in the low-income area, and that I have no trouble supporting, Mr. Speaker, and I would hope that the members opposite would do. I do think, Mr. Speaker, one of the great things that has been accomplished by this government was the fact that we did establish the tax-free savings account, and that's been tremendous benefit to seniors, allowing them to split that pension. Mr. Speaker, we talk about volunteer firefighters, and I've heard some of the debate here today, and you know, in rural Canada, volunteer firefighters play a huge role in our communities. They're the people that work in our communities, work in the jobs in our communities, but at the sound of a bell, they leave to go and help a neighbor, a friend, a relative, anybody in that community. And I think, you know, they often put themselves at great risk, and they do it for one reason. They do it because of their neighbors and the families and the communities that they live in. In fact, Mr. Speaker, nearly 85,000 volunteer firefighters provide their services to protect our lives and property in Canada, living in urban and rural communities, but I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, particularly in the rural communities, where the ability to attract and enhance the professionalism on that side, we rely on these volunteer firefighters. Mr. Speaker, there's so many things I want to touch on, but I want to finish with the fact that the government that I represent and their support for farmers. I know that they're the backbone of the country, and you know they've provided food, they've fed the world for many years. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, we are introducing a new agricultural innovation initiative, $50 million to keep us on the cutting edge of agricultural innovations. We talk about strengthening the food safety system. Very important. We've invested $100 million for new training, additional science capacity, and again, helping producers by extending the accelerated capital cost allowance. Mr. Speaker, there's so many reasons in this budget for everyone to support it. I would ask them to do so. I will be.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to comment on the eco-energy retrofit program for homes that my honourable colleague brought up twice in his remarks. And there's a problem with that, because if you look at the program from the point of view of the small businesses, which are in the business of retrofitting these homes. And these are businesses that are hiring people, and I know I have a lot of these businesses in my riding. A one-year program is not something that businesses can count on, that they can use for planning, for hiring, for training. And, you know, we've put forward a proposal that this program go for 5 years, so that these small businesses can take advantage of the supposed stability of the majority government that we have here to actually grow their business, so that at the end of 5 years we can have a really viable industry doing energy retrofits for homes and helping people save energy and save money. So my question is to the honourable member, isn't he disappointed that in this budget bill there isn't thought given to having a longer period, say 5 years, for the eco-energy retrofit program, so that small businesses can count on that kind of stability?
Member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. If I understand it correctly, this program has been around since 2007. It was introduced by the government at that time in a budget. We've seen the benefits of it. It's worked tremendously in many parts of the country. Therefore, we felt the need and the desire to continue with the program. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, the people that benefited from this, not only the people that were actually receiving the work done, but the training, the job creation that's taken place in the last 4 years, and the fact that those young people, particularly young people, were able to stay in their communities and continue in the profession that they choose and are now prepared to face the next generation.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Témiscouata-les-Basses. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to review the question that my colleague asked, because I have the same concerns and I don't believe it was answered, and it's on the Eco-Energy Refit Program. It's not an issue of who created it and when and whether it's going to be renewed. It's the fact that entrepreneurs and voters in general have no idea how many years this program is going to continue on for, 1, 2, 3, or 4 years. It would be much more effective if we could ensure that it could survive for a longer time, and then entrepreneurs could plan over a longer period of time, and people could also plan their renovations over a longer time period. So I'd like to know whether the government member could tell us about his satisfaction or insatisfaction with these measures that are taken on an annual basis, and would it not be more effective if they were over a longer term, so people could plan?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I'm not sure how more clear I can be in the fact that this was introduced in 2007. It's now 2011. The program is continuing to operate. The benefits that we've seen in our communities have been tremendous, not only again for the people that are utilizing the services, but it has helped keep, train, and develop people into these new jobs, particularly in the housing industry, and it's been a tremendous boom. We now have accredited professionals in our communities carrying on the future of jobs and the opportunities that they present.
Time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend my colleague from Brandon Souris. A rural Canadian riding, obviously one of our fine Western ridings. Can the member comment on how this budget, the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, really supports and speaks to the needs of rural Canadians and rural Canada?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for those comments and questions. Mr. Speaker, as important as it is when we talk particularly about implementing and introducing programs and policies that impact Canadians, I think we all will admit and recognize that there are differences between rural and remote parts of Canada and the urban parts of Canada, and we have to always be sensitive to that. And I think this budget, in many ways, the things that we've introduced have been things that the Rural Caucus has brought forward to the Minister of Finance and to the government, and they've listened to us. And I think that's the most important part is, you know, we get things done by working together, by listening to our constituents, and at the end of the day producing a product that I hope all members will support.
Right on.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in today's debate to defend the ideas of the NDP on the economy. With Bill C-13, the Conservatives have supported the NDP motion asking for immediate economic measures, but unfortunately this bill is not enough. We have to do much more in order to respond to the legitimate concerns of Canadian families as far as the economy is concerned. The Canadian population wants real steps to be taken to have a more successful economy to fight against social inequalities that we are facing. Today I am going to emphasize this latter point because it is primordial to me to understand the economic benefits that flow from a more just society. The inequalities of income are significant indicators of the equity of an economy. According to a Conference Board of Canada study, Canada is 12th among 17 countries that are similar to us in terms of inequality. In other words, the inequality of income is therefore higher in Canada than in 11 other comparable countries. Even though Canada's wealth is rather more equitably shared than in the United States, Canada's 12th place suggests that the work done here, and I'm quoting the Conference Board of Canada, it's mediocre in terms of guaranteeing the equality of income. there has been a significant increase in this inequality since between 2000 and 2006. Canada is the only country in the Conference Board study whose mark went down between 1990 and 2000 because of this issue. Statistics Canada recently published data on income. The income from the 2006 census reveals an increase in this inequality. This was based on median gains of full-time workers between 1980 and 2005, and the data shows the following: that the benefits increased by 16.4% for the superior group, the highest group, that they stagnated in the medium group, and that the benefits dropped by 20.6% in the lowest group. So, in order to sum that up, from 80 to 2005, the highest level group increased by 16.4%, whereas many Canadians saw their incomes stagnate, and those in the lowest portion saw theirs fall. So those who gained the most were the super rich, that's to say the top 1%. So this increase is not only due to judicious investments, but also to basic salaries that are paid out to bank presidents and company CEOs that have exploded over these last few years. So it's not surprising to see that we've seen this in the news these last few weeks with the Occupy Wall Street movement, for example, and other movements that followed. People are speaking out against this gap in income between the top 1% and the other 99%. There's currently worries being expressed around the globe that the rich will become richer and the poor will become poorer, and this is not without reason. There was a recent study carried out by a University of Berkeley professor who said that the inequality of income in the United States is at its highest level of all time, even in light of those seen during the Great Depression. The top 10% of those earners in 2007 represented 50% of all revenues in the U.S. Denmark and Sweden are at the other end of the scale. They have the lowest level of poverty among children and workers. The relationship between social spending and the poverty rates has become more obvious over time, and therefore it's not surprising that these countries have very strong traditions in terms of redistribution of wealth. Their success in the maintenance of low poverty rates is due to a universal social policy that has been effectively combined with strategies for job creation that supports equality between the sexes and accessibility. And this is the example the NDP wants to follow, because it seems that the model of this government seems to want to follow a model that has much less convincing results. One of the reasons that explains the inequality of growth in Canada, according to the Conference Board, is globalization that really rewards highly qualified workers but leaves others behind. This gap is seriously increasing in households where both partners have a high level of education, but only one can work. We've also seen transfer programs with the government to deal with some of these inequalities, but it's not as effective as it was 20 years ago. Unemployment rates and the welfare rates don't always follow what is really required. There are not always the necessary steps taken, and the Harper government's has focused on income taxes and reductions of the GST. Once again, according to the Conference Board Canada, more than 12% of adult Canadians live in relative poverty. This is double the rate that is seen in Denmark or in Sweden. Canada is 15 out of 17 countries in terms of the poverty index for its working population. Poverty in Canada has risen by 9.4% from the 1990s to 12.2% by the mid-2000s. Whereas the NDP is asking this government to review its plan to increase job creation. A recent OECD report states that the rate of poverty depends directly on the ability of members of a household to find a good job that pays well. The OECD concludes that the failure is to reduce poverty excludes millions of families and their children, and this is something that does not bode well for the future. The relationship between social spending and poverty rates is striking. Among those of a working age, the relative rate of poverty is the lowest in countries where social spending is the highest. And why do we talk so much about inequality of income and poverty? Because there are direct links between this and economic growth in a country. It's reasonable that there has to be a compromise between equality and efficiency in terms of the redistribution of wealth. According to the OECD's recent study, a society in which income has been perfectly evenly distributed would not be something we would desire or wish to see either. People who work hard or who are more talented than others should receive more money. However, the idea that inequality of income diminishes potential for growth is real. The inequality of income undermines social cohesion, and indeed a study carried out by Michael Forster highlights new research that shows that a society that is concerned with inequality of income will see, as a result, more negative economic growth through education and health care and on the job market. In a letter published in the paper Le Devoir, Paul Bernard said that social investment is a key factor of economic development. In order to support his position, he cites numerous studies indicating that social spending has no effect on slowing down the economy. In fact, it is rather something that allows for the job market to grow. In Scandinavian countries, public services such as universal education, health, and the support for families encourage a strong participation in the job market. This strong participation results in increased productivity of the economy and allows for intelligent income to provide those services.
In other words, we can have economic development through social investment with social justice. And this is not simply an issue of principle. It is a practical contribution that social development can make in economic development, ensuring that all citizens have access to adequate services in terms of health, education, social services. That is what ensuring long-term economic development is all about. Therefore, there is an alternative economic plan to the one being put forth by this government, which aims to reduce social programs on the pretext that they will implement strategies to help Canadians find a job. But this does not do enough for the government. We need a government that shows leadership, even more today than in the past. And Canada is not immune to a recession, so that's why we can't stand by. We need to be proactive and to redistribute well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For Kingston and the Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that Canadian corporations have some $5 billion in their coffers. And this is not, in fact, being used to invest for economic growth, for job creation. What is missing in the bill, Bill C-13? With respect to this money, how could it be used in the economy to help Canadians? The Honourable Member for Quebec. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that the bill needs more serious measures in order to help Canadian families. And I think that that is something where action needs to be taken, an area where action needs to be taken. The erroneous view of the Conservatives with respect to social spending, it's not spending, in fact, it's a social investment. It's investing in education, investing in health care for all. that will enable us subsequently to deal with other issues. So when the recession hits, so we'll be able to have keep our head above water. Questions and comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Commend my colleague across the way for her speech. However, I'd like her comments on a very serious situation that occurred in Quebec. In fact, many of the people who probably elected her are very familiar with the Earl Jones case, and being that C-13 is discussing a securities regulator, and there are provinces who are on board to try to address this problem. I would like to hear from her. What is she saying to the victims of the Earl Jones case when Joey Davis of the Earl Jones Victims Committee said very clearly, and I quote, "We support the idea of a single national regulatory body overseeing financial organizations." What does she say to them?
The Honourable Member for Quebec. I can tell you about my weekend. Over the weekend, I watched the Inside Job and Crash, 2 documentaries. And what I can tell you is that we need to tackle the crisis more seriously. This bill doesn't have a change. It doesn't contain a change. It wasn't given the tools necessary to face economic difficulties and a recession that this country may well face. So that's why I'm saying that I believe the solutions can be found on this side of the House and in the Occupy group, the Occupy Wall Street, Quebec. They have proposals to make, and they're located in Quebec City, close to my office, and they have proposals we need to listen to. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask my colleague a question. What are the people in Quebec City saying with respect to the firearm registry, the issue of the 14 women who were gunned down at the Polytechnic, when they see the government, the Conservative government, wanting to cancel this? They want to simply shred all the data so that the government of Quebec can't have data. They simply want to build prisons on that side and throw everyone in. When we ask, I'd like to hear my colleague comment on the situation and what happened in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Quebec. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for Acadie-Bathurst for his question. Quebec is very concerned with this government that doesn't appear to have strong economic ideas. Each time they review things and say yes, but no, there won't be a deficit, and then in the end there is. So these are of concern. And in addition, they're having difficulty identifying values, the values of Quebec. Now, the firearms registry is one of those values. It enabled police officers to take action to deal with violence against women. The government doesn't even want to transfer the information to the provinces, and that is unacceptable. My counterparts in Quebec have come here to Ottawa to plead, to say, if you abolish it, please transfer the data to the provinces. We will do the work. So not only is the government not doing its job in terms of public safety, but what's more, it's not even in a position to enable the $2 billion invested to be recovered. This could enable the provinces to do the work themselves.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is indeed my pleasure to rise in the House today and speak to Bill C-13, the Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. Thanks to the policies of our government, Canada continues to be an economic leader during a period of global economic uncertainty. We know that Canada is not immune to the economic storm that continues to rage across the globe. That's why, Mr. Speaker, our government is launching the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan. We're taking action that will help Canadians through this period of economic uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, in the bill that we are debating today, I will outline how our government is taking measures that will support families, support communities, promote job creation and economic growth. Our Conservative government believes in keeping families strong. We believe that hard-working Canadians deserve to keep more of the money that they earn. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why since 2006 this government has cut taxes over 120 times, and as a result the overall tax burden facing families is at its lowest level in nearly 50 years. We've removed over 1 million Canadians from the tax rolls. We've increased the amount Canadians can earn tax-free. And we've reduced the GST from 7% to 6% to 5%, putting nearly $1,000 back in the pocket of an average family. We introduced the universal child care benefit, offering families more choice in child care by providing $1,200 per year per child under the age of 6. We introduced the child tax credit, providing personal income tax relief of up to $320 in 2011 for each child under the age of 18. We introduced the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, promoting physical fitness among children through a credit of up to $500 in eligible fees for programs associated with physical activity. We brought in the landmark tax-free savings account, the most important personal savings vehicle since the RRSP. We eliminated the marriage penalty for one-earner families by increasing the spousal amount to the same level as the basic personal amount. We introduced the Registered Disability Savings Plan to help families of children with disabilities save for their child's future care. And, Mr. Speaker, for our seniors, we provided more than $2 billion in annual targeted tax relief through such measures as pension income splitting, increases in the age credit amount, and a doubling of the pension credit amount. In addition, families are benefiting from other new targeted measures like the first-time home buyers tax credit, the expanded home buyers plan, and the public transit tax credit. Due to our strong record of tax relief, total savings for a typical Canadian family are over $3,000 since this government took office. And, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-13 includes several new measures that are designed to support families by leaving more money in their pockets. One of those measures is the Family Caregiver Tax Credit. The Family Caregiver Tax Credit is a 15% non-refundable tax credit on an amount of $2,000 for caregivers of loved ones with infirmities, including, for the first time, spouses, common-law partners, and minor children. Mr. Speaker, this proposal has received wide support from those who know the challenges faced by families who care for a loved one with a serious illness. The Canadian Caregiver Coalition said, quote, "CCC applauds the federal budget. The announcement of a family caregiver tax credit demonstrates the federal government's commitment to families and the caregiving responsibilities that they assume. We are pleased to see the federal government recognizing and furthering the support for family caregivers by mitigating their financial burden through this program." And, Mr. Speaker, from the Canadian Cancer Society, quote, "A new family caregiver tax credit announced in Budget 2011 is a good start in providing more support for all family caregivers. We welcome the tax credit and other measures in the budget as a step in the right direction." To further assist caregivers, Mr. Speaker, this bill will remove the $10,000 limit on the amount of eligible expenses caregivers can claim on behalf of a financially dependent relative. Mr. Speaker, surely we can all agree in this House that families who care for a loved one are deserving of this tax relief. In addition to supporting caregivers, we're supporting communities. As part of our economic action plan, we partnered with communities and provinces to build the infrastructure needed to ensure long-term economic growth and prosperity. In Bill C-13, we are legislating a permanent annual investment of $2 billion in the gas tax fund to provide predictable, long-term infrastructure funding for our municipalities. On this matter, Mr. Speaker, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities said, quote, "Budget 2011 delivered a vital commitment to cities and communities to develop a new long-term federal infrastructure plan." Mr. Speaker, in the next phase of our economic action plan, we will continue our efforts to support our local communities, not just through infrastructure investments, but through a number of other initiatives as well. To help address the issue of a shortage of doctors and nurses working in rural and remote areas, Bill C-13 proposes that practicing family physicians will be eligible for federal Canada student loan forgiveness of up to $8,000 per year to a maximum of $40,000. Nurse practitioners and nurses will be eligible for federal Canada student loan forgiveness of up to $4,000 per year to a maximum of $20,000. I'm pleased to report to you, Mr. Speaker, that these proposals have also received broad support. The Canadian Medical Association said, quote, "The initiative to address the shortage of primary care physicians recognizes the particular challenges of providing health care in rural and remote areas of the country. And the Canadian Nurses Association added, Canada's nurses are pleased to see nursing and medical student debt relief as well as tax relief for Canadians providing care for family members. While Bill C-13 addresses the health of rural communities, it also contains important measures to keep our communities safe by recognizing the vital role volunteer firefighters play in serving our communities, often putting themselves at great risk for the safety of their neighbours. In fact, nearly 85,000 volunteer firefighters provide their services to protect the lives and property of Canadians living in urban and rural communities across Canada. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of their brave service, Bill C-13 proposes a new 15% non-refundable volunteer firefighter tax credit on an amount of $3,000 for volunteer firefighters who perform at least 200 hours service for their communities during a year. This builds on top of our government's action to ensure first responders receive the proper training to respond to emergencies involving hazardous materials. Unfortunately, both the Liberals and NDP voted against this $1 million initiative, which was contained in Budget 2007. Mr. Speaker, I hope that this time around opposition members will join with our government to provide the critical support for our volunteer firefighters provided in this bill. The Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs said, the CAFC strongly applauds the Conservative government's introduction of a $3,000 tax credit for volunteer firefighters in Budget 2011. This is a crucial measure to ensure the retention and recruitment of volunteer firefighters, which will help keep Canadian communities safe. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the policies of this government, Canada has avoided the worst of the global economic downturn. Though there remains a great deal of uncertainty in the global economy, the IMF is maintaining its positive outlook for Canada thanks to our sound and stable economy, along with the positive measures taken in the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan. This is yet another example of Canada's global economic leadership, which includes nearly 600,000 net new jobs created since July 2009, the strongest job growth record in the G7, the World Economic Forum for the 4th consecutive year ranking Canada's banks as the soundest in the world, Forbes magazine ranking Canada as the best place in the world for businesses to grow and create jobs, the IMF and OECD forecasting Canada's economy will be among the strongest in the G7 this year and next, and Fitch Ratings, Moody's and Standard & Poor's all giving Canada a AAA credit rating. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-13 provides support to Canadians who care for infirm family members. It supports our local communities by providing measures to bring doctors and nurses to rural communities. It acknowledges the vital role volunteer firefighters play in keeping us safe, and it supports local infrastructure. These measures combined will build on Canada's economic leadership by ensuring more money stays in the pockets of hardworking Canadians and is spent on services that matter most to them. We campaigned on the issues contained in Bill C-13, and we are keeping our campaign commitments. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand in this House and support this bill, and I would encourage all honourable members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will understand that because of my background, I'm very interested in C-13, especially with respect to changes that will be made for students in medicine and nursing and cuts that will be made to grants. Now, I listened to our colleague opposite's comments very carefully. The measure isn't sufficient to assist medical students in rural communities. The criteria that is preventing us from filling positions that are so necessary are the provisions with respect to rural communities. Now, this measure will not help deal with the shortages of medical staff, nor are there measures that will help increase registration in medical schools. These people provide front-line services, and this is something that where people are providing more than frontline services, in fact, in rural areas.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. I think if the honourable member would look at the budget, she would see that we have increased healthcare spending, or spending on healthcare, by 6% per year since taking office, a total of 36%. The provinces will make their decisions on how they allocate their teaching spaces. However, this government has not taken the route that the former government did by slashing health and social transfers. We have continued to invest in those transfers to the provinces so that they can make their own decisions on how they're going to provide teaching spaces for people like doctors and nurses. But we have broad support for this measure, which will encourage doctors, nurses and nurse practitioners to serve in underserved rural areas. We think they should support this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for his speech. I believe the quote he used was Dan Demir's that we welcome the tax credit and other measures in the budget as a step in the right direction. I'm getting that correctly. However, the second part of it reads as follows: but looking forward, we need to continue to work collectively to ensure more is done so that all family caregivers in Canada get the financial support they need and deserve. Unfortunately, with a non-refundable tax credit, not everybody is going to benefit. Here's what they say. The Society also believes that a non-taxable monthly family caregiver tax benefit should be established to help family caregivers with costs. They also talk about more flexibility and time frame for financial benefits. Obviously, the step in the right direction should be taken a little further, according to the Canadian Cancer Society. I wonder when the next step is going to be. Perhaps the member could comment on that.
Honourable member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I am a new member to this House, but I was watching very carefully during the 13 years that the Liberal Party was in government. Mr. Speaker, they did not deliver for Canadians. They didn't deliver for volunteer firefighters. They didn't deliver for family caregivers. Mr. Speaker, they had 13 years. If only they had a little more time, Mr. Speaker, they might have finally got around to bringing in things that are supported in this budget. He should support the bill.
Some comments. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, and I would like to commend my colleague on his impassioned speech with the emphasis on our volunteer firefighters. Now, in the past, the regular force volunteer firefighters hadn't supported this the tax credit initiative, but this time they have. I'm wondering if the member can explain why it's so important and how they're going to benefit and the types of expenses out of pocket that our volunteer firefighters endure.
For Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for that question and for the hard work she does on behalf of her constituents. I can say certainly that this provision is well supported in Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon. There's a large rural component in my riding. The majority of the communities in my riding are served by volunteer firefighters. And not only do they give of their time and of their resources, Mr. Speaker, they put themselves on the line. They put their very lives on the line for our communities. And we think this is the least we can do. They've been asking for this for years. The former member for Lethbridge, Rick Casson, was a strong supporter of this initiative. We have delivered where others failed to do so, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to be able to talk about C13, which is supporting jobs and keeping Canada's economy and jobs a growing act. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak more broadly about the differences between the Conservative government's approach and the NDP approach with regard to the economy, which I think is set out partially in the bill, but which we've also seen in other bills. The different approach is that of macroeconomics. On the Conservative side in general, they applaud the tax cuts, particularly with regard to corporate tax cuts. And it is an approach that, in our opinion, is ineffective with regard to investment. And the reason that the Conservatives like it when those tax cuts are implemented And this is the mantra that they constantly repeat, that the NDP wants to increase taxes. I think the people listening at home should know that it's simply going back to the tax rates that were in force in 2009. It's $10 billion. It hasn't been invested. It could be invested in infrastructure. And this is the difference between our approach and the Conservative approach. I can tell you that there is at least one possibility or one situation in which tax cuts, corporate tax cuts, can be valid, and that is if the private company needs liquidity in order to be able to invest. And in that case, a tax cut will in fact allow them to free up the cash flow the company needs in order to be able to invest that money and create jobs. However, and we have to recognize that the current situation is such that if we look at 2001, if we go back to 2001, Canadian companies had $150 billion in liquidities, $150 billion, $157 billion exactly, that were sleeping in bank accounts and that are not invested. And a situation where we're talking about this situation of $157 billion went up to nearly $500 billion that is currently in bank accounts and that is not being invested. Companies can have different reasons for not investing. However, when we talk about a tax cut such as the one that the Conservative government wants to continue with, they want to drop the tax rate down to 15%. Well, this means that companies often don't need the liquidity, the extra liquidity, because the liquidity they have, the cash that they have, isn't being invested. So they are saying that this is going to create jobs, and which we need to have created now. And they have a major economic action plan, but it's erroneous. In the current situation where the country has an infrastructure deficit that is quite significant, it is crucial in any economic action plan, and I'm not claiming in any way whatsoever that the government has a real economic action plan, but if we did have a real one, it would be important to look at what the needs are. And if we have a infrastructure estimate, then we would have to really think about measures, general measures. We have to not have general measures. Rather, we need targeted measures. So when we talk about tax cuts, and I would say that when we talk about 2001, the tax rate for companies was 28%, and it's going down to 15%. So when we went from 28 to 15%, it's good to note that the level of real investment, if you need additional proof that tax cuts don't necessarily encourage investments, don't necessarily lead to an increase in the number of jobs, this reduction did not generate any improvement or increase in the level of real investments. So it's a problem to see the direction in which the government is headed, because they want to simply implement an ideological tax cut at any cost, because they believe magically that this will create jobs, even if the money that is being kept is not invested. The government, unfortunately, cannot look at the observations and suggestions being made by the official opposition, which is putting more focus on infrastructure investments. I would also like to remind the House, and it's really essential for the debate that we're having here, is that even the Department of Finance in the 2009 and 2010 budgets recognized the impact of various measures and recognized that the reduction in the corporate tax rate was the most ineffective measure in terms of economic growth and job creation. For each dollar cut in the corporate tax rate, they generate about 30 cents in terms of economic growth. But if we take that same dollar and instead of giving it as a tax cut to corporations, and rather we invest it directly in infrastructure, for each dollar invested in that way, you create $1.50 in terms of economic growth. And if we take that and we decide to directly help low-income families or directly help the unemployed, still according to the Department of Finance, there is an economic growth of $1.60 for each dollar invested. So here we're talking about measures that are 5 times more effective But despite all this, the government is headed in a direction where we're simply going to give $2-3 billion in tax base to corporations that often don't need that because they don't find opportunities to invest those funds. So I think that it's strange to see the government blaming the opposition, all of the opposition parties, because we didn't vote for this or that micro measure that often can be quite effective for some people, some groups within our society. We often talk about the voluntary firefighters. These are measures that are interesting that eventually we could support. But we can't vote on a budget piece by piece, but rather you vote on it as a whole. And if we look at all of the budget in its entirety, if we look at the measures and the direction in which the government is headed, well, it's not something that we can support. And that is why we oppose the budget. It's not because we oppose voluntary firefighters. On the contrary, it's not because we're against caregivers or R&D initiatives, but we have to realize that the measures in the Conservative budget represent only a small amount, a small percentage of the investments being made, and they're abandoning tax base to big corporations that will not invest that money because they won't find the opportunity to do so. I would like to remind the House that we are not alone in thinking what we think. There is another aspect that is a corollary with regard to the direction of the government, and that is the massive cuts in expenditures. The last thing we need right now are measures that will ensure cuts, but the reduction in expenditures are not to find efficiencies, but rather targets that are often artificial. And this means that demand will drop to the extent that the measures, the stimulus measures, if there were any that were effective, would be even less effective. BMO, Nesbitt, Burns, Conference Board of Canada, even the Bank of Canada is opposed to the reduction in government expenditures in this particular period, given the drop in demand that this will generate. We are in a difficult time, and Canada is doing well compared to the G7 countries in general, but there is a dangerous situation. We have to look at the way we can maximize the benefits in this country. We're talking about infrastructure. I have experience in my region. I talk to constituents. I talk to the municipalities. I have 39 municipalities in my riding, and we need infrastructure. We have needs in Rimouski, at municipal centers and recreation centers. Well, there's no infrastructure money for them. I'm trying to find some. I'm trying to convince the government to move in that direction, but that's not the direction the government wants to move in. Rebuilding the roads in Témiscouata in particular, the water systems, major tourism infrastructure like a bridge through Trois Pistoles and Les Escumins. There is no investment in infrastructure for important tourism projects in one of the MRCs that is one of the poorest MRCs in Canada. So there are infrastructure projects, and we recognize that there is a deficit in terms of infrastructure, and we need to provide support. And if the government says that it has invested in infrastructure over the 2, 3, 4 previous years, well, it wouldn't have done so if there had not been this kind of situation, and if they hadn't felt that they were losing control over the situation and needed the support of the opposition parties. They need to look at what the economic needs are, the industrial needs, and they need to start to fill that infrastructure deficit, because the government is in a position to work with the provinces and municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on that speech, and I'd like to ask him, given what he referred to in the number of interesting projects there could be in his region, for example, how our Conservative friends often hide things behind nice announcements and things like that. The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Lévesque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. In fact, a budget is really a series of measures. It's already been a number of weeks, in fact, that we've been talking about a budget, and a budget does include often tens of hundreds of millions sometimes of measures. Some are positive, as ones we could be in agreement with, and others that we do not agree with. We could talk about, and this is with regard to the subsidies paid to political parties. In fact, this is a fundamental issue because it directly impacts democracy in Canada. We had little time to have that debate because this was one of the issues among the many that were found in the budget, and ideally, if the Conservative government wants to be more effective and have the support of the opposition for that measure, it could have a budget piece by piece that would be piecemeal, and we could have a better measure where we could reach a better agreement among the parties. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again I want to thank my colleague for his speech. But I want to quote a few journalists who say clearly that what we are doing as a Conservative government is aligned with what Quebec wanted. So with no further hesitation, but it's in English.
Editorial says, and I quote, "The $2 per vote subsidy weighs heavily in terms of its political significance. The measure had a distorted benefit in Quebec for the Bloc Québécois. That only had to campaign in one province. Phasing out the subsidy also forces political parties to do their own fundraising while asking Canadians to back up their beliefs by putting their hard-earned dollars behind the parties they support." End quote. Alors, je demande à mon collègue.
I'd like to ask my colleague if we have the support throughout Canada for that measure, and in particular, support in Quebec itself. Why is this colleague then and his party resisting what Canadians and Quebecers want? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Témiscouata, Nejet-Lebasque, and their comments. I didn't hear the reference to Quebec in what was quoted, but I heard about what some journalist in Alberta thought about Quebec. But listen, the question that was asked is a simple question. She wants to reduce it to mathematics. It's a fundamental issue. I'm convinced that she remembers well. The question of political party funding was adopted hand in hand along with fundamental changes, reforms to the operation, and that was to help the different parties with regard to the democratic process. There could be distortion. This is true. The system that we have seen is distorted. The Conservative government is governing with less than 41% of the vote. It's a majority government. I think that we could have a reform of the parliamentary system that would make sense. That would be one of the elements. But there is a perverse effect. While this could prevent the expression of diverse voices, like the member for Sandwich Gulf Island, whose presence in the party depends on those subsidies. There is time for a very brief question and a brief response. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for his speech and talking about getting money from the government for the elections. The $1.75, that isn't even a coffee or a Timbit at Tim Hortons for democracy. And the member for St. Boniface was telling us about journalists from Alberta and what they said. Even people in countries like France that say, never do that. Canadians have to contribute through this EI fund, and other people are paying for political parties that they don't want. So we're talking about a vote that's not even worth the cost of that's not even the same as a cup of coffee. That's what is wrong with this. Order.
Allowed.
Order. We have to have the time for the Honourable Member to respond. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Lebasque. You have 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I think what he said was excellent. We have to keep things in perspective. We're talking about measures that will eliminate $27 billion when we talk about conservative expenditures on advertising. We're talking about lots of money. We're talking about no cuts. and there is a good funding machine within the Conservative Party that has been tested. They don't need funding for political parties. They want to eliminate the opposition in this way. And if it was a budgetary matter, there wouldn't be the democratic debate that we are having, and we need to have it.
Alors, c'est mon devoir.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Montcalm, Disability Insurance.
Deuxième, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, Seniors. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic, Airline Safety. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise today to speak to Bill C-13, Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing. Canadians gave our government a strong mandate to implement our low-tax plan, help support job creation and economic growth, and we are doing exactly that. Forbes ranked Canada #1 in the world in its 2011 annual survey of the best countries for business, for our economic and personal freedoms, innovation, and relatively low red tape. Canada has the strongest job growth in the G7, and the IMF expects Canada to continue to have the strongest growth in the G7 through the years 2011 and 2012. We have the lowest government net debt to GDP ratio in the G7 by far. The World Economic Forum rated our financial system as the soundest in the world for the 4th consecutive year. Our AAA credit rating has been renewed because of our economic resiliency, very high government financial strength, and low susceptibility to event risk. Canada's economic record is admirable. However, we do recognize there is much work to be done to protect the fragile recovery and to help more Canadians return to work. That is why the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan is so important. We must stay the course, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canadians from the turbulent economic uncertainties facing our friends and neighbours around the world. Before the global recession hit, our Conservative government paid down nearly $40 billion of the debt, bringing Canada debt to its lowest level in 25 years. Our fiscal responsibility and aggressive debt reduction placed Canada in the best possible position to weather the global recession. When the global recession hit, we made a deliberate decision to run a temporary deficit to protect our economy and jobs, and all parties in Parliament agreed. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be aggressive in our support of job creation. We will enhance or extend programs to help businesses keep workers, renew programs to help unemployed workers, hiring credits for small businesses, supporting youth entrepreneurs, reducing red tape, and legislating permanent gas tax funding for municipalities. Families will benefit from a new family caregiver tax credit, a new children's arts tax credit, and an enhanced medical expense tax credit. This builds on top of the action of our government has taken to support families since 2006. Due to our strong record of tax relief, total savings for a typical family are over $3,000. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government values the contributions made by seniors that have made our country as great as it is. That's why the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan introduces new measures to improve the quality of life and expand opportunities for Canadian seniors, including extending the Eco-Energy Home Retrofit Program, eliminating the mandatory retirement age for federally regulated employees, extending the targeted initiative for older workers, enhancing the New Horizons Seniors Program, and enhancing the GIS where eligible low-income seniors will receive additional annual benefits of up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples, helping more than 680,000 seniors across Canada. Mr. Speaker, we will keep taxes low for Canadian families. Our Conservative government believes in low taxes and leaving more money where it belongs, in the pockets of hard-working Canadian families and job-creating businesses. We have cut taxes over 120 times since 2006, reducing the overall tax burden to its lowest level in nearly 50 years. We removed over 1 million low-income families, individuals and seniors from the tax rolls. Mr. Speaker, the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan continues this government commitment to supporting Canada's students. We all want Canada's students to succeed in the global economy with the help of the best education possible. We are investing in education in the North, including $9 million to expand territorial colleges, literacy and numeracy programs, particularly in remote communities. We are extending tax relief for skills certification exams and doubling this in-study income exemption. To further support families and students together, we are increasing the family income threshold for part-time student loan and Canada student grant recipients, bringing the eligibility threshold in line with the thresholds for full-time students. Mr. Speaker, this government will respect the taxpayers and phase out the direct subsidy of political parties. We are also closing numerous tax loopholes that allow a few businesses and individuals to avoid paying their fair share of tax. There is considerable uncertainty surrounding the economic outlook. The key near-term risk is the sovereign debt and banking crisis in Europe. This government will continue to implement the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan to support jobs and growth. We will continue to closely monitor the global and Canadian economic situation. If the economy weakens significantly, we are prepared to respond as necessary in a flexible and measured manner to support Canadians' jobs and growth. In meeting its commitment to return to budgetary balance, this government will not raise taxes or cut transfers to persons, including those for seniors, children, and the unemployed, or transfers to other levels of government in support of health care and social services, equalization and the gas tax transfer to municipalities. Going forward, the government will maintain its focus on the priorities set out in the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan by supporting job creation, supporting families and communities, investing in innovation, education and training, and preserving Canada's fiscal advantage. Productive and sustainable investments in these key areas will continue to help lay the foundation for long-term economic growth and prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
I would like to thank my colleague for that very fine speech. And, you know, you talked about a number of the very important measures, and I would like you to maybe reflect on your riding and tell us about some things that are going to be a huge benefit to the people of your riding in terms of this particular moving forward with the Budget and Implementation Act.
Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for a question. Well, my riding is a very diverse riding. It has a lot of young families, and those families will benefit from our measures that are proposed in this Act. The tax credit for arts and culture and physical activities will benefit many, many young families in my riding. I also have many businesses, and the measures we're proposing for businesses in this act are very important because many of them will be able to hire new workers and many of them will be able to keep workers that are employed now. Therefore, I have a very positive feedback from my constituents on this proposed bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, rather. My colleague's talking about help to families, but I'm wondering what he's talking about with that. Is the member aware, or does he accept the fact that the gap between the wealthiest and the poorest is increasing? And what does he sincerely believe that his bill is going to do for those families that have the most need of the government's support, whereas these families will receive nothing out of these tax credits that the member is talking about?
Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member from across the aisle for her questions. And I would like to remind her that, Mr. Speaker, we live in the best country in the world. This is not a third world country. This is the country where people come every year from around the world as immigrants. They work hard and they are successful. Of course, there is always more than needs to be done or can be done. But this is a part of the process. It's not done in one step. This is done in a gradual process, and that's exactly what this bill and the measures address. And I would like to stress it, this is not a third world country. We are the best country in the world, and we should work all together to improve it, and I hope the honourable member will support this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable member for his speech, and I also want to thank him for his past contribution as a leader in the Polish community in this country. He's done a very fabulous job, and I want to thank him for that. My question is this, Mr. Speaker. We committed to this party, the Conservative Party, we committed to implementing these different things that we have in this budget bill during the election time. How important is it to him, representing his riding, that what we said during the election is what we're actually doing here in the House of Commons? Thank you.
For Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank through you to my honourable colleague for his question. And as he said, in the election time, we actually presented our economic program to Canadians. And when I was knocking on doors, the issues that were important for people that I talked to were jobs, safe streets, good future for the children, good education. And that's exactly, Mr. Speaker, what this bill addresses, and that's why we're working hard on this side of the House, and that's why we're asking the members on the opposite side of the House to support us in working for all Canadians. Thank you.
We can take another short question. The Honourable Député de Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister earlier spoke about economic recovery, and the member now just talked about maintaining the economy. At the same time, this same government, from 2008 and 2011, saw the debt increase by $10 billion in Canada. So there's an increase in unemployment as well. And if I read this, the bank said that the projections have been reviewed by the banks in the United States and Canada over the last year or so. So how can he have so much confidence in economy and jobs?
Number 4, Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank honourable member for her question. Well, the question is, how can I have confidence? Well, this government's record speaks for itself. This government's record speaks for itself. The economy is, our economy is the strongest economy among the G7 nations. We're making progress. Our financial system is the best in the world. Of course, we're in difficult times, and we're connected to the world economy, and we are affected by turbulence in other parts of the world. But we are on the right path, and we will keep working for the best of this country and Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to stand here today and talk to Bill C-13, which is part of Phase 2 of our Economic Action Plan. It has many, many important elements in terms of moving our country forward. And I think it's really important that we first start with a brief history of our low-tax plan for jobs and growth. We presented a budget in March 2011 in this House. At that time, the opposition did not see fit to support this particular budget, and they triggered an unnecessary election. And during the time that we were in our election campaign, we spoke to Canadians throughout the country, and we said we are going to reintroduce this same budget, and this was part of our election platform. So I think it's really important to recognize that this is a budget that had the support of Canadians across the country, and we are following through on our commitment to Canadians who returned us to the House with a strong, stable majority government. So in June of this year, we reintroduced our bill, C3, and of course, before the House rose for the summer, we were able to implement very important measures, such as increasing the guaranteed income supplement for seniors. Of course, now it's the fall, and there's many elements that had been left, and so this is our opportunity to continue that very, very important work. So as a member of the Finance Committee, we had the opportunity to look at this bill in great detail. Of course, as we all know, it's a very big bill, and going through it paragraph by paragraph, looking at all the different measures. Unfortunately, with only 10 minutes, I don't have time to talk about all the great measures, but I really would like to focus in and highlight some of the things that I think are incredibly important for Canadians. So certainly my first thing that I would like to highlight is the rural and remote riding forgiveness for student loans in terms of the healthcare services. I think it's important to look at this statistic. According to the Society of Rural Physicians of Canada, 31.4% of Canada's population, or roughly 9 million people, live in predominantly rural regions. Towns under 10,000 account for 22.2% of the population, but they only have 10% of the physicians. So I think, right there we see a big problem. I think the MPs and the people that live in Toronto, that live in Ottawa, that live in our larger settings, they recognize and they often speak about the real challenges in terms of getting a family doctor, in terms of access to care. But you look at what's happening in our rural communities, and is absolutely compounded many, many times over. There's been very historical challenges in terms of recruiting doctors and nurses to these small areas. So, I think really one of the situations we need to look at is if you were in an accident in Ottawa, you quickly have an ambulance that comes and takes you to a hospital. You have a team of doctors. You have an OR sitting there waiting for you. If you're a resident in Princeton in British Columbia, as one example, you might be getting a notice on Friday. It goes out to the community and it says, I'm sorry, we don't have any doctors available to do emergency call this weekend. So if you have an emergency, please drive the 3 hours to the nearest hospital many, many hours away, because we can't staff our emergency in the hospital there. This is happening many, many times throughout our country, and our government recognizes that things need to be done about that. The other thing that was happening is the lack of physicians was pitting community against community, which with each one sort of upping the ante in terms of enticing physicians to come to their community. So this is an important measure that's really going to level the playing field so that a physician or a nurse that chooses to go to Pemberton, that chooses to go to Lillooet, that chooses to go to any of our small communities will have the same advantages. So again, it's really taking those communities from pitting one against the other. The Canadian Medical Association indicated that roughly 900 doctors and 1,600 nurses graduate annually in debt to the Canada Student Loans Program. It's estimated that the average medical student graduate with a debt load in the order of $100,000. They'll be eligible to have $8,000 per year written off their loans to a maximum of $40,000, while nurses and nurse practitioners will be eligible for a $4,000 per year write-off to a maximum of $20,000 if they undertake a stint in a remote community. So, Mr. Speaker, during the election time, I had an opportunity to talk to nursing students in our local university. I had a chance to talk to rural physicians, and I said, is this an important measure? And without hesitation, every single one of them said, you know what, we entice the doctors to come to our communities. They will love our communities. They will love the career, the opportunities, the beauty, and we believe they'll stay. Thank you so much for this important measure. I think this is also important to note that this is only one of many measures, and it really builds on the $39.5 million in funding to increase the number of residency positions that we announced in February of 2011. So again, I'm not saying that one strategy is going to solve the problem, but certainly there's many pieces that we're working on, and of course, obviously, working in partnership with the provinces and territories who ultimately have the responsibility. Another important measure that I think I'd like to highlight is the Mineral Exploration Tax Credit. Exploration and development of Canada's rich mineral resources offers important investments and employment benefits in many parts of the country, especially in rural and remote regions. The temporary 15% mineral exploration tax credit is a measure designed to assist junior mining companies in raising new equity through the issuance of flow-through shares. This additional financing helps exploration companies to maintain or increase their level of exploration activities. We invested in the METC through the global economic downturn as a way of supporting innovation and job creation in the mining sector. Following extensions in Canada's Economic Action Plan and in Budget 2010, the credit was scheduled to expire in March 31st, 2011. In support of the economic recovery, Budget 2011 extended the credit for an additional year. So it's important to note that in an average year, METC investors collectively provide companies with $400 million in new financing to spend on grassroots exploration in Canada. This money has to be spent in Canada, thereby ensuring that if a mine is discovered, the benefits and jobs associated will come to Canadians directly. So if even a single mine is discovered, the taxes is paid to all levels of government, and they're significant. And it's important also to note that the Mining Association of Canada reports that $8.4 billion was paid to the government by mining industries in 2011. So again, another important measure in terms of jobs and economic growth. One thing that I certainly have heard very clearly is the importance of the gas tax funding for our municipalities. Infrastructure has been a long-going challenge for them. They often will have acute care needs in terms of water, sewer, roads, and they have to wait for a program that comes available. Now they can count on the $2 billion gas tax fund being permanent. But not only that, instead of just using it as a grant program, they can actually now leverage the funds because they know it's legislated, so they can count on it, they can leverage it. Really important for our municipalities. So I think in a quick summary of what I've said to date is there's so many measures in this budget, but really at the end of the day, we've been given a mandate by Canadians to move forward with this budget. It's important for supporting jobs and economic growth, and I encourage the opposition, please support this particular bill. Your constituents want you to support it.
See, the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, our government has remained steadfastly focused on improving Canada's economy, including our focus in the House this week during Jobs and Economic Growth Week. Today we are debating the Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. It implements important measures of our government's low tax plan for jobs and growth, including a job creation tax incentive for small businesses and a tax credit for children's arts and dance lessons. I must advise you that an agreement has not been reached under the provisions of Standing Orders 78.1 or 78.2 concerning the proceedings at report stage and third reading of Bill C-13, an act to implement certain provisions of the 2011 budget as updated on June 6, 2011, and other measures. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78, sub 3, I give notice that the Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages.
I thank the Government House Leader for his intervention. I'm sure that the House appreciates this new information. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments put on the record from the previous speaker, and I do have a question, and it's based in terms of the Government House Leader just stood up, and this is something in which we're seeing a great deal of, Mr. Speaker, where government's inability to be able to work with the opposition in any way, and its tendency to use its majority government to prevent any sort of real debate on legislation. So as the member just stood up and had the opportunity to be able to speak on the bill, many members of this chamber will never get that opportunity because her Government House Leader has now said that we don't want all members to be able to speak on this bill by moving that time allocation. Does she believe that all members, if the bill is so good, why is it that the government wants to limit debate on the bill? Why doesn't the government allow other members of their own caucus and members of the opposition to be able to participate in the debate by moving it, once again, time closure on a very important bill?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think perhaps my honourable colleague didn't actually hear the start of my comments where I talked about the history of this bill. And this bill was introduced many, many, many months ago, and actually the conversation has been had, the debate has been had with Canadians, and in the last election they said, we believe in your plan, we believe it is going to be the route forward, and we support your government in terms of moving forward with Phase 2 of Canada's Economic Action Plan. That is 34 million Canadians from across the country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to continue along the same lines, there's something that I don't understand. If your action plan works so well, then why is it that 60% of Canadians didn't support that kind of action plan? Why is it that at present we're all here on the opposition benches, we want to discuss and debate the bill, put forth concrete measures, but all we're being told is no, we don't want to hear you. We're going to move forward, and regardless of what happens, what you say, we don't care. We don't give a hoot. We don't care about people who don't agree with us. This is the message that I'm hearing, and I find that quite odious. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Again, Canadians did give us a strong mandate to move forward with this particular measure. We have talked with Canadians. They have said the firefighters, the volunteer firefighter tax credit, absolutely important. Parents are saying, let me share my RESPs with different siblings. Doctors and nurses are waiting for these very, very important measures. It's time to move forward. Let's get this budget through.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I'm tremendously confident and impressed with the good work done on the Finance Committee by the member on this side. Having served on that committee, I know there's a tremendous amount of consultation with Canadians across this country. Many of the opposition say, well, no one really had a chance for input. Well, that is just absolutely absurd. I'm wondering if the member could tell us just what kind of consultations go on across this country and from where she has heard information from, in addition to the departmental and governmental agencies.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
I really appreciate that question from my honourable colleague because, of course, right now, Finance Committee is in pre-budget consultations. Pre-budget consultations meant we traveled across the country. We heard from Canadians across the country. We had over 400 submissions. And, of course, that is all going to go together in terms of preparing our next budget. I think it is important to recognize that we have some challenging times ahead in terms of what's happening in Europe, what's happening in the United States, but Canada has done exceptionally well, and the consultation process from Canadians in terms of where we're going to go with next year's budget is happening now. So we're talking about something that happened over a year ago, measures that Canadians wanted, that's been debated across the country for many, many months. Thank you.
Resuming debate, before I call on the member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, he'll know that we'll need to stop in a couple of minutes, but we'll get started and recognize the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I see some of the other, thank you, Mr. Speaker, I see some of the other members are not as enthused as I am to be standing here doing the speech. I won't take any offense to it whatsoever, I swear. If I've only got a few minutes, I'd love to talk about my riding. How would you like to come to Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor? It's the most beautiful little gem on earth. If you notice the commercials about Newfoundland and Labrador, as a matter of fact, a lot of that is shot in my riding, the beautiful cliffs and all that stuff. It's fantastic.
And it has a great MP.
It has a sure, it has great representation. There you go. On division, right? But I do want to follow up on one of the comments that was made, and some of the rhetoric that's here, and perhaps rhetoric is a strong word. Maybe I'll use the word debate. And the debate that has been going on here, and some of the misconceptions, I don't think that I went against the government because they weren't consulting enough. I always thought that the consultation process, which was there prior to this government and prior to others, has always been substantial enough, and access to your member of parliament has always been substantial enough to affect any budget. The problem is, if you're going to go in at a certain cost, if you want to bring the deficit down to a manageable level, you start cherry-picking certain things, and you have to face up to the fact that you are not going to invest in other things that Canadians want because you can't afford it. For example, the firefighters' tax credit would love to be a refundable tax credit, but it is not. It is a non-refundable tax credit. So let's not pretend for one moment that it is something that is all of what the Canadians want. It's the type of thing where you say to a nation, we will do this and put it in the window when the deficit is down to zero. So you sort of prolong the deficit projection for so long. The other issue then becomes, when you do something that you don't fulfill a promise, or you cannot measure up to a certain thing that you want to do, then you might as well be honest and just say to people that you cannot do this at this time. That is a certain amount of respectability that needs to be brought back into this House with the level of debate and certainly with the way the government is acting upon this particular thing. There are great things in this budget, but the problem is there are a lot of more things that need to be done. And that's what we debate about in this House. And I assume that my time is now done as we've expired.
The honourable member will have the honourable member will have 7 minutes of his time left when this comes back on the order paper. Comme il est 17h30.
It being 5:30, the House will now move to private members' business. In the order as listed on the order paper.
Commencement of debate of motion M269, financial literacy, standing in the name of Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat, seconded by Mrs. Bloch, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should help improve financial literacy in Canada by A, working to implement the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy, B, creating, promoting, and continuously upgrade a single-source website for financial literacy to increase public awareness and ease access to information for Canadians. C, requiring federally regulated financial... May I dispense? Yes? No? Yes, dispense. Okay. Debate. The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
I
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that thunderous applause on this very exciting topic of financial literacy. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to my private member's motion M269 on the topic of financial literacy, and I would, for the record, like to read it into the House of Commons Hansard. That, in the opinion of the House, the government should help improve financial literacy in Canada by working to implement the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy, creating, promoting, and continuously upgrade a single-source website for financial literacy to increase public awareness and ease access to information for Canadians, requiring federally regulated financial institutions to publicly disclose their contributions to financial literacy initiatives, ensuring the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada works with willing provinces and territories to promote financial literacy to youth through the educational system, and designating November as Financial Literacy Month. Madam Speaker, we live in a world today where technology is constantly changing, as is personal finance. Only a few decades ago, credit cards were a luxury item. Debit cards did not even exist. Online banking and buying could not even be conceived as they happen today. Mortgage products were standard and choice was limited. Today, technology and personal finance have advanced tremendously. Canadians, in fact, are among the most avid users of debit and credit cards in the world. Online banking and buying are a part of everyday life. Mortgage products are multiple and choices are diverse. Canadians are faced with making increasingly complex financial decisions that have greater potential consequences and at a younger age than ever before. Each financial decision has consequences both personal and for families and for our economy as a whole. It is imperative that Canadians gain the knowledge to understand personal financial matters and the impact of broader economic issues, the skills required to apply financial knowledge in everyday life, and the confidence to make responsible financial decisions in a manner that is appropriate to their own circumstances. The reality is that Canadians who lack the financial skills and the financial knowledge are more likely to, unfortunately, be spending beyond their means, saving less than they need, building up too much debt, and ultimately becoming less able to save sufficiently for their retirement. Madam Speaker, Canadians are capable of making good financial decisions, but they want and they need the tools to make the right choices. True. Increased financial literacy, especially for Canada's youth, can help people with the major events that they face, such as saving for college or university, buying a new home, getting married, or looking after aging parents. It can help ensure that the investment products that we hold in our RSPs and our other retirement savings are the ones that best match our financial goals and needs. It can make us smarter consumers of financial products so that we do not waste our hard-earned money on services and fees that we do not need. Increased financial literacy can also make us less susceptible to being duped by fraud artists or by unethical or unregulated financial products that can lead to disastrous loss. Madam Speaker, I do want to recognize the work that has already been done by the Minister of Finance for the very significant steps he has taken to protect consumers on various initiatives, such as the changes he's made with respect to credit and debit cards. I also want to commend him in particular for establishing the Task Force on Financial Literacy. In fact, the impetus for my motion comes from the real necessity to improve the lives of Canadians through financial literacy, but it is a natural extension of the work done by this Task Force on Financial Literacy. And in this place, I do want to thank all the members of that task force for their excellent work, their recommendations, in particular through their chair, Mr. Don Stewart. This report released by the task force is a culmination of significant stakeholder consultation and expert analysis. The recommendations and priorities act as a foundation for this motion, and I'd like to outline them for colleagues in this House. The comprehensive strategy to improve financial literacy of the task force is defined by 5 priorities. The first priority is that a shared responsibility for the financial literacy of Canadians exists between families, governments, educators, financial services providers, employers, labour organizations, businesses, and voluntary organizations. The second is leadership and collaboration. Leadership must come from the Government of Canada in the form of appointing an individual focused on executing this comprehensive strategy, including initiating a formal collaborative partnership among stakeholders. The third principle is lifelong learning. Financial literacy training begins in the home and should extend to the formal education system and beyond, including teachable moments during decision points throughout life, including the purchase of financial products or joining a pension plan. The fourth principle is delivery and promotion. A sustained public awareness campaign must be developed focusing on relevant and understandable communications to ensure that all citizens are aware of targeted initiatives that are aimed to benefit them. And the fifth is in terms of government accountability, where this task force recommends that the government appoint an individual who is accountable and reports to Parliament on all these actions. Now, Madam Speaker, I do want to return to my actual motion and outline them in specifics. Working to implement the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy, I encourage members of this House and all Canadians to review the 30 recommendations of the Task Force. I think it's a very comprehensive report. They've done an excellent job, and I encourage them to actually review all 30 recommendations. The second part of the motion is creating, promoting, and upgrading a single-source website for financial literacy to increase public awareness and ease access to information for Canadians. A special emphasis should be placed on establishing this website to consolidate and disseminate financial literacy programs and initiatives. And this should be done, the Government of Canada does this, in fact, with seniors' benefits, so that a senior can go to a single-source website. And we have a former Minister of Seniors in the House with us here today who was instrumental in forming this website so that seniors can have one access to the programs that they should be benefiting from. So we need one single portal. Madam Speaker, many people have commented on the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada and their website. And their website is excellent, and the work that they have done on this issue is excellent. But I think that could even be enhanced and broadened. We could have a single portal website. We could deal with the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. All government information could be accessed through this site, but also other organizations. In fact, Junior Achievement, which does a lot of work even in my riding, in the community of Leduc, where we have former people who work in the financial sector who go into junior high and high schools and talk to the students there about financial literacy. The Junior Economic Club of Canada, the ABC Life Literary Foundation, the Canada Foundation for Economic Education. A lot of these groups do excellent work on their own, and what we need to happen is to pull it all together so that Canadians can access it through one site. I would even like to comment and commend certain members of the media who do some excellent things with respect to financial literacy. Jonathan Chevreau of the National Post, in fact, has recently written a book on financial literacy, and I recommend that to all colleagues in this House and in his regular column. And this is part of the 1-5 priorities in terms of lifelong learning, in terms of people, so that they can understand it. Go to a newspaper like the National Post, Globe and Mail, Sun. They can actually read some advice and they can understand the concepts that are being discussed there. Now, the third item in the motion is requiring federally regulated financial institutions to publicly disclose their contributions to financial literacy initiatives. This would increase the transparency and public awareness of financial institutions' educational efforts by requiring that they disclose their contributions to these initiatives. And institutions I know already do an awful lot of work, whether it's the credit unions that I met with today in my office, Madam Speaker, or the traditional big banks. They do an awful lot on their own. And what I'm asking that they do is that they disclose publicly how much they're investing in the financial literacy initiatives. I would like to compliment in particular one person from a bank, Craig Alexander, in fact, who appeared before our Finance Committee today, and his initiatives with respect to financial literacy. He's been a true volunteer in this area. And one of the things he points out, which is so true, is there's people who often look at financial institutions, whether it's a credit union or a bank, and say sometimes they want to take advantage of people. In fact, good institutions, which we do have in Canada, have a strong interest in Canadians increasing their wealth. These institutions have an interest in actually accessing more Canadians as consumers, and those consumers thereby increasing their wealth, because if they increase their wealth, that means the institution has more wealthy customers, so they both benefit. We are all in this together, and that's one point that he makes that's, I think, very important for us to consider here, Madam Speaker. The next point is ensuring that the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada works with willing provinces and territories to promote financial literacy to youth through the educational system. And at this point, Madam Speaker, I would like to compliment FCAC. And you know, Canada at this period is often complimented for the financial regulatory system we had, for the Office of Superintendent of Financial Institutions, our capital ratios, our leverage ratios. But one of the real gems that we have is the FCAC. They do such an excellent job in terms of educating consumers. I encourage all Canadians who may be watching this debate to go to their website and see all the excellent initiatives they have. They do an outstanding job. They should be commended for that. But I would like to even expand their role and to get them to work with the provinces and territories. Now, Madam Speaker, in drafting this motion, some people raise the issue of education being within provincial jurisdiction, especially kindergarten to grade 12 education. That's a viable concern, But what I'm asking is that the FCAC, through a curriculum that they've already developed, make that accessible to provinces and then encourage the provinces to adopt this as a formal part of their curriculum. And frankly, not wait until high school, but actually get in at the junior high level or even earlier so that Canadians can know from a very early age what kind of decisions they should be making. So Madam Speaker, at this point, I would like to wrap up the debate in terms of my initiative. I look forward to any questions and comments from members. I would like to just say that this motion that I'm presenting here today is in the same spirit that I presented the motion on identity theft 2 parliaments ago and the motion on Alzheimer's in the last parliament. I hope all members see it in that spirit, read through it, see this as a very serious issue that needs to be addressed and something that we can unite around as all parliamentarians on both sides of the aisle. So I look forward to their support. I look forward to their questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for bringing this motion forward and for his speech. And while he did talk about some of the things that we as New Democrats would really like to see in financial literacy, if you look through the report, one of the things that stands out to us on this side of the House is there is some talk about supporting financial literacy for low-income individuals. But it really doesn't address the day-to-day meat and potato financial literacy that is needed to support low-income families. So I'm wondering what the honourable member can speak to in relation to how can we provide better financial literacy to those who might not necessarily have the income necessary, or even looking at a stock, for example, or pensions. What they're worrying about right now is getting through the day, balancing their checkbook. And the financial literacy that they don't have is relating to debit cards and credit cards. And there isn't a lot of talk about that in this huge report. And if the member can actually show us where that is and talk about how the government wants to bring that forward, that would be fantastic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. And he's done an awful lot of work and raised some awareness on issues with respect to credit and debit cards. But I think he had some influence in causing this government to take some real action in terms of the voluntary code for credit cards. In fact, that was endorsed by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. I think this was a huge step forward. The 21-day grace period that was introduced by the Minister of Finance, the protection of the debit system as it currently is in Canada, not moving towards a percentage base, but keeping it at a flat fee. I think these were all excellent decisions by the Minister of Finance, and I think he would certainly applaud them as being good initiatives. In terms of the actual recommendations of the report, I would just point to a couple of the recommendations. Recommendation number 9, in terms of the Government of Canada promoting financial literacy through federal programs to reach Canadians directly, employment insurance, old age security, CPP, universal child care benefits, and that provincial and territorial governments do the same. This is something, a lot of these programs help very low-income Canadians. And what this recommendation is specifically saying is, let's get some information not only in terms of how to access the benefits, but in terms of how best to use those benefits. These are actual things that impact Canadians very directly. I would encourage the member to review the recommendations in full, because there are some things which in fact directly impact at a bread and butter level.
Comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, the member made reference to the FCAC, which is a great agency that does actually provide a lot of the services regarding financial literacy that, in fact, this bill would be hoping to do. And so I recognize that right up front, and we look at how things have changed, in good part because of technology, the Internet, and so forth. From days in which I was in grade 12, you would have a simple economics course. Nowadays, there's so much more, as the member has pointed out. My question to the member is how does he envision that this bill will accommodate the sharing of information or getting the different stakeholders? And I am looking specifically at the school boards, the provincial government, possibly even municipal, banking industry. Does FCAC have a very specific role in his mind to help facilitate that? How does he envision that being facilitated? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc. There's 1 minute left.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. This motion very much builds on the work of FCAC, so it's actually building on a lot of the excellent work that they've already done, and in fact encouraging them to do even more, which in fact they are very much looking forward to doing. He's absolutely right in terms of the impact of technology. I mean, it's a great benefit to be able to do your banking at home or in your office, but the fact is the decisions you make then are all the more important because a single decision can have much more of an impact. In terms of working with the school boards, the feeling there would be that FCAC, which has a curriculum developed, is basically making that available to provinces, territories, to school boards themselves and saying, we ask that you implement this as part of your curriculum. Obviously, we can't mandate that, but from FCAC's point of view, the provinces have been very willing to adopt this and also do what people are doing in my community of Edmonton-Leduc, of actually getting people who've worked in the financial services industry in as sort of mentors and teachers in the classrooms directly and teaching some students about some of the very practical things they've learned during their work experience.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think we're also engulfed in my honourable colleague's speech. Many of us forgot to look around, and I would be grateful if I could get a glass of water from one of the pages. So thank you for that. Madam Speaker, we in the NDP believe that financial literacy is a vital component of any consumer protection regime in Canada. Certainly this motion contains some changes that would help protect Canadian consumers, but these recommendations, if accepted, would still only constitute, in our opinion, a small first step. It's our opinion that this government is not properly addressing consumer protection in general and financial literacy specifically, that this motion is even before the House. If the government had a real interest in pursuing these goals, it would not take a private member's motion from a member of the governing party to call the government to action. It is clear at this point that the entire process of the Minister of Finance implementing the Financial Literacy Task Force, in our opinion, is more about spin rather than substance. And since the task force reported back to the Minister, we've had 2 budgets presented to the House and multiple opportunities for standalone legislation, but instead of focusing on real changes that could help average Canadians, this government has been focused on an agenda which only seems to help well-connected insiders. A clear example of this government's failure to understand the issue of consumer protection is the voluntary code of conduct, which the Minister of Finance negotiated with the credit card issuers and the banks behind closed doors. The explicit purpose of the code completely ignores the needs of consumers, and vital policies which would have protected consumers are simply non-existent. And an NDP government would ensure that all the rules governing credit cards are mandatory, therefore ensuring that issuers, merchants, and consumers all know their rights and responsibilities, and ensures that consumers are properly protected. Madam Speaker, let us look at each of the 5 core pillars of this task force recommendations in turn. The first is shared responsibility. And while consumers certainly have a responsibility towards their own finances, it is important to note that a collective responsibility is not the same as equal responsibility. Take the global recession that started in 2008. This is commonly blamed on people taking on subprime mortgages. While each individual is responsible for their individual mortgage, it is the framework created by government and industry which allows this to take place on a huge and destabilizing level. Madam Speaker, government and the wider industry have a greater responsibility because it is they who must maintain the financial system as a whole. That is not to say that consumers should act recklessly, but there needs to be safeguards for the system as a whole. The second pillar is leadership and collaboration. Namely, a national champion who is accountable to the Minister of Finance. It certainly makes sense to have someone who is accountable for these policies, but the worry is that this simply adds another layer of bureaucracy to the system. The consumer protection regime in Canada is already spread between multiple agencies and departments, and adding this national champion could simply make the current system even more complex. As well, this champion needs to be a champion for consumers, not a champion for the banking industry's desires. It would be all too easy to appoint a member of the banking community who then simply bows to the industry. Moreover, the government needs to show leadership as well, trying to switch Canadians from guaranteed defined benefit pension plans to risky defined contribution plans hardly sends the right message to Canadians. Not only is this a bad message for Canadians, Madam Speaker, Canadians would be much better served in planning their personal finances if they accurately were able to predict their pension payments. The third pillar is lifelong learning. For sure, Madam Speaker, with the continuing changes in investment vehicles and payment methods, and right now in the Industry Committee we're studying mobile payments and e-commerce, and the differing requirements for Canadians at different points in their lives, Madam Speaker, lifelong learning is truly important. However, while the report talks of the foundations of lifelong learning, it misses the most important foundation, and one that is often missed too often, Madam Speaker. That without adequate numeracy and literacy skills, financial literacy education is often and unfortunately wasted. Any long-term effort to improve financial literacy, lifelong learning also needs to focus on improving basic education of Canadian children, as well as ensuring Canadian adults have access to courses to improve their numeracy and literacy skills throughout their lives. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, specific financial literacy curriculums are wasted. And that's one of the things that we're also speaking to, Madam Speaker, in the Industry Committee, is we have a need for financial literacy. And now comes digital literacy. And when those two combine, those who are being affected are those who not necessarily have the education to understand. We need to ensure that both digital literacy and financial literacy come together on this. And the fourth pillar is delivery and promotion, focusing specifically on public awareness and on a single source website, which is echoed in the Article B of this motion. Of course, ensuring that there is public awareness of financial literacy programs is an idea that we as New Democrats support. But again, moving to a new emphasis website for financial literacy could well end up being another level of confusion for Canadians. As my honourable colleague earlier mentioned, there's already the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada website that contains a number of useful tools for consumers. The problem is simply that people don't know where to look when they have consumer or financial issues. Sometimes they go to the FCAC website, the Office of Consumer Affairs website, or the Canadian Consumer Handbook. Adding a financial literacy website on top of this patchwork may not actually help consumers find information. What we need is to ensure that consumers have all the information they need in one place, not separated by what can appear to average Canadians as somewhat arbitrary departmental jurisdictions. And the final pillar is accountability, specifically to Parliament through an annual report, as well as requiring financial institutions to make their financial commitments to financial literacy projects public. It of course makes sense to monitor the outcomes of such a program, but as always we need to ensure that the monitoring techniques are objective and rigorous to ensure they are not open to political manipulation, Madam Speaker. As you can see from these pillars, there are obviously a number of shortcomings if we accept this report as the final step in achieving financial literacy in Canada. However, this small step is better than doing nothing. And I can assure you that I, as the NDP consumer protection critic, will continue to hold this government to account on the issue of financial literacy. We need to be a world leader in this area, and we will continue to push for a complete model of financial literacy, which includes ensuring that the specific needs of low-income Canadians are met, improved, and basic numeracy and literacy skills of all Canadians, and provide a level of CPP to ensure that Canadians can properly plan for their futures, Madam Speaker. This motion certainly does not meet all of our requirements for a full financial literacy program, but, Madam Speaker, it is a start. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise this evening to speak in support of Motion 269, a motion on financial literacy from the member from Edmonton-Leduc, and I commend the member for recognizing the importance of this as a priority for the federal government. I would say, though, Madam Speaker, that it's somewhat inconsistent with the Conservatives' decision to, first of all, cancel all the agreements on early learning and childcare with the provinces, because one of the most important areas of literacy happens to be establishing strong foundation for learning at the very earliest stages, and early learning and childcare is fundamental to that. It's also inconsistent in some ways with the Conservatives' decision to cut funding for adult literacy programs, which was one of its first decisions as a government. That being the case, I do commend the honourable member for his recognition of the importance of financial literacy. I would note that he's encouraging a great deal of work in what is often considered to be, in areas that are often considered to be provincial jurisdictions. And I would say that, in fact, that encouraging greater cooperation with the provinces and territories and working together with the provinces and territories, an area of shared interest, is a good approach. It in no way, shape, or form diminishes our respect for provincial jurisdictions, but in fact, I would say to the honourable member that he's demonstrating a level of pragmatism that is atypical of some of his partisan colleagues when it comes to working cooperatively with the provincial governments. The report, in fact, does recommend that all provincial and territorial governments integrate financial literacy into their formal education systems, that all provincial and territorial governments provide financial literacy professional development opportunities for teachers, that the Government of Canada, in partnership with provincial and territorial governments, integrate a financial literacy component into the Canada Students' Loan Program, and that the federal, provincial, and territorial governments help Canadians maximize the financial benefit from government programs for which they are eligible. I could go on, but in ensuring greater simplicity and clarity in the way programs are written and structured. Again, I think that one of the things that would be helpful, Madam Speaker, is if the Conservatives were to design their programs in a way that they were most apt to help those Canadians in the greatest need. And one constructive suggestion I would have to the Conservatives is that they take a look at some of the refundable tax, or rather the non-refundable tax credits that they are offering for children involved in activities, for caregivers, taking care of loved ones in the home, for volunteer firefighters. Unfortunately, these tax credits offered by the Conservatives are non-refundable. As such, they do not benefit low-income Canadians who need the help the most. So I would argue that it would be important that as part of financial literacy, that the government itself have programs that are literate in terms of their actual meeting the needs that are so severe in many Canadian families, and clearly a simple understanding of the fact that lower income families need help the most would instruct and hopefully educate the Conservatives as to the importance to make these benefits refundable. Some of this work is already ongoing, and as many members of the House know, the month of November is already Financial Literacy Month. The site is sponsored by the Government of Canada's own Financial Consumer Agency. There's a national calendar of events on this website. For instance, on November 1st in my own riding of Kings Hants, the workshop Financially Fit for the Holidays was held in Kentville at the Kings Regional Development Agency boardroom. This event was hosted by Credit Counseling Services of Atlantic Canada, a non-profit organization that provides confidential credit and debt repayment counseling services. There's a growing need for credit counseling services across the country. The reality is that under the Conservative government, we've seen household debt soar to record highs. In fact, a new record was set last quarter. The average Canadian now owes $1.51 for every dollar of annual income. A number of factors have contributed to this ballooning of household debt. Unemployment is part of the problem. A lot of Canadians have seen their full-time jobs disappear and replaced by part-time work. According to Stats Canada, there's now 578,500 fewer full-time jobs than there were in Canada in August 2008. At the same time, the cost of living has gone up, prices have gone up, it costs more to feed your family or to heat your home today. So many Canadians have turned to credit to try to make ends meet. They're worried, they're justifiably worried about how to pay their bills, and they're terrified of today. I mean, they're worried today about their ability to pay their bills at current interest rates, and they're terrified to think of what will happen to them as rates will inevitably in the future move up. There's much discussion in Canada about rising housing prices. One of the reasons why Canadians have taken on more debt is in many Canadian cities and markets an overheated housing market. One of the first actions taken by the current finance minister was to throw out some of the prudent rules for residential mortgages that were put in place by the previous Liberal government. The Conservatives actually followed the lead of the Americans and introduced 40-year mortgages with zero down payment. We don't think, Madam Speaker, that sent a very good message to Canadians, and it was not, did not reflect sound principles of financial literacy from the government at that time. They have since done an almost complete reversal on those mortgage rules, and that's a good thing. They've scaled back the amortization period from 40 to 35 years and then to 30 years, while reinstituting the minimum 5% down payment that the Liberal government had in place. There's some international economic commentary that suggests that Canada does have, in certain markets, a housing bubble. The Economist magazine has opined on this, and Martin Wolf of the Financial Times of London was here in Ottawa earlier this fall, and he said that despite what Canada's financial officials are saying, that in fact we do have a statistical housing bubble in Canada. There are issues around retirement. The TD Bank recently published a report titled Canada's Aging Household Debt Burden. The report has some startling revelations. It states that, quote, the biggest surprise is that older Canadians have been growing their debt loads at a considerably faster rate than their younger counterparts. In Canada, average debt loads in the past 10 years have increased twice as fast as income, but the rate is 3 times as fast for older Canadians. Many older Canadians simply can't afford to retire. And so it's important. It's also important, Madam Speaker, to recognize the leadership provided by some international organizations in this area. The World Economic Forum has set up a task force under the YGL, Young Global Leaders organization, entitled Learn Money. It's focused on promoting access to financial literacy programs around the world. In fact, I would very much like to speak to the honourable member from Edmonton and Leduc about this and seeing ways that we can potentially incorporate some of the ideas here in Canada and plug it into what the World Economic Forum is doing nationally. World Economic Forum YGL member John Hope Bryan serves as an advisor on financial literacy to the World Economic Forum Global Agenda Council, and he has also served as vice chairman of the U.S. President's Advisory Council on financial literacy. He argues that, quote, post-global economic crisis financial literacy is the new civil rights issue here in the United States. To not understand the language of money, financial literacy, and to not have a mainstream bank account or access to one in the 21st century, clearly an economic age is to be an economic slave. So in fact, he's saying that financial literacy is in fact an issue of rights, in fact, because equality of opportunity is something that I think we all take seriously as a rights issue. And clearly financial literacy and access to financial literacy education is fundamental to equality of opportunity. Whether it's helping Canadians to buy a house or manage their debt or save for retirement, there's a clear need for greater financial literacy in Canada. We also know that it's important that not only Canadians set aside enough to retire on, which there's a real question as to whether or not Canadians have and are setting aside enough to retire on, but even if they make that important step, where do they invest? It's very complicated and complex investment decisions, which is one of the reasons why opening up the CPP to a voluntary supplemental CPP would give Canadians access to a low-cost, well-diversified financial opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can't disagree with my colleague from the Liberal Party more, but what I can agree with is this wonderful motion put forward by the member from Edmonton-Leduc. And I want to congratulate this wonderful member for his work, not only on this motion, but for all of the efforts he's made to promote financial literacy. I can tell you his leadership on this very important file speaks to the record of Parliament over the last decade that he's been here. Since his election in 2000, he's become, of course, one of the most respected of all the parliamentarians here. He's one of the members that new members quite often go to for advice, and he has served as the chair of both the Industry Committee and now currently the chair of the Finance Committee. And as chairs of these committees, he's really guided very important studies on a number of issues, ranging from supporting Canada's manufacturing sector to improving Canada's retirement system to ensuring oversight over the credit and debit system, and so much more, Madam Speaker. And he's also been at the forefront just recently of a cross-country tour to conduct some pre-budget consultations, and he's been very active in helping all committee members to listen to Canadians and to allow them to make sure that their voices are being heard. I know that I speak for all members of the Finance Committee, some of whom are presently here, when I say thank you very much to the chair of the Finance Committee for all that he's done this fall during those pre-budget consultations as we traveled across Canada. And I don't want you to just take my word for it, Madam Speaker. In the words of journalist Don Martin about the member from Edmonton-Leduc, and let me quote him, he remains highly respected by all sides and is the best committee chair on the Hill, end quote. And I have to agree. I have to agree with our journalist Don Martin on that one for sure. So today, the member's motion highlights an increasingly important issue for Canadians, of course, financial literacy. With so many new financial products and choices out there today, from complex mortgage and loan forms, different retirement savings plans, the rise of online banking, online payment systems like PayPal, a growing number of debit and credit card options, and so much more, Canadians must ensure that they have the right tools and knowledge to make the best financial decisions for themselves and for their families. So many new and developing products can make it very difficult for Canadians to balance their online checkbook, but also to fully understand the risks, the fees, and the consequences of what's available. And that's where strong financial literacy comes in as an important part of the solution. And I'd like to share a somewhat lengthy commentary from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation that really speaks to the importance of this issue, not only at the individual level, but as a part of the economy as a whole. And here I go. I'm going to quote this lengthy commentary. Financial literacy is an important life skill. Canadians make financial decisions throughout their lives, many of which involve significant risks and rewards. Improving financial literacy helps consumers act knowledgeably and with confidence in managing their personal financial affairs. Informed consumer decision-making, in turn, contributes to the maintenance of a well-functioning and stable financial system and a stronger economy. Simply put, the better one learns to manage one's own finances, the better the economy can work as a whole. And when people don't do a good job of managing their own finances, it can have dire consequences. That is the end of the quote from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, and our Conservative government couldn't agree more. That's why we are supporting today's motion and its call to continue the work we've done to improve financial literacy here in Canada. And a big part of that work is something we started in 2009 as part of Canada's Economic Action Plan, where we announced the establishment, as mentioned before, of a task force on financial literacy to make recommendations to create a cohesive national strategy. Over the next few years, that task force, headed by Dawn Stewart, went across Canada to hold open public hearings to hear firsthand from Canadians on this issue. And thanks to the great feedback they received from that consultation and other research they conducted, they produced a final report called Canadians and Their Money, Building a Brighter Financial Future, which was publicly released this past February. That report outlined 30 key recommendations to improve the financial literacy of Canadians, including many referenced in today's motion. And I would strongly encourage all Canadians watching at home to visit the website at www.financialliteracyincanada.com to learn more about the work that the task force did and to review the very detailed research they produced, including their final report. And I should note the task force report was extremely well received. For example, Social and Enterprise Development Innovations, which is a major Canadian nonprofit organization dedicated to helping low-income Canadians, applauded the report, noting, and I'm going to quote a lengthy commentary again, we recommend the federal government, we commend the federal government for recognizing the critical importance of financial literacy. We also commend the diligent and thorough work of the task force members who engaged Canadians in every province and territory in building a much-needed national strategy on financial literacy. There is no better time for government to take the lead in helping Canadians increase their knowledge and skills to manage everyday finances. And that's at the end of the quote by the Social and Enterprise Development Innovations. As a first step, as committed to in the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we will move forward on the first ever financial literacy leader to promote improved financial literacy in Canada. And we are doing even more. We are also providing $3 million a year in new funding to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada to support financial literacy initiatives to help consumers make the best financial decisions to suit their and their families' particular needs. And I'm going to just take a moment to echo the member from Edmonton-Leduc's comments with regards to the FCAC, because they spend tireless moments trying to promote financial literacy, particularly amongst our youth. And I commend the member whose motion this is for disclosing to Canadians how they can reach this information, how they can learn from the FCAC by visiting their website. Today's motion encourages our government to stay focused on this important issue and implement the recommendations of the task force, and we appreciate that. Indeed, only a few weeks ago, the Minister of Finance attended, along with the member from Edmonton-Leduc, a kickoff event for Financial Literacy Month. This is an initiative developed by the Financial Literacy Action Group, a group of 7 nonprofit organizations, all devoted to working to improve financial literacy in communities across Canada. By supporting today's motion, especially by Parliament endorsing Financial Literacy Month, we are showing our appreciation for their work and their efforts. This is something that our American neighbours have already done through a bipartisan resolution unanimously passed in Congress, which we can hopefully replicate here in the House of Commons. Before concluding, I should note that our Conservative government has been working hard since 2006 to make financial services products more transparent and consumer-friendly. We believe Canadians shouldn't need a magnifying glass or a dictionary to read a credit card statement or application. They shouldn't need a lawyer or an economist to understand them. And that's why we have taken measures like protecting consumers with new credit card rules that will require consent for credit limit increases, require a minimum 21-day grace period on new purchases, full disclosure for consumers, and limit other anti-consumer business practices, or banning negative option billing for financial products, and of course, shortening the check holding period. Now, in the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we want to build on that record with more consumer-friendly measures, like banning unsolicited credit card checks and moving to protect consumers of prepaid cards. Again, let me thank the member from Edmonton-Leduc for today's motion and his commitment to improving financial literacy. I know the other members across the way have also stated very clearly how they intend to vote on this matter, but I want to take a moment to encourage the members of the NDP and of the Liberal Party to think very, very hard when they stand to vote hopefully in favour. This is a measure that the member from Edmonton-Leduc has worked very hard on for many, many years. This is a measure that Canadians across the country have asked for and need. I, as a mother of 5, can assure this House I want my children to learn from this. I applaud the member from Edmonton-Leduc for putting this motion forward, for helping me to educate my children, and for helping other Canadians to educate their children. I hope the NDP and the Liberal members will support that effort. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to speak for 10 minutes to speak about a very interesting subject, but also about an individual I have a great deal of respect for. We can always have solid discussions and have diverging views, but the member for Edmonton-Leduc is one of the people with whom it is most agreeable to discuss. He is in a position that he clearly has, for which he clearly has the professional credentials, and he has never made any major errors in terms of interpretations, and he has never been smug or anything of that nature with us. He has always been very kind, and he obviously has all of the intellectual and personal qualities to be in this economic position, this very important position. So I would say to the member for Saint-Boniface that for once we really share some views. As for this bill that has been tabled by the member for Edmonton-Leduc, this is certainly a step in the right direction. We can only support his intentions and ensure that all consumers and Canadians be better educated and better prepared to deal with all of the new financial products that are being presented to us. They are many and they are complex, and I would like to remind you about the unfortunate event, the asset-backed paper. Even a bank director, even the director of Scotiabank said, I don't want anything to do with this because I don't know what that product is. He wasn't able to understand the structure of that kind of speculative product. And so he told his bank not to get involved with that. So imagine how many people bought these this commercial papers thinking that this would produce results for them, and all of those people suffered significant losses. That's what we have to understand. We have to guarantee that people be not completely helpless in the face of these kinds of significant economic choices when they're trying to save for their future, for their pensions, and for even dividing the family estate and these kinds of things that they've been left to them. The choice and the insurances, combined insurances, the various products that are currently at the disposal of Canadians are many, far too many, in fact. They're complex, extremely complex.
And oftentimes, they're written in a language that requires a certain amount of understanding. People need to be connected to the community, need to understand the legal jargon contained in these documents. Now, when the member for Edmonton-Leduc says people need to be better prepared to face these difficulties and complex issues, to ensure that they are dealing with people who won't try and steal from them. Now, unfortunately, over the past few years, we've seen people place their confidence and trust in people and companies that literally mocked them and stole their life savings. We need to ensure that that doesn't recur. Now, as I said, this is a first step in the right direction. It can't be the only step we take. It must be part of an approach, and there must be follow-up and follow-through. We can't simply be satisfied with a first step. We need to cover all of these issues. People need to be able to understand what an insurance policy is, as well as what kind of recourse they have if the insurance company doesn't live up or fulfill its obligations. People need to be able to protect themselves from practices which may be legal and honest, but with respect to credit cards, can lead to much higher expenditures than they ever imagined. And, Madam Speaker, that is one of the aspects we need to perhaps focus on. People need to be able to take a stand against large corporations, and I'm thinking about two specific cases, Nortel and Abitibi Bowater, where people had invested their savings in a pension, collective pension, and they thought that all was well. They were cautious and vigilant, but it wasn't enough for their pension to go bankrupt. And those people lost considerable amounts of money. When someone loses 45% of their main income, source of income, well, they won't be able to do work in their house, change their windows, for example, or take the family on a vacation down south. They'll have to think again. And that's unfortunate because time is going by, and as the time passes, if they can't do it 1 year, they may not do it another. And, Madam Speaker, the member for Edmonton-Leduc doesn't take these measures far enough. While he does indicate the road that we need to take with all of the honesty that we know him to have, I feel that it's not sufficient. It doesn't go far enough. And that is the only thing we can reproach him. It's the reservations, the place where he stopped with this. Now, it's an issue that is very important. We're very interested in it, and it has been brought forth by someone with great integrity. We can't challenge that, nor would we want to. But we do need to focus on the fact that people need to be familiar with the products they need to deal with, and they also, and I reiterate, need to know what recourse is available to them. Now, financial institutions need to improve the information they provide on the financial products. They need to be transparent. They need to tell people if in the past they have had problems with X, Y, or Z. They need to say that if they have lent too freely to certain people, this has led to bankruptcies, etc. This kind of information, too, is important. And it's important when credit cards are issued, especially if they're not solicited. If someone is offered an application for a credit card when they go into a store, and they are simply told, well, sign here on the dotted line, we'll issue you a credit card. Well, that kind of a situation doesn't enable the person, the client, if you will, of all of the responsibilities associated with that. So there needs to be better monitoring, oversight, and the information needs to be of high quality, the information that we're sending out to people. It needs to be accessible for everyone, especially when they need it. The information can't be limited to simply encouraging people to become clients. No, it needs to make them informed consumers. Madam Speaker, in the last minute that I have, I would invite colleagues and the honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc to continue with this excellent work. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak to the private member's motion 269, which of course is sponsored by the member from Edmonton-Leduc. And before speaking to today's motion, let me recognize the good work that he's done.
Hear, hear.
And I think I don't have any other quotes from Don Martin, but certainly as a member of Parliament since 2000 and in his current capacity as Chair of the Finance Committee, I think we all respect the great leadership that he shows. So the motion before us today recommends the government improve financial literacy in Canada by responding to the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy. So it's really creating, promoting, and continuously upgrading a single-source website for financial literacy to increase public awareness and ease access to information for Canadians. Requiring federally regulated financial institutions to publicly disclose their contributions to financial literacy initiatives. Ensuring the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada works with willing provinces and territories to promote financial literacies to youth through the educational system, and designating November as Financial Literacy Month. And I have to stop for just a minute from my comments in terms of when I was in grade 9, I took an elective course in high school, and I remember to this day, and it was optional Terry Toller consumer education. He taught us how to do our tax returns. He taught us about stocks. He taught us many, many things in that class in grade 9 over the years, and I'm forever thankful to the advice and the educational program that I received, and I think it's something that is still really important and a really valuable tool. So to the degree that schools pick up this opportunity, I think it's going to be incredibly important. Certainly, Madam Speaker, we live in an increasingly complex financial world of investment and credit products whose characteristics and risks have become much more difficult to comprehend. Financial products available to Canadians continue to rapidly expand, and the complexity of such products can make it difficult for most of us to fully comprehend the risks, the fees, and the potential returns. In Canada's Economic Action Plan, or Budget 2009, our Conservative government outlined key steps to protect consumers of financial services and products. First, the government enhanced consumer protection measures dealing with credit cards and mortgage insurance. Second, and very important for the purposes of today's debate, we established the Task Force on Financial Literacy to make recommendations to create a cohesive national strategy to improve financial literacy in Canada. The task force delivered its final report on February 9, 2011, titled Canadians and Their Money, Building a Brighter Financial Future. The report, available online for public viewing, outlined 30 recommendations to improve the financial literacy of Canadians. This report was very well received by Canadians. Indeed, here's what the non-profit Canadian organization ABC Life Literacy had to say about the task force report. Every Canadian should have the literacy skills they need to live a fully engaged life. The task force has strongly encouraged that financial literacy be recognized as an important skill to help Canadians thrive in workplaces, homes, and communities. The report, like our government, acknowledged that improving financial literacy helps consumers make knowledgeable and confident decisions towards achieving their financial goals. At the same time, through Canada's Economic Action Plan, our Conservative government has strengthened Canada's financial system and protected Canadians' hard-earned savings. And I see my time is up.
To interrupt the honourable member, she will have 6 minutes when this bill returns on the order paper. But the time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. For debate, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I've attempted to obtain information on the disability benefits program under the Canada Pension Plan on several occasions, and the evaluation of the program published at the end of this summer was very worrisome. The report revealed that people with disabilities are among the most needy in Canada compared to the Canadian population. There are more of them who are unemployed, who live below the poverty line, who are unable to meet their basic needs, like putting food on the table. Food banks in Canada have recently reported that there are more and more people receiving disability benefits who are using their services, and that is unacceptable. I'd like to quote a very worrisome fact. The study showed that in comparison with – 48% of the beneficiaries began receiving a pension in 1993 and 2004. The average family income was below the poverty line. In this group, there were people who were facing a disability and who were aged 34 years of age. It was represented 68%. People separated and divorced were 63%, and single parents 73%. These are the subgroups that were contained in the study that I'm referring to. And these figures are unacceptable. The evaluation has disclosed very troublesome statistics. More than the half of all demands and applications are refused. Many people cannot are simply left behind and are facing a very difficult situation. What's worse is the appeal process is very complex, and it can take months, if not years, to resolve. The Office for the Review Commission is overwhelmed, and the government continues to cut their budget. What I find even more insulting is that the government has cancelled the long-form census, which compiled information on participation and limited activity. It is the only survey that provided this kind of information in Canada. The message that this government is sending to persons with disabilities is clear. No aid, no support, no improvement to the programs. If they start counting the people with functional limits, how will the government be in a position to improve policies? It's inconceivable that Canada, a signatory to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, is acting this way. This report offers the government an opportunity to work to improve the disability benefits under the Canada Pension Program. Unfortunately, the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development has preferred to set this aside and to make empty promises. We don't need more studies, as the Minister has promised to undertake later. The facts shown that there is enough information for action to be taken, and action must be taken. When will this government realize that there is a flagrant lack of support for people living in these situations, and when will it commit to improving the fate and lot in life of more than 4 million Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Montcalm for raising this important issue in regards to the Canada Pension Plan Disability Benefit. First, I'd like to point out that the province of Quebec has its own pension plan, known in French as le régime des rentes de Québec, which is very similar to the Canada Pension Plan and has a similar disability pension. So if one of my colleagues' constituents is deemed to be disabled, he would be entitled to benefits under the Quebec Pension Plan, not the Canada Pension Plan Disability Benefit. That being said, Madam Speaker, let me point out that no government has done more to support Canadians with disabilities than our Conservative government. For example, we signed the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and we introduced the Disability Savings Plan, along with several other measures to help these people and their families. The opposition parties have a shameful record of consistently voting against these things that help Canadians with disabilities. The NDP have actually voted against every single initiative introduced by our government to help those Canadians with disabilities. More than 300,000 Canadians have received disability benefits from Canada's pension plan. As the honourable member knows, the CPP disability benefit provides basic earnings replacements to Canadian workers who have made sufficient contributions to the plan and cannot work regularly because of a severe or prolonged disability. Madam Speaker, I should say, my apologies. Ensuring that Canadians receive the benefits for which they are eligible is a priority for the Government of Canada. The CPP disability benefit is certainly the largest federal income security program for working-age persons with disabilities and Canada's largest public disability insurance program. But to fully understand what is out there to help Canadians with disabilities, we have to look at the bigger picture. The CPP disability benefit should not be considered in isolation. It is only one element of a broader social safety net that supports working-age Canadians with disabilities. Let me give you a few examples of this broader safety net. EI sickness benefits provide temporary income support to ensure workers who need to take time off to recover from an illness, injury, or quarantine before they return to work. But I have to stress that the Government of Canada is not the sole proprietor of Canada's social safety net. It's a shared responsibility with the provinces, territories, municipalities, all playing extremely important roles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Well, I would like to say that the Quebec program is the one that I know very well. It exists in Quebec, not Canada-wide. But I would like to say that the government has still not put in place an action plan to implement the convention dealing with for people with disabilities. Signing a document is not enough. We need to move forward with it. My colleague has mentioned that this program was not the only source of revenue, but for 12% of beneficiaries, it is the case. It is their only source of income. And I'll quote a passage from the evaluation. This benefit represents 80% of revenue for beneficiaries with an annual income below $15,000 in 2006. And I reiterate, $15,000. This is not helping the situation. Why is the government not looking at real solutions instead of simply dodging its responsibilities?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, every province and territory has income support programs to help their residents with disabilities. For example, in Quebec, there's a social solidarity program. This program provides financial assistance to people with very limited capacities for employment. And while municipalities do not provide income support, they offer a variety of services and programs to help their citizens with disabilities, programs such as accessibility, assisted housing, and other such programs. I should also mention the disability benefits offered through employer-sponsored groups, whether that be insurance plans and private coverage provided to individuals. Madam Speaker, we want to ensure that Canadians with disabilities have financial security and the opportunity to maximize their potential. We're happy to collaborate with other governments at all levels to make this possible. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you well know, an NDP motion supported by all parties in the House passed unanimously in June of this year. And while I am pleased that our initiative to end seniors' poverty did have support, I have profound concerns because this government has failed to take the NDP motion into account. It seems that this government is only willing to pay lip service to democracy and the seniors struggling to make ends meet. The government agenda is clear. Go full steam ahead and cut $11 billion from programs and services Canadians rely upon, underfund important programs, and continue to cater to big business with unaffordable corporate tax cuts. Seniors represent one of the fastest-growing populations in Canada today. The number of seniors in Canada is projected to increase from 4.2 million to 9.8 million between 2005 and 2036. With so many more seniors retiring in the years to come, we need to have social safety nets in place now to avoid dramatic increases in the rate of poverty in future. Madam Speaker, the Conservative government is clearly not preparing for the increased number of seniors in 2036, and those who are seniors today will not benefit as they should from the current budget. The government heralds its increase to the guaranteed income supplement, yet that money is nowhere near enough. The most recent budget provides $300 million per year for a small increase to the GIS, $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples. But this is less than half of what is needed and less than half of what New Democrats asked for. It will not even come close to pulling every senior out of poverty. The government's solution to seniors' poverty and seniors' access to resources is to offer tax breaks and trumpet the New Horizons program. Both fall far short of what we really need. Investment in home care, investment in pharmacare, increased access to resources, appropriate and affordable housing, and investments in geriatric studies. Investments in our community and in our families are what are needed, not corporate tax breaks. Most seniors cannot afford to cash in on the promised tax cuts in the budget because they don't earn enough. The people who are struggling the most, seniors, single mothers, those who have lost their jobs, are the people for whom this government should provide help. The government has an obligation to help. Tax credits are of little use to the unemployed, the working poor, and seniors struggling on small pensions because they don't have enough income to qualify. The New Horizons program is the only investment the government is making in our seniors. And while the promotion of community programs is not a bad thing, there's so much more and much smarter ways to invest tax dollars to ensure our seniors are lifted out of poverty, have access to resources available to them, and are able to choose where they want to live. Dignity in retirement should be a right, not a privilege. Madam Speaker, this government should be prepared to act to lift seniors out of poverty, or is it going to continue to hide its disgraceful inaction behind meaningless tax breaks and small investments in New Horizons?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to the member from London Fanshawe on the issue of seniors' poverty. Our government is vigilant on this issue as we truly have appreciated the contributions of seniors in building our communities across Canada. A key Government of Canada priority is to help Canadians prepare for and achieve financial security in their later years. The most important support for making this happen is through a public pension system. Let me underline that the Canada Pension Plan is a stable, well-designed plan that is portable from province to province. The Chief Actuary of Canada has confirmed that the Canada Pension Plan is fully sustainable for generations to come. This year, Canadians will receive an estimated $72 billion in benefits through the Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement. Canada's strong public pension system has had great success in reducing poverty among seniors from a rate of 21% in 1980 to 5.2% in 2009. 3 years ago, we increased the GIS earnings exemption to $3,500 from $500. This allowed GIS recipients to choose to work to keep up an additional $1,500 in GIS benefits annually. Budget 2011 also announced other measures to improve the financial security of our most vulnerable seniors and expand opportunities for older Canadians. Beginning in July 2011, seniors with little or no income other than the OAS pension and the GIS have been receiving additional benefits up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples per year, the most significant increase for the lowest of those income seniors in over 25 years. More than 680,000 low-income seniors will benefit from this increase. OAS benefits, including the GIS, are adjusted quarterly in January, April, July, and October to reflect changes in the cost of living as measured by the Consumer Price Index, and that way seniors' purchasing power is protected. The Old Age Security Act contains a guarantee that OAS benefits will not be reduced even when there is a decrease in the Computer Price Index. So in other words, the OAS benefits will never be decreased. The Government of Canada is providing $2.3 billion annually in tax relief to seniors and pensioners through pension income splitting and increasing the age credit. Another initiative that's worth mentioning is our government's recognition of the role of informal caregivers as a complement to Canada's healthcare system. This is why we introduced the new Family Caregivers Tax Credit that will help provide financial relief for caregivers of infirm dependent relatives, spouses, common law partners, and children. This will benefit over 500,000 Canadians. This year, we also increased the New Horizons for Seniors program by $10 million over the next 2 years, bringing this year's budget to $45 million. We provided $50 million in over 2 years to extend the targeted initiative for older workers until 2013-14. And since 2006, the Government of Canada has taken action on many issues important to seniors, whether that be providing $400 million over 2 years under Budget 2009 for the construction of housing units for low-income seniors, establishing October the 1st as National Seniors Day, or creating National Seniors Council in 2007, to provide advice to the federal government on matters related to the well-being and quality of life for seniors. And finally, the Federal Elder Abuse Initiative, which was successfully concluded in March of 2011. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is taking concrete steps to help seniors and will continue to help Canadians prepare for and achieve financial security in their later years. Thank you very much.
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say that the CPP is a good plan, but it needs to be reformed, and we've seen none of that. In fact, the only response from this government is another private pension scheme. The member opposite clearly didn't hear my question or has chosen not to answer. Tax breaks are not enough. And this side of the House, we did not vote for those tax breaks because they do nothing to actually lift seniors out of poverty. Seniors are being forced to use food banks. Their retirement savings, if any, have been depleted by this economic downturn. We need real action, not lip service, and we can afford to do it. We have the means available now. We can and we must make investments because no one deserves to be left behind. The Conservatives talk, but they don't do. It's time to do something for the impoverished seniors of this country. Madam Speaker, there's no time left. We need action now.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned before, this government has made unprecedented gains with respect to helping seniors, whether that be increasing the GIS, the New Horizon Seniors Program by $10 million over the next 2 years, providing $50 million over the next 2 years and extending it for the targeted initiative for older workers till 2013-14, $400 million over 2 years in budget 2009 for housing for low-income seniors, establishing a National Seniors Day or the Federal Elder Abuse Initiative. These are all things that this government has moved forward on to show their appreciation for seniors. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is taking concrete steps to help seniors. Unlike the NDP that have voted against all of these initiatives again and again, we will continue to help Canadians prepare for and achieve financial security in their later years. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have a chance to speak again on the issue of aviation safety. On October 18th, I asked the Minister of Transport why we had not seen the government follow up on its commitment to bring online a full complement of operational inspectors for our aviation industry. The Minister said that I was attacking the integrity of the Transport Canada workers. Nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. I was attacking the integrity of the bureaucracy in the government, which in May 2010 promised us at the Transport Committee that they would go through the process of hiring the some 98 Transport Canada aviation operational inspectors that were missing at that time. What's the sad state? It's actually got worse, Madam Speaker. There are less aviation inspectors now than there were in May of 2010. So we've actually stepped backward a little bit from that point. So I certainly did not attack the integrity of the inspectors who are working flat out with not a full staff. But this government, which promised to do this and knew that these problems were developing in aviation safety for small carriers across the country, in November 2009, when they delayed the implementation of SMS for small carriers, admitted we've got a problem in safety in Canada among small carriers. So this issue in recent times in the north, with the crashes that have occurred across northern Canada in the past 12 months, all of these crashes appear to be operational in nature, appear to be the kinds of crashes that are associated with the operation of an aircraft, not mechanical in nature, and certainly shed some light on what's happening inside our aviation system. I've been transport critic for this party in the last term. The transport critic before me put the same effort into aviation safety. We understand the importance of it to Canada and to people that have to fly in small planes in conditions that are fast changing across northern Canada, where climate change has made the weather systems very uncertain. So we have a situation now where across Canada, where we have positions, 595 positions in aviation safety across the country, we have 382 that are filled. This is especially noted in the prairies and northern regions and in the Atlantic regions. These are issues that affect people flying. Now, what has caused this issue? Well, the issue has been exacerbated by the government's, first of all, pushing the small carriers into SMS. Then, when they removed them from the SMS system, they didn't really put back in the system of oversight that we were using prior to that. So, Madam Speaker, now we have a situation where small carriers are not bound by SMS, and yet they don't have the oversight, the on-the-ground inspections that small aircraft carriers across the country relied on to keep their safety standards to a high extent. And this is a bad situation. So the simple message here to the government, hire the inspectors, put the system back in order, give the Transport Canada workers the manpower that they need to do the job for Canadians across this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the honourable member for this question. Canada has one of the safest air transportation systems in the world, a fact recognized by the International Civil Aviation Organization. During the last decade, we have seen a continual decline in the accident rate. In fact, we recently saw the total number of accidents decline to the lowest recorded figure in 10 years. Those are numbers we can be proud of. Make no mistake, though, Transport Canada's officials take every accident seriously. Our thoughts go out to those affected by these tragic accidents in the north. We are supporting the Transportation Safety Board to get to the bottom of these incidents. To date, Transport Canada has taken several steps in response to the accidents. First, we have appointed the Minister's Observer to facilitate our government's to support the investigation and to keep the department informed of its progress. We are conducting a post-accident review to verify compliance with aviation safety regulations. Third, we are evaluating if there are any issues that need immediate attention, and we are reviewing data to determine if these accidents represent a trend when compared to past years. I appreciate that now more than ever, northern air carriers are faced with many unique challenges. Their services are crucial to the livelihood of many, and they do excellent work every day to support their communities. Transport Canada has a robust safety program in support of these operators and verify the safety of their operations. The implication that our oversight program is weak is in fact false. We dedicate more than 80% of civil aviation safety resources to oversight activities like inspections. Since 2007, our inspector positions, total and staffed, have increased. What's more, our oversight model is based on a risk approach that allocates resources to the areas where they provide maximum safety benefit. Our surveillance procedures include planned and unplanned inspections to verify compliance with aviation regulations. These inspections involve on-site interviews with staff and reviews of companies' safety practices. Today, in addition to traditional surveillance methods, our inspectors evaluate the safety systems within companies. Companies go beyond meeting traditional checks and balances and ensure that they tailor their safety and their risk management strategies to their operations. This approach, Madam Speaker, is a global standard, and our work has put us ahead of the world. I stand proud that our experiences can be used as a model for other authorities from around the world to follow as they implement their safety systems. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And certainly we can talk about aviation safety as a record in Canada. We can talk about SMS as being a leading edge, but in reality, there is no other country that would institute SMS without proper oversight. And this is the question that we have for the government. Why has this not happened? They agreed in 2010 that they would replace and fully complement our operations inspectors across this country, and they have not done that. And when it comes to the situation right now in terms of the safety of the traveling public, we can divide it into two groups. And I think statistically, if we take Canadian aviation as a whole, where large carriers who have the internal ability to provide good safety systems are generally safe. But when we're talking about small carriers, and the government agreed in 2009 to back off from SMS with small carriers, there is where we need the oversight, and I wish the government would go ahead with this in a good fashion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Chair, Canada's aviation safety record is one of the best in the world. We recently saw the total number of incidents decline to the lowest recorded figure in 10 years. When an accident does happen, we do take it seriously. Transport Canada is looking closely at the recent accidents that have taken place, to which the honourable member alludes, to determine if there are any issues that need to be addressed immediately. However, it is inappropriate to attack our inspectors or our aviation safety program when it has received an international recognition as a world leader. And as a result, Madam Chair, the Department has continued to work with stakeholders in order to preserve the security and the safety of our system, to protect Canadians, and to keep our aviation system in the sky. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn the House has now been deemed adopted. The House is adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.